Half a century ago, a group of dedicated health professionals with a keen interest in nutrition in Sri Lanka recognized the need for a forum to discuss scientific issues related to nutrition. They met in the Department of Nutrition at the Medical Research Institute in November 1971 and formed the Nutrition Society. And what we are witnessing here today is the celebration of the 50-year-long journey of the society, which was formally established back in 1972. The Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka is widely recognized for its excellence in the field of nutrition and continues to strengthen its collaborations with multiple local and international bodies. Even a single lamp dispels the deepest darkness. Hence, celebrating the long journey of a half a century, in par with the Sri Lankan tradition, let's all rise to light the oil lamp. Let me invite the following dignitaries to light the traditional oil lamp. And our chief guest this morning, Dr. Francisco Branca, the Director, Department of Nutrition for Health and Development, World Health Organization, Geneva, and the keynote speaker, Professor Narada Varnasurya, Senior Professor of Pediatrics, Department of Pediatrics, Faculty of Medicine, General Sir John Kotalavala Defense University. They'll be joining us online today. So let me invite the following dignitaries to light the oil lamp. The conference chair for the annual scientific sessions 2022 and the Vice President of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, Dr. Dhammika Senanayaka. The President of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka. The Joint Secretaries, Dr. Ananda Chandrasekhara and Mrs. Sandamali Rajapaksha. The Treasurer, Mr. Mudit Dharmapriya. The Conference Editor, Professor Terence Madhujit. And the Conference Coordinator, Mrs. Tamilini Joseph Kumar. Please remain standing for the national anthem.
Sri Lanka, Namo, 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 Mata. Sundara
A time of tragedy has befallen all of us, with over 2 million of lives lost in the world to the pandemic and more than 300 in Sri Lanka. It is truly a heartbreaking period for all the survivors. And among the fallen are the real-time heroes who gave their blood and shed their soul to save the humanity upon this pandemic. We had a bitter experience. So we believe that it's our duty to honor all of those who have lost their lives during this period. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing so that we can succumb to those who lost their lives in COVID, to all the soldiers who lost their lives while protecting us and our nation. Let's observe a minute of silence. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Now I respectfully invite the following dignitaries to the head table. The President of Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, Professor Chandima Vikramathilaka, the Joint Secretary, Mrs. Santamali Rajabhaksha, Conference Chair, For the annual scientific sessions 2022, Dr. Dhammika Senanayaka. Conference editor for the annual scientific sessions 2022, Professor Terence Madhujit. Now I cordially invite the President of Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, Professor Chandima Vikramathilaka, to welcome the gathering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a great pleasure in welcoming all of you to the annual scientific sessions of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka 2022. When NNSSL mark its 50th anniversary, we have many dignitaries with us joining online and in person. I'm deeply honored to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Francisco Branca, the Director, Department of Nutrition for Health and Development, World Health Organization, Geneva. Despite his busy schedules, he kindly accepted our invitation to enrich this forum with his vast experience on global human nutrition. We as the Council have decided to invite the past presidents of the NSSL to most of the items in the annual scientific sessions this time, which will help us to bring back the memories in the past. A warm welcome to all the honorable past presidents who are here with us. I would like to extend my warm welcome to the keynote speaker, Professor Narada Varnasurya, Senior Professor of Pediatrics, Department of Pediatrics, Faculty of Medicine, General Surgeon, Kothalawala Defense University. He is one of our oldest members and was a past president as well. It is very inspiring to have a giant in the field of clinical training and a dedicated long-term life member of NSSL as the keynote speaker. I sincerely welcome Professor Renuka Silva, Professor of Nutrition, Department of Applied Nutrition, Wamba University of Sri Lanka, the orator, Professor T.W. Vikramanayaka Oration 2020. He's a past president of NSSL who have actively contributed in almost all the activities of NSSL. I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the symposium chairpersons. I sincerely welcome all the distinguished guests, invitees, speakers, judges, presenters, live members, and all the participants joining with us online and in person. Theme of this year's session is Nutrition, Health and Well-being in a Challenging Era, moving forward with 50 years of experience. With the COVID-19 pandemic and the aftermath of it, the world is facing problems in many fields, including health and nutrition. The effects will be more on low and middle income countries because the triple burden of malnutrition, which is already experienced by these countries, will be aggravated as a result of the disruption caused by the pandemic. We hope that our audience will find the symposium lectures, plenary lectures are timely and useful in the current context. Organizing an activity like this doesn't happen overnight. It is indeed a tireless task, which was only possible through persistent effort and dedication of the members in the NSSL Council, my energetic family. Council was the strength behind me, and my gratitude To them sees no bounds. I emphasize that the NSSL annual scientific session is one of the most enriched forums for sharing knowledge, reviewing, showcasing the scientific output in the field of nutrition. I convey my best wishes for the success of annual scientific sessions of 2022. Have a pleasant day. Enjoy the sessions. Thank you so much.
My sincere appreciation for those warm words, Madam. Up next on the agenda is the address by the chief guest, Dr. Francisco Branca, the Director, Department of Nutrition for Health and Development, World Health Organization, Geneva. This invitation is for you, sir, to address the audience.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address you at this meeting of the 50th anniversary of the Sri Lanka Nutrition Society. Congratulations for the incredible work you've been doing so far. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the global nutrition challenges and how addressing food system and transforming food system is going to be an important action to address those challenges. At the moment, we have a combination of multiple forms of malnutrition that are coexisting also in different countries, different communities, in different families, and at different stages of the life of an individual's combination of undernutrition and overweight and obesity. We have at the moment about 150 million children under 5 who are too short for their age. About 45 million children who have low weight for height, and at the same time, about 40 million children under 5 who are already overweight. And this happens in a world where we have about 2 billion adults who are overweight, and among them 600 million obese. And at the same time, we have about 500 million adults underweight, and then about 300 million women of reproductive age who are affected by anemia. COVID made things worse. COVID, we estimate, is contributing additional 5 to 7 million children with stunting, and it's going to contribute about 600,000 more children, but up to 3 million more wasted children in the years to come. It's an effect that is not going to be limited to this time, but is actually an effect that's going to be long-lasting. So the estimate of accumulated additional cases of wasting from 2020 to 2030 is 16 to 40 million. It's an enormous number, enormous challenge. So malnutrition. Malnutrition is one of the top causes for the global burden of disease. It accounts for about 3 million deaths every year. But this adds up to the 5 million deaths every year, which are accounted for by obesity, and about the 10 or more million people who die as a result of a poor diet, of an unhealthy diet. Food systems are so important, and there are multiple ways through which food systems affect our health. We have identified at least 5 of these pathways. The first one is, of course, unhealthy diet and food insecurity. But we also have to consider that you can get sick because of pathogens that come from the food system, and probably COVID-19 is one of them. 70% or more of the diseases with pandemic potential come from the animals. But at the same time, from the food system and from livestock, we can also get an impact through the excess use of antibiotics and through antimicrobial resistance. We can also get sick from unsafe and adulterated food. We can get sick from environmental contamination and degradation, excess use of pesticides, for example. And people who work in food system can also get sick. There are important occupational hazards for farmers, for fishermen. So multiple ways through which our food system can get us sick, but of course, multiple ways through they can keep us being healthy. So how can we maximize health and minimize the risk to our health? WHO has come up with a many of actions to make diets healthier and safer. And we have 6 policy actions we are advocating for, which are long-standing, proven, cost-effective, that can be implemented at scale and are endorsed by WHO and monitored by WHO. So first of all, we'll see that acting on the cost of food through taxing unhealthy options and subsidizing healthy options. Changing the formulation of food, reducing salt, reducing free sugars, having the right nutritious components and having less unhealthy fats. This is something that is in our reach. Offering the right food to all people who eat in public institutions, first and foremost schools. And I know Sri Lanka has a very important track record in offering good school meals. Adding back nutrients through fortifications of food with extra vitamins and minerals. Having good, adequate information on the labels of packaged food so that people can make the right choices. And then finally, making sure that the marketing of food doesn't promote the options which we are discouraging, which are foods high in fat, sugar, and salt. The world is not implementing these policies at scale. WHO keeps a record of the implementation of policies through the global implementation of nutrition actions. And you can see here that taxation, for example, of sugar-sweetened beverages is implemented in 79 countries, less than half of the countries of the world. Food product reformulation, 60 countries. Good information to consumers to front of the pack labeling, only 41. Public food procurement, 80 countries. And then the fortification, not more than 80 countries. And then marketing restriction of food and non-alcoholic beverages to children, only in 50 countries. So there's a lot that can be done. And in 2021, the UN Secretary General has convened a UN Food System Summit that led to a great mobilization, world mobilization about changes in food system. We had a participation of 163 member states, and in 77 cases at the level of the head of state and government. There were analysis and discussion dialogues done at national level that have led now to 108 national pathways for food system transformation. Many coalitions, many initiatives have come out of the Food System Summit. We have many commitments that are now public and are included in a repository of public commitments for food system transformation. We have a compendium for food system change, capturing the collective learning, and summarizing the over 2,000 submissions for proposed changes to the Food System Summit. It's an incredible, important opportunity for change. We need to implement it. The UN have established a coordination hub to support implementation of this massive commitment. But one important element is I'd like to highlight, and that's the establishment of a coalition for action on healthy diets from sustainable food system for children and for all. A broad coalition that will support the implementation of those 6 policy actions and more that WHO is advocating for, bringing together a group of front-runner countries. And we hope that Sri Lanka could join this group of front-runner countries, bringing together 5 UN agencies, the Scaling Up Nutrition Movement, UN Nutrition, a series of organizations and NGOs that would work together in 3 main action areas: the food supply, food environment, and valuing food, building on national dialogues and progressively engaging in avoiding conflict of interest, all other actors which are going to be important for the implementation of these actions. So I really hope that the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka will be a driver for this change in Sri Lanka, but also I hope that the government of Sri Lanka will consider joining these collaborations and sharing the experience, sharing the lessons learned, but also becoming one of the countries who is going to be more energetically looking at food system change. And with this, I thank you for your attention, and I really wish you a successful meeting.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. The time has now come for the keynote address. This invitation is for the President of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka, to introduce the keynote speaker, Professor Narada Varnasurya, to the audience.
Professor Narada Varnasurya is currently the Senior Professor of Pediatrics at Kottalavala Defence University. He is also Emeritus Professor of Pediatrics of the University of Sri Jadanapura, where he was the Founder Professor of Pediatrics, Dean Faculty of Medical Sciences, and the Vice Chancellor. He has been a long-standing member of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka and has been its secretary and president in 1986 and 1987. He was awarded a medal for outstanding contribution to the society in 1997. He had been the past president in many other professional bodies, such as Sri Lanka College of Pediatricians and the Sri Lanka Medical Association. Nutrition has been one of Professor Varnasurya's professional and research interests. He has authored and co-authored many research publications and had won the Presidential Award for Research Excellence. He has co-supervised 4 doctoral theses in nutrition and growth. He has delivered several orations and keynote addresses on the themes relating to nutrition and several academic and professional meetings. He has been involved in developing a large number of courses in nutrition for various cadres in both state and non-governmental sectors. He has been actively involved in the nutrition policy making at the national level and has been a long-standing member of a large number of nutrition-related national advisory committees, including the Technical Advisory Committee to the National Nutrition Secretariat and the National Nutrition Steering Committee of the Ministry of Health. Professor Varnasurya's career as a medical teacher in pediatrics spans over 48 years. He has utilized the experience gained in both clinical and community settings over a long period of time in training doctors, nurses, midwives, and large variety of other cadres involved in health and nutrition. In 2009, Professor Varnasurya was accorded the honor of Outstanding Asian Pediatrician at the Asian Congress of Pediatrics held in Shanghai, China. Dear Sir, I respectfully invite you to deliver the keynote address at these memorable annual scientific sessions of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, celebrating the 50th anniversary. Recollections on nutrition in a professional career as a clinical teacher in pediatrics. Over to you, sir.
Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka, President of the Nutrition Society, Dr. Francesca Branca, Chief Guest, members of the Council, past presidents, members of the Nutrition Society, distinguished invitees, and participants. It gives me a great honor and a pleasure to do the keynote address on this occasion when the Nutrition Society is celebrating its 50th year of existence. As a senior past member and a past president, I have been asked to do the honors. Right at the outset, I would like to pay tribute to two of my teachers, Professor C.C. De Silva, the founder, Professor of Pediatrics in the University of Ceylon, and the founder of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. Very innovative person who had been my teacher in the very early stage and a mentor. And then Professor Priyani Soiza, who introduced me into pediatrics and has been my mentor for a long time. In fact, she should have been doing the oration today, being the most senior surviving founding member of the Nutrition Society. Unfortunately, at the age of 95, although she is alive and mentally competent, she is physically too feeble to do so. I would like to pay a tribute to both of them, who were professors of pediatrics and also presidents of the Nutrition Society who preceded me and whose footsteps I have tried hard to follow. What I intend to do in this talk is to talk about 4 aspects pertinent to nutrition, which I was involved in during my 50-year career as a pediatrician and a clinical teacher in pediatrics. Of course, I have had many more experiences pertinent to nutrition, but it would not be possible to deal with all of them. So I have decided to be selective. And the first experience I'm going to recount is my experience in managing severe acute malnutrition at the Lady Ridgeway Hospital in the 70s. This is a picture of the Lady Ridgeway Hospital, the new building. During our time, it was the entrance from the other side. Now, during this period, as some of you may remember, between 72 and 78, we had a tremendous increase in acute severe malnutrition, especially in Colombo. There were several factors for this. There were the structural adjustments imposed on the government by the World Bank, and there was a major fuel crisis. And one of the nutrition intervention programs in the Colombo Municipal Council came to an abrupt halt due to the donor agency being expelled. So during this period, we saw about 150 children with severe acute malnutrition in a decompensated state per year. Roughly 1/5 of them were kwashiorkors, the rest were marasmus or marasmic kwashiorkors. Now, in the Lady Ridgeway Hospital, Professor C.C. De Silva has established the malnutrition unit in the 50s, and this continued right through. And I worked in this unit from 1971 till 1989. Now, all the patients that we saw had multiple infections, and they also had multiple helminthic infestations. They had accompanied vitamin A deficiency and an anemia, which was both due to iron deficiency and folic acid deficiency. This was a condition with a very high case fatality, almost 10%. And at that time, we were handicapped by the fact that we did not have a broad spectrum antihelminthic like mebendazole, which is available now. Of the antihelminthics available, the only effective one was piperacin against roundworm. The other antihelminthics were very toxic and also less effective. We were also handicapped by the fact that we did not have a specific guideline for managing acute malnutrition at that time. It was only in December 1976 that the WHO came out with the guideline in the form of a mimeograph document. So I will recount to you what we did. Now, these were the kind of patients we saw on the top right, a classical marasmus, all skin and bone. On the top left, on the top right, it's a marasmic kwashiorkor. Upper half looks like marasmus, but in the bottom there is edema, so that is marasmic kwashiorkor. And the bottom picture shows a classical kwashiorkor, the misery and the apathy, the generalized edema, and the skin changes are evident. Now, these were very often accompanied by vitamin A deficiency, and some of them with keratomalacia, the most extreme form, which of course could lead to blindness. Now, these were the principles that we adopted in managing these children. First of all, almost all of them were dehydrated by the time they presented to us. And fortunately, at least towards the latter part of that period, we had access to oral rehydration solution, the WHO formula, and we corrected their dehydration with ORS. They had multiple infections, chest infections, diarrhea, skin infections, ear infections, etc. We screened and treated infection actively. The most difficult part was the intensive nutrition therapy. In the early half of that period, we used a gruel Of course, the numbers were too large for us to see them through to the end in the hospital itself. So once their edema disappeared, once their appetite picked up, And once they started gaining weight, we shifted them to a nutrition convalescent home at Talagolda, where they spent another 4 to 6 weeks before they came back to normal. Their mothers were allowed access there and learned how to look after them at home. So during the active phase, we had to correct the associated deficiencies like vitamin A deficiency. Again, we were handicapped by not having megadose vitamin A capsules. We had to use the parenteral preparation. We used to break it open and use it orally, especially the oil miscible preparation. And we used intramuscular iron or oral iron to treat the anemia, and of course, blood transfusions as necessary. One of the killers of this condition was due to hypothermia. We were aware of that and we took measures to prevent hypothermia. And when these children start improving, the fact that they were deprived becomes evident because they cling to you and they expect stimulation. And we provided this through a play area with a full-time play therapist or a teacher. And once we realized that they were ready to go home, we always liaised with the local community team before sending them home. And the community follow-up was done by the local child welfare clinic and the community team. This was the more modified advanced version of the WHO manual, which became available in the 80s. This was the latest one, but actually an adaptation of the WHO manual by the Ministry of Health, which was used in the rehabilitation camps at Manik Farm after the war. Because during that period, UNICEF was kind enough to sponsor and provide ready-to-use therapeutic food. I must confess, the case fatality rate probably came down with the use of this product, but I am told by the people who followed up these patients when they went back into the community that the relapse rate was higher. This needs to be further studied. Now I will shift on my second topic, which is the role I played in developing and policies and practices relating to infant feeding. Professor C.C. taught us that the role of a pediatrician is to look after the well child, keep the well child well rather than to keep the sick child well. So we were actively involved in health promotion as pediatricians right from the beginning. You remember during this period I'm talking about, there was a sea change in the attitude towards infant feeding. Especially in the areas, most babies were predominantly formula fed with only nominal breastfeeding. And we have shifted now to exclusive breastfeeding. And in most areas, the time of complementary feeding varied. In the urban areas, very early complementary feeding with solids was done, whereas in the rural areas, it was done very late with very poor caloric and poor protein containing foods. And the word used for complementary feeding was weaning. But we have stopped using this word because weaning means tailing off of breast milk. And we know that we certainly do not want to tail off breast milk when we start complementary feeding. We encourage them to continue breastfeeding. So the change, and there was a marked change in the attitudes to promotion of formula feeding. We'll talk about it a little later. Even the very well-motivated pediatricians, they were not antipathic to formula feeding at that time. Even when the importance of breastfeeding was realized, unfortunately, in the postpartum wards, in the obstetric units, they did not realize that initiation of breastfeeding was important for its success. And there were problems related to this, which led to the 10 steps for successful breastfeeding and the baby-friendly hospital initiative. And then the duration of exclusive breastfeeding was not established, and that had to be reviewed. I'll refer to that later. And following that, detailed infant and young child feeding guidelines were developed. And then we realized that with all these, especially during emergencies, there was again a threat to breastfeeding because the well-motivated people started giving formula to the children in these rehabilitation camps after the tsunami and after the war. Now, this was the first book on dietetics written in Sri Lanka by Dr. Ananda Nimalasurya, who was the nutrition expert at the MRI prior to Dr. Mahadeva, who was the founder of the Nutrition Society. He was also the director of the MRI. Now, this book contains very extensive details about infant feeding, including formula feeding. Dr. Nimalasurya, in fact, he planned the formula called Vitamilk, which was given through the cooperatives through ration cards to all needy children. Right, the Vitamilk was a highly subsidized infant formula. In fact, I remember as a senior lecturer in pediatrics, I was appointed by the SLSI to upgrade this formula, its complement later on. Because at that time, formula feeding was the fashion, especially in the urban areas. Now, this is the book on infant feeding and baby care by Professor C.C. De Silva, very well-known book. Now, even in this book, there is a very extensive chapter on breastfeeding. However, he strongly advocates, not breastfeeding, on formula feeding. While he strongly advocates breastfeeding, he agrees that there may be some who would not breastfeed and do formula feeding. So he gives extensive information regarding formula feeding. It was left to a NGO called War on Want in Africa to point out the massive damage that infant food industry was causing by their indiscriminate promotion of formula feeding in countries which were used traditionally to breastfeed. And they produced this beautiful small film called The Baby Killer, which I saw in the early 70s in the Institute of Child Health. And this film led to a lot of discussion in academic and international circles related to food and nutrition. This culminated in the WHO General Assembly adopting this international code of marketing of breast milk substitutes. There was only one abstention by the United States. All the others voted for this. However, it was not a binding legislation in that each country could decide whether to adopt it or not. And we were one of the first countries to adopt it. Professor Priyani Soiza was very much instrumental in that. And this is the Sri Lanka Code for Promotion of Breast Feeding and Marketing of Breast Milk Substitutes, which prevented advertising of infant formula in any way, advertising and promotion. Now, this is, I'm very proud to be associated with this. As I told you, there was some doubt regarding the duration of breastfeeding. At the initial stages, it was exclusive breastfeeding. Exclusive means only breast milk without anything else, was recommended only for 3 to 4 months. But scientific evidence began to accumulate that it could be done for a longer period. So the WHO commissioned a systematic review done by Professor Kramer from Canada. And this systematic review was sent to a specially selected group of 12 reviewers, which included me. We were asked to study this document in depth, and then we met in a consultation in Geneva. So it was at that consultation we decided that it would be absolutely fine to continue exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months in healthy babies without any problem. And then this became the global policy. Now, based on that recommendation, and the WHO Assembly adopted that recommendation, they embarked on further work to develop infant feeding guidelines, including complementary feeding. As you can see, this is a copy of the second page of the Child Health Development Record at that time, which recommended exclusive breastfeeding for 4 months, complementary feeding from 4 months onwards, and growth monitoring, etc. And we embarked on a social marketing campaign for breastfeeding, as well as educational campaign for complementary feeding. This was a leaflet prepared by a group of us, which recommended how to complement the feed. It says Masa Paheng Habung Katak. Mind you, at that time, we were recommending exclusive breastfeeding only for 4 months. Now it should be Masa Ateng Habung Katak, because we recommend exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months. And then we were very concerned about the progress in infant feeding. After having developed the IYCF guidelines, infant and young child feeding guidelines, with using a bottoms-up approach from nationally, regionally, and globally, then we looked at this to see whether it is implemented. Family Health Bureau is the focal point, and I was involved in several exercises of measuring our progress. You can see this is part of the report card. Sri Lanka does very well compared to most countries, but could do better. Now I would shift on to my third aspect, that is discussing about my role as the primary principal trainer in the Participatory Nutrition Improvement Project of the government of Sri Lanka. It was an island-wide community empowerment project for nutrition improvement. It was UNICEF sponsored and implemented by the Ministry of Plan Implementation. It was mediated through graduate trainings. You remember, people were taken as graduate trainees, mostly humanities graduates, a few science graduates, and they were the ones we trained to be external nutrition facilitators. They were asked to select volunteers from the community, mostly young girls who had studied up to at least 8th standard, preferably O-level. And these groups worked in the community. All the training was done by the participatory approach. The training manuals were originally designed by 2 very eminent sociologists, but I was the leader of the team that did the training. The trainers coming from the departments of pediatrics, community medicine, sociology, anthropology, and the planning officers of the Ministry of Plan Implementation, and an occasional UNICEF officer. So they were trained how to make an assessment of the nutrition situation and to analyze the causative factors and to come up with the community action plan for nutrition. And the government and UNICEF actually gave money to implement these plans. Now this program, we had a series of manuals. This is for the training. This is one. You can see this is one of the activities of the program. This girl is one of the community volunteers, and you can see the midwife. There is a group where they are enacting a drama to convey certain nutrition messages. Now this is on the estates. There we work in the line with the Plantation Workers Development Trust, and our facilitators very often had cookery demonstrations like this for the estate mothers. So before I proceed to the next topic, I must say the PNIP progress has been evaluated by several international teams, and they have commented very favorably about its outcomes. My final part is about my involvement during about 10 years ago with the MSc in Human Nutrition of the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine. The Ministry of Health has a large pool of general medical officers, and there are strategies to train them in specific areas. So it was the Ministry of Health, not necessarily to become specialists, but in their work as medical officers, they focus on certain areas specially. So Ministry of Health requested a training for officers to work in nutrition, both in the clinical and in the community setting. This request was conveyed by the Ministry of Health to the PGIM. The PGIM, under the overview of the Board of Study in Community Medicine, appointed a committee to plan the course. And then we had a stakeholder consultation, and we perused curricula of similar courses, and we developed the MSc in Human Nutrition exclusive for medical officers of 12 weeks duration. We did something very innovative, that we decided that instead of the usual thesis that is used for assessment, that we would use a series of reflective portfolios, and we used the objective structured practical examination for practical testing. Now, these graduates now work in the Ministry of Health as MOs in human nutrition, either in the clinical context, hospital context, or in the community. Some of them are now going on to become consultants in clinical nutrition by doing the MD in clinical nutrition. These are the objectives of the course. I will just give you a few seconds to look at them. So what is the take-home message from my talk? First of all, the importance of learning from the past. Secondly, the wide scope for community involvement, especially as a university academic, irrespective of your discipline. Then learning to work as a team with others, not necessarily of your discipline. Fourthly, seizing the opportunity, both as a group, as an individual. When you seize an opportunity where something worthwhile can be done, you should seize it. Finally, the potential for innovation, doing something differently from what has been done before. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for a patient hearing.
Our heartiest gratitude for that inspiring keynote address, sir. Next, I would like to cordially invite Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to deliver the presidential address at these memorable annual scientific sessions of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, when it celebrates its golden jubilee. Today, I'll be talking to you on have we paid adequate attention to the trends in the nutritional health of adolescents. During my presentation, I will take you through these areas: brief introduction, nutrition-related health problems in adolescents, dietary behaviors of adolescents, and other lifestyle factors related to nutritional health of adolescents, thoughts for future and for better nutritional health of adolescents. Those are the sub-themes. Adolescents are a dynamic group of individuals aged 10 to 19 years. Adolescent population is about 1/5 of the Asian region, which is almost similar to the distribution of the Sri Lankan population of adolescents. It is the second window for growth as they experience their pubertal growth spurt. Hence, their demand for nutrition is high and are vulnerable for nutritional deficiencies. That is a last opportunity to improve the linear growth of a stunted child. So failure to consume adequate diet during this period potentially retard the physical growth and the cognitive development of the adolescent. And also it can delay the sexual maturation. So undernutrition in adolescence can give rise to intergenerational undernutrition because once a chronically malnourished adolescent girl becomes an adult and then becomes a pregnant mother, can give rise to low birth weight babies. About 1/3 to 2/3 of all babies born in South Asia are low birth weight babies. Low birth weight rate in Sri Lanka remains high. This could be, one reason could be poor nutrition during adolescence. Though adolescence is a critical period in life cycle, no much attention has paid and not much studied, and no enough interventions are being done. When it comes to nutritional related health problems in adolescence, overweight and obesity among adolescents is increasing, and currently there is increase in other associated non-communicable diseases such as metabolic disorder, metabolic syndrome, hypertension, prediabetes, and diabetes mellitus. There is scientific evidence showing the increased prevalence of global obesity, central obesity, metabolic syndrome, hyperglycemia, diabetes mellitus, and other non-communicable diseases. Undernutrition is the other concern. There is significant overall prevalence of stunting and wasting among South Asian adolescents. The research study done locally showed high rates of thinness. Undernutrition is prevalent in female adolescents in the state community. The improvement of undernutrition is at slower pace, especially in female adolescents. Both overnutrition and undernutrition are associated with micronutrient deficiencies. Adolescents in South Asian countries found to be deficient of certain micronutrients such as iron, zinc, vitamin A, and D. But in Sri Lanka, they're not coming. Micronutrient deficiency is the other concern among these adolescents. So both overnutrition and undernutrition are associated with micronutrient deficiencies. Adolescents in South Asian countries found to be deficient of different types of micronutrients such as iron, zinc, iodine, vitamin A, and vitamin D deficiency. But in Sri Lanka, vitamin A and iodine deficiency are rare now because of the supplementation and fortification programs. Among the micronutrient deficiencies, iron deficiency is the most common micronutrient deficiency among adolescents in Southeast Asian countries, especially in females. And also, coexisting multiple micronutrient deficiencies is a possibility among adolescents. With the scientific evidence discussed so far, presence of triple burden of malnutrition in adolescent population is well evident. That is obesity, undernutrition, and micronutrient deficiencies. Other associated lifestyle factors are poor engagement in physical activities, and increased screen time that had led to a sedentary lifestyle in adolescents. It is a growing problem and is aggravated by COVID-19 pandemic. Sedentary lifestyle, poor dietary behavior, unfavorable environment are the key causes for the nutritional problems in adolescents. When it comes to dietary behavior associated with nutritional problems of adolescents, poor dietary diversity is a concern. This poor dietary diversity could be due to various reasons such as poverty and inability to afford, poor knowledge, and also ignorance. This is common in Sri Lanka and also in South Asian countries. Poor diversity in the diet can lead to nutritional deficiencies. It shows positive association with hemoglobin level, height for age, and also with the school performances. There is increasing trend in consuming high calorie diet, and the calorie intake could be mainly by fat. And also supplement use is a growing trend among adolescents. Skipping breakfast is another unhealthy dietary behavior among adolescents. Consumption of fast food or junk food is increasing across all age categories due to many reasons. It has become a main option for breakfast among children and adolescents. A local study revealed that in spite of good knowledge and attitudes, most consume junk food due to their taste and the convenience. Dining out has become a very common practice which exposes adolescents to high salt and high fat and high calorie diet. This ultimately puts them at a risk of obesity and associated non-communicable diseases. Increased use of free sugar, sugar-sweetened beverages, and cola drinks by adolescents are known to associate with obesity and dental caries and less consumption of nutritious food such as milk. It is associated with micronutrient deficiencies also. WHO recommends to reduce the free sugar intake to prevent the nutritional dilutions. Change in dietary behavior is one of the key strategies useful in managing the nutritional problems in adolescents, as their behavior can be modifiable easily. However, changing dietary behavior is not feasible. It is known that even with good knowledge and good attitudes, practice is poor. To be effective, it is very important to identify the motivators and barriers, and especially before implementing and designing behavior change programs. Identification of barriers and the motivators for lifestyle change is important to minimize the dropouts from intervention programs. For the people to shift from current unhealthy behavior to healthy behavior, the benefits of the desired behavior should be more than that of the current behavior, and the barriers should be lesser than the current behavior. Ministry of Health Sri Lanka conducts many programs for adolescents in partnership with Ministry of Education and other organizations, and these are really commendable initiatives. However, we need more vigorous and tailor-made approach targeting adolescents, especially to prevent the epidemic of non-communicable disease among adolescents. Multidisciplinary integrated intervention programs with public-private partnerships are shown to be effective in managing the many nutritional problems, including obesity. When it comes to intervention programs, it requires education, reinforcement of education, and also creating conducive environment to be effective for the change. And also minimizing barriers is essential. Some of the common barriers are limited availability of healthy food options, poor knowledge, and negative attitudes towards the healthy dietary behavior. Use of a mobile app in the weight management of obesity adolescents has shown to be effective. And similar techniques can be applied in other forms of nutritional interventions also. If the intervention programs are culturally acceptable, those are more sustainable. Parents and peer support are helpful to implement and sustain the behavior change. Educational programs combined with motivational programs are effective in changing the dietary behavior than the educational programs alone. Proper use of media are very important because presence of advertisement on unhealthy food and beverages is associated with increased tendency of consuming those by the adolescents. Among the many, the body image is one of the main determinants of dietary behavior and physical activities of adolescents. Therefore, addressing body image concerns affect the efficiency of the interventional programs. Improvement and expansion of adolescent clinics, establishment of new facilities like community level nutrition clinics are important strategies that we can do. Strengthening the existing nutrition supplementation program, provision of micronutrient fortified foods, and expansion of school meal program to cover the adolescent groups are possible interventions in the local setting. Proper implementation and monitoring of certain good initiatives such as school canteen policy are utmost important to get the real benefit of it. However, improvement of the environment, socioeconomic background, and poverty alleviation are essential to make all the other efforts successful and sustainable. Unless their basic needs are met, we can't make them to attend to their nutrition. So, adolescent nutritional health is vital and need more attention. They experience triple burden of malnutrition. Iron deficiency among the micronutrient deficiencies, iron deficiency is the commonest one. Poor dietary behavior, sedentary lifestyle, and unfavorable environment are key associated factors. Behavior change is an important strategy to mitigate these nutritional trajectories of adolescents. Identification of motivators and barriers are important in changing the behavior. And also, innovative interventional programs are useful in changing the behavior. Before winding up my speech, my message to all the healthcare professionals is to pay adequate attention to health and nutritional well-being of adolescents. Things written on paper never materialize without hard work. I quote, "To win, you have to swim upstream early, and that requires hard work and long hours. There is no shortcuts." Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for that enlightening presentation. Next up, there are a few launching of some programs on celebrating the Golden Jubilee of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. So now I cordially invite Professor Terence Madhujit to launch the official journal of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. President of the NSSL, Professor Chandrima Vikramatilaka. Vice President of the NSSL, Dr. Senanayaka. Joint Secretaries, past Presidents of NSSL, students, participants, all other invited dignitaries. It's in fact an honor to speak few words at the time the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka celebrates a 50th year anniversary. As very correctly pointed out by the keynote speaker, we have gone through a series of journeys. Way back in 1970s, we had kwashiorkor, marasmus, beta spots, keratomalacia. Then later on, and we also had iron deficiency anemia and folic acid driven anemia. And later on, some of these remain like iron deficiency anemia, while the protein energy malnutrition, kwashiorkor, marasmus, etc. disappeared. However, while they were disappearing, some other nutritional issues surfaced, such as spread of non-communicable diseases. And we have been also struggling with iodine deficiency. And thanks to the mandatory iodine fortification program, we have been very successful in mitigating iodine deficiency, and we have been able to bring the values down to about 3% at the moment. Now, because of these nutrition related issues in Sri Lanka, as pointed out by the previous speakers, when we look at the past decade, there has been a surge in research in nutrition and food sciences, food and nutritional sciences. Then these researchers, especially from the state universities, private universities, other research organizations, they were fully engaged with this research, and they had to struggle to publish their outcome, research output. Obviously, we have different options, such as publishing in international journals. Well, you know how hard it is to publish in international journals, especially high impact journals. So what is the other option they are left with? The other option is to publish locally, but unfortunately, we did not have a dedicated journal for nutrition and food sciences. We have had other journals. They are more hardcore medicine or hardcore agriculture or hardcore chemistry or other sciences, but there was no journal dedicated towards nutrition and food sciences. Now, in order to fill this gap, at the council of the NSSL, led by Professor Chandrima, we discussed about this, and we thought of coming up with a journal which is dedicated towards nutrition and food sciences. The other factor here is that now, at the same time, we find it is difficult to publish our work, local work, in international journals. What is more relevant for us, hardcore issues of Sri Lanka, rest of the world is usually not very much interested in. That is the other factor. So our hardcore issues, nutritional issues in Sri Lanka, should be addressed by ourselves, and we should have a proper platform to publish our hardcore issues of the country. So in order to fill this gap, the council led by Professor Chandrima Vikramatilaka decided to initiate a journal which is fully dedicated towards nutrition and food sciences issues. As a result of this, well, we know that Professor Chandrima is a different personality. Once something is registered in her mind, she is fully determined to do it and get it done. She's a wheeler dealer. So as a result, today, I'm proud to say that we have the Journal of Nutrition and Food Sciences. So I'm very much happy to let you know that the first issue is ready to be launched. That is the first issue. And fortunately, it coincided with the 50th anniversary celebrations of the NSSL. Thank you very much. And I hope the journal, the initiating the journal has been a Herculean task, but what is more difficult is to maintain the quality of the journal. And as you know, the quality of the journal, one factor contributing to the quality of journal is a timely issue. Releasing the issues on time is another factor, and also the maintaining the quality of the articles. So we have received in very short time, we received about 12 articles, of which we have taken 6 articles, and with that we are releasing the first issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And, next up, I'd like to invite Ms. Eranga Silva to introduce the digital repository for nutrition-related research. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, dear Madam President and the council members. I'm here to launch the digital repository of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. So this digital repository of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka was established to gather all the nutrition and food sciences related publications published locally, including original articles, reviews, and conference proceedings, as well as theses. So we hope that this will facilitate the future researchers who would do nutrition and food sciences related research. So I invite all of you to get the maximum use out of it. So now we have gathered, and we will continue to do this in the future as well. So whenever a nutrition or food sciences related publication is published, we will gather that information in the digital repository of the NSSL. So now we will launch the digital repository of the NSSL at this 50th Golden Jubilee celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Next up, I'd like to invite Ms. Tamilini Joseph Kumar to present a short documentary video on NSSL.
Good morning, everyone. The Council of NSSL, led by Professor Chandrima, produced a short video of the milestones and achievements of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka over the past 50 years And we would very much thankful to the past president to give their valuable inputs to produce this short video. So now we can play the video for your visual. Thank you.
A group of dedicated health professionals with a keen interest in nutrition in Sri Lanka recognized the need for a forum to discuss scientific issues related to nutrition, met in the Department of Nutrition at the MRI in November 1971 and formed the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka.
As a senior member and a past president of the Nutrition Society, I'm happy to be able to reminisce about its origin when it celebrates 50 years of existence. Founded by a dedicated team of professionals almost exclusively from the health sector, it was their intention that it became a truly multidisciplinary forum representing all professionals whose work impacted on nutritional well-being. Unfortunately, during the first 6 years of its existence, this did not materialize, and most professionals from non-medical sectors preferred to use other fora like the Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science to present their work. It was in 1978, during the tenure of Professor Piyani Soiza as president, that the council made a firm decision to actively seek and recruit members from the other disciplines whose work impacted on nutrition. This was done diligently, and we were able to recruit highly eminent people from different sectors pertaining to nutrition. They contributed very much. They were from agriculture, food technology, dietetics, economics, education, science, and even policymaking. Some were co-opted to the council straight away and later went on to lead the Nutrition Society. Today, the Nutrition Society has become the benchmark for a truly multidisciplinary professional society. And all its activities, including the sessions, convey this. And I wish it success, and I hope they would outdo what they have done in the previous 50 years in the next 50 years.
Today, the NSSL stands as a pioneering national professional body working in the field of nutrition in Sri Lanka for over 50 years. From the initial choice of opening membership to any graduate with an interest in nutrition to the decisions we take today, many milestones have brought us to where we are, such as our inauguration in 1972, 6 years of active membership from the health sector, strategy for active enrollment of other sectors, national level deliberations leading to establishment of a food and nutrition policy planning unit within the Ministry of Plan Implementation during the tenure of Professor T.W. Vikramanayaka, presentation of bill to Parliament to incorporate the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, submitted when Mr. T.P. Subasinghe was the president. NSSL, incorporated by the Parliamentary Act No. 5 of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. The committed and able presidents, council members and the life members have generously contributed in numerous ways and shared wisdom and experience to bring the society to its present high standards. The society has raised its broad-based life membership to more than 600 nutrition, health and other professionals across the country. The NSSL welcomes new members into the society who in turn would develop their capacity and disseminate knowledge in a unified effort to uplift the health and nutritional well-being of Sri Lankans. The NSSL is widely recognized for its excellence in the field of nutrition and continues to strengthen its collaborations with multiple local and international bodies. The Society hosts many activities annually to maintain a continuous dialogue with the community, scientists, researchers, and health authorities. The annual scientific sessions, which falls in January each year, along with the AGM, is the key event in the annual calendar of the Society. It provides a platform for the dissemination of research findings and scientific information. Further, the Society has made the avenue to publish the scientific work and the research findings for both the local and international research community. The newsletter and journal published twice a year showcases quality research work in the fields of nutrition, food science, and technology. Committed towards promoting evidence-based nutrition decision-making. Committed towards eliminating myths and false beliefs about nutrition. The Nutrition Society will grow stronger day by day with a committed team of members. We are delighted to invite you to join us, the oldest nutrition-related professional body in the country and the region, for the promotion of health and nutrition in Sri Lanka.
Thank you, madam, for that comprehensive video of 50 long years, and that was put up in a very brief way. And I think that deserved a big round of applause. Next up, I'd like to invite Mr. Mudit Dharmapriya to introduce the Permanent Office Establishment Fund of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka.
Good morning, dear members and philanthropists, contributors and donors. It is my pleasure to address you all at this much needed event. As you all know, the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, as the apex body of nutrition in the country, has been operating since 1972, but without having a permanent office place. So the necessity for a permanent building has been the primary requirement for the society in order to streamline and manage activities very effectively. So our president, Professor Chandima, and the NSSL Council has taken an initiative to establish a permanent space to the society and develop a building fund for this purpose. NSSL has been actively raising funds and is in need for a permanent property, plot of land, or finances to establish a permanent location for our further future of society. Actually, we have opened a separate bank account for that, NSSL bank account at BOC Torrington, account number 88299565. Actually, NSSL had 3 fixed deposits because our previous presidents, they have opened time to time fixed deposits. And what we have done was we actually, as agreed at the last AGM, we collected all the fixed deposits worth of 150,000 initially and created a separate account for building fund, for which we have already contributed as a present council. Our council member, Ms. Eranga, managed to get the first donation or the sponsorship worth of 100,000 initially. Hence, it's my obligation to invite donors, philanthropists, contributors, and well-wishers for funds in cash or premises or plot of land in Colombo or Colombo suburbs to help us in this endeavor to make it a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I'd like to respectfully invite the Joint Secretary, Mrs. Sandamali Rajapaksha, to propose a vote of thanks.
Good morning. Good morning to you all. As a Joint Secretary of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, let me have the pleasure of extending my deep appreciation for the support and encouragement by each and every one of you. Conducting this time NSSL scientific session had been such a challenge amidst everlasting pandemic that hit all aspects of our lives. Let me start off with extending our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Francisco Banca, the Director, Department of Nutrition for Health and Development, World Health Organization, Geneva, who honored this function with inspirational thoughts. I would also like to thank the keynote speaker, Professor Narada Varnasurya from Department of Pediatrics, Faculty of Medicine, General Sir John Kotalara Defense University, who is also a life member and also past president of the society. Dear Sir, your valuable insights help us ignite the momentum and highlighted our role during this unprecedented time as a professional network. I sincerely thank Professor Renuka Silva, Professor of Nutrition, Department of Applied Nutrition, Vaimbu University of Sri Lanka, the orator Professor T.W. Vikramanayake Oration 2022. He is a past president and also active member of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. The main purpose of the scientific session was to present novel scientific findings and research outcomes and exchange views on the matters under consideration. The organization of such session is generally a result of close collaboration among several institutions and individuals. My sincere appreciation and gratitude goes to all symposium speakers, judges, abstract reviewers, award application evaluators, awardees, all presenters, and who contributed in numerous ways to make the scientific sessions happen wonderfully this time as well. My special thanks also go to Dr. Lal Ekhanayaka, the Director of Institutes of Sport Medicine, and the supportive staff members for providing us this wonderful venue and giving us all the technical and logistic support to make this event successful. Handling a hybrid event, although common these days, is such a challenge effort and an added workload for all who collaborate. Thank you so much for all your cooperation in all matters that affect in this kind of a virtual event. We as the Council of Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka sincerely acknowledge the generous provision of the sponsors. Without their support for this event, we have not been able to make it reality. Thank you so much for your collaboration, for identifying your social responsibility and partnering with us in this important event. I express my sincere thanks to the hosting team, virtual coverage and comparing team for making this function a successful one. It has been a real pleasure to work with this very fine and capable group of people. My sincere thanks to all delegates, including other distinguished guests and the participant members of the NSSL who are the real reason of this event. This is a unique opportunity to learn from world's best expert in nutrition and health. I assert this wouldn't be the time. Last but not least, I must mention the support provided by the council members of the NSSL, including the president. I must say their contribution had been invaluable for our efforts during this difficult time. Thank you, team. Without our collective effort, this achievement would be a nightmare. While begging you pardon for any omission or any inconvenience, I wish you all a happy, healthy, and prosperous new year in which we will be able to better march towards our mission. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Madam. As we've come to the end of the opening ceremony of the annual scientific sessions, now it's time to entertain and have a comfort break. Please return to the first symposium, which will be starting at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Now we are to start the first symposium for the day, which is on aging, chronic diseases, and nutrition. Let me cordially invite Symposium Chair Dr. Renuka Jayatissa, who was the past president of Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, Medical Research Institute, Ministry of Health, Sri Lanka, to the head of table. The speakers, Professor S.A.M. Kularatna, Professor Ranil Jayawardena, and Professor Shehan Williams will be joining us through the online virtual platform. Over to you, Madam Dr. Renuka Jayatissa, to proceed with the symposium.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Chandima Vikramratne, President of Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. And today, this first symposium is aging, chronic diseases, and nutrition. I think this is one of the key things we need these days about aging, and because all of us are aging, as well as that's one of the biggest population in the future in the country. So let me introduce our eminent three speakers. I think today we have the very eminent speakers in the country. First speaker is Professor S.M. Kularatna, and Professor Kularatna is the chair of medicine and senior professor in the Faculty of Medicine, Peradeniya. And he has over 170 publications, and he is a recipient of the CVCD Excellent Award in 2010. He has authored 3 books and wrote a chapter on venomous snakes, spiders, scorpions in prestigious Handbook of Clinical Neurology, in 2014, and contributed a monograph on dengue in BMJ best practices. Currently, he is a director of the Center for Research in Tropical Medicine, University of Peradeniya, and the chair of Snakebite Committee of SLMA. In 2020 and 21, he was included in the first 20% of world researchers ranking of Standard University. So with his curriculum CV, you know that he is one of the best person to talk about the first our topic, that is aging and non-communicable diseases. Over to you, Professor Kularatna.
President and the Council of Sri Lanka, Nutritional Society of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about this important topic, aging and non-communicable diseases. Being Nutritional Society and this golden jubilee year and the annual sessions, this topic is important and it has timely applicability. non-communicable diseases is called NCD. These are the diseases that are not transmitted from person to person. In the contrary, the communicable diseases, we call CD, they are infections like tuberculosis and typhoid, for example, they are transmissible. So this NCD become more important and apparent with aging. With this increasing aging and increasing life expectancy, prevalence of NCD is rising all over the globe and even in Sri Lanka. Onset of NCD begins at much young age, though it is visible during old age. Therefore, healthy lifestyle during young age is very important, and it is an investment for the old age. The youngsters, or during our young life, the people tend to think about old age is far away, and there are enough time to live. Therefore, youngsters ignore healthy lifestyles, and instead of that, have a fun and joy. We have to consider the world trends and challenges the youth face, because now the market-based economy is replacing more agricultural economy, and there are no time for youngsters to think about healthy lifestyle. This NCD and its changing lifestyle is more apparent in the developing world than the developed world. When we compare with communicable diseases were prevalent maybe about 100 years ago all over the globe. And that most of the diseases and the deaths happen due to communicable diseases. During that time, the scientists took a lot of effort to find treatment, for example, development of antibiotics for these communicable diseases, as well as development of immunization. For example, the first antibiotic to discover was penicillin. A lot of young people died due to communicable diseases during those times. Because of that, the children are the most susceptible people for death. But with this improved immunization and with the discovery of more and more antibiotic and treatment methods, the children started living long, and that contributed for expansion of the adults, and they were susceptible to more NCDs. So there's a great paradigm shift from CD to NCD in the world. If you take 1990s and compare by 2020, just over 20 years, NCD has risen exponentially. Now, annually, about 40 million people are dying due to NCD. But the communicable diseases are decreasing over the last 20 years, though the injuries were increasing. If you take the global population now more than 7 billion, most of the population is Asia, in Asia, compared to other regions. And this Asian population has increased over years. With that, actually, NCD has increased. Now we have to consider the global burden of NCD as cause of death. In this chart, you see different causes of death: cardiovascular diseases, cancer, chronic respiratory diseases, diabetes, and other NCDs. All are actually NCDs. So these NCDs are coming to almost 80%. But the rest, that means communicable diseases and the injuries, are less than 30%. So there is a current trend that NCD has replaced most of the causes of deaths. Again, if you look at the income level and the burden of NCD, high income, middle income, and low income, we appreciate in high income countries, overall, deaths are less in all aspects. But if you look at the lowermost, the infections are, non-communicable diseases are very much less. But in the other countries, middle income and low income countries, NCD's burden is very much higher, and the infection diseases, the communicable diseases are also there, but comparatively less than the NCD. In my topic, it is the NCD and aging. Now we have to think about the aging. What is aging? Aging is a natural process from the start of the life, from the conception. The aging starts. Initial phase of aging is visible as it is growth. Once somebody reaches peak of the growth, then it starts gradual decline in both structure as well as function of the body. And then start developing NCD. This picture shows trends of population aging all over the world. I mean, this is 1981, this is 2021. So in 1981, when that world has about 4 billion of people, population is a pyramid shape. There were more children. But now, the base is less than what was previously, and the shape has changed. More people in the middle part, but overall life expectancy has grown up. So this is the picture, even in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka also had a population pyramid in 1981, but now it is like it has a different shape. The middle part has expanded. Then we have to consider the risk factors of NCD. Risk factors of NCD. Now we know aging as well as what are the NCDs, and then to consider about the risk factors. So risk factors are the things that drive the NCD. Cardiovascular diseases, obesity, diabetes, cancer, respiratory diseases, they are the most prominent NCDs. And what are these risk factors? Most of the risk factors are acquired, as also could be genetics. So tobacco use, alcohol use, physical inactivity, unhealthy diet, they all are risk factors, they acquire. At the same time, the changes taking place in the environment and in the countries, unplanned urbanization, aging, sedentary life, junk food, that means the available unhealthy food. All these risk factors are contributing for NCD, and it's a huge challenge to prevent NCDs because these factors are sometimes unavoidable even. So these are again the common NCDs: hypertension, obesity, dyslipidemia, high blood sugar, or diabetes. They are taking most of the NCDs. So the management NCD, once somebody develops NCD, the population develops NCD, the health burden is quite big for the country, for the hospital, for the society. So what are the newer trends of management of NCD? One is the early diagnosis. So early diagnosis of NCD takes high cost and needs a lot of investigations. Then the newer treatment. most of the newer treatments are expensive medications as well as interventions more than the conventional treatment. So when the large number of NCDs are existing, the overall cost for the country is very high. Underneath this, there are less visible downside also. So high life expectancy we see with the increasing population and living longer. So with that, cost is high for most of the expensive medications as well as investigations. So this affects the country, and these people who are suffering with NCD are more dependent on the country and the health system, and they are not productive. They are physically and financially disabled. So other people, those healthy people, they have to carry the burden to look after this huge group of NCD population. Therefore, primary prevention of NCD is much more cost-effective for a country. So, a country like Sri Lanka, where we are developing. At the same time, we are having free health care. So, prevention is important of the NCD than actually expanding NCD management. But Sri Lanka has actually already launched a lot of educational activities and preventive activities about NCD. Ministry of Health has NCD unit. This NCD unit do a lot of activities. That means health education. Also, there are legislations about NCD control and screening programs. Also, treatment and rehabilitation of NCD are happening under this NCD unit. The hospitals are having special units for like rehabilitation units of strokes, cardiac rehabilitation units, renal rehabilitation units, like that. There are so many rehabilitation programs are going on. Aging will be productive if there's no NCD, and aging will be enjoyable without NCD. If aging happens with NCD, the life becomes more miserable and suffering. There are a few tips on healthy life with aging. What need is exercise in the brain. That means aging people should always should be productive and learning. That's a kind of exercise to the brain. Also, to take healthy food and to do exercise regularly. Also, to go for regular medical checkups and get medical advice. To avoid all kind of environmental exposures, the smokes, smoke, alcohol, and so on. Also, to do meditation, something like mindfulness practices, and to be happy. All these will help the aging people to prevent NCDs and even to live with NCD. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kularatna. I think it was a very good presentation about overview, what is how the aging process will happen, as well as what facilities are available in Sri Lanka, and as well as a very good tips, that is exercise in your brain. I think that is one of the things very wonderful to see. How do you exercise your brain? So with that, I would like to thank you again, Professor Kularatna, for participate in this session. And our second speaker is Professor Ranil Jayawardena. He's well known to all of us. And the Professor Ranil Jayawardena, he's a professor in nutrition from the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. He was promoted as a professor at the age of 40 and making him one of the youngest full professors in University of Colombo. He has enormous research publication, and his main academic, that is one of his main academic strength. He has over 100 peer-reviewed full articles in the international journals and about 5,000 citations at the relatively young age. So according to the Google Scholar ranking, he is one of the top 5 among all current academics in University of Colombo. Confirming to the UGC research performance scheme, Professor Javardhani is one of the youngest to reach the tier 4-star highest rank in the Sri Lankan university system. Most of his research are based on dietary habits and non-communicable diseases among Sri Lankan adults. So today his topic is also something related to his research activities, that is dietary habits and non-communicable diseases. So he's one of the best person to talk about this topic. Over to you, Professor Anil.
Thank you, Madam. And thank you, Madam, again. And it's very good to see you in the chat table, because you are my mentor in the nutrition field, and our probably formal relationship goes more than nearly like 2 decades. And when you are president of the Nutrition Society, I was just like a medical student. And I must thank our new president, Professor Chandima Wickramathilaka, as well as council members and organizing committee, for giving me this opportunity to discuss about my interest area in this special occasion, which is the 50th anniversary of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. And when I'm going back to topic, it's a dietary habits and non-communicable diseases. I think previous speaker gave a nice overview of the global context. And in my talk, I'll mainly share about the Sri Lankan context about the NCDs as well as our dietary patterns, because dietary patterns are unique in the all over the world. Even it's quite individualized, it's different to different populations, and possible solutions also, because there are some practitioners here, there are some researchers as well as policymakers. So we should understand our dietary patterns and our nutrition issues to give some solutions. And as we all know, NCD is the main killer in this country as well. And over 75% of deaths are due to the non-communicable diseases, and which led by the cardiovascular disease and other common diseases are cancers, chronic respiratory diseases, diabetes, and few others are chronic kidney disease, so on. So we also very similar to global pattern, like previous speaker shows, and NCD is a main health challenge currently, as well as this is something we can change also, because unlike genetic disorders, and there are many other disorders we can't change, but NCD, of course, there are several modifiable risk factors we can change, and which can help to reduce the premature mortality as well as to improve the quality of the patients. And we are proud to share a few studies done in the University of Colombo, led by the Professor Prasad Katulanda. We have a detail about the Sri Lankan dyslipidemia values, and which is quite scary. 77% of Sri Lankan adults are having what sort of dyslipidemia. When it comes to metabolic syndrome, 25% of Sri Lankan adults are having a metabolic syndrome. The hypertension is very similar, is close to 25%. And diabetes and pre-diabetes also 20%. Although this data is older, but still, these are like a national level data and shows very high prevalence of NCDs in this country. In addition to these metabolic problems, obesity also another main NCD. Probably it is a mother of the most of these NCDs, because excess weight gain and adiposity is a risk factor for the diabetes, hypertension, metabolic syndrome, dyslipidemia, even cancers and other diseases. And recently we have seen very high growth of the obesity. Actually, if you take the last 2 decades, the prevalence of obesity has increased 3 times in Sri Lanka, which is higher than even some developed countries. And now level has reached to real epidemic level, which is like a 40 to 50%. Here we use a BMF 25 cutoff. In addition to prevalence of obesity, unfortunately, Sri Lankan, like other South Asians, we have a high adiposity also. In other term, the given BMI, we have a higher fat percentage. For example, at the BMI 23, our females have a 36 point of body fat, which is considered as a obesity cutoff. And for male also at the BMI 23, we have 25% of fat percentage. These are cross-sectional studies and body composition studies. This doesn't show the future risk for the diseases, but still, it's quite apparent. Sri Lankans have a high body fat percentage compared to other ethnic groups in the lower BMI. And this might be one of the reasons for having obesity-associated metabolic problems, like I mentioned earlier, diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia. Although we are not huge, our obesity prevalence is not very high compared to the BMI 30 cutoff. So diet and non-communicable diseases are quite related now. But diet is very, I mentioned like early, it's not fixed for any person, not fixed for any population, and it's changing also. And here shows the global picture, data coming from the Global Burden of Disease Study, which covered almost all countries and listed out the main dietary risk factors. Diet in high sodium or sodium chloride or table salt is one of the main contributing factor for the deaths in the cardiovascular disease and neoplasms and so on. And we don't have a published data in Sri Lanka, but with the personal communication with the Dr. Renuka Judge and her team, I heard Sri Lankan consume 11 grams of sodium chloride, which is more than 2 times higher than the daily recommendations. And other risk factors are diet low in whole grains. That's very common in Sri Lanka because we consume white rice and polished rice, and it's very low in the dietary fiber also. Another unique pattern in Sri Lanka, we consume less fruits and vegetables, and nut and seed intake is extremely low in Sri Lanka. Although we have a sea around the country, but our fish intake is not very high. So you can see most of these global risk factors are actually Sri Lankan risk factor cells. Interestingly, what we generally worrying about sugar sweetened beverages like a fizzy drinks, sugar fizzy drinks, and red meat and processed meat are not even in global level is a main risk factors. It doesn't mean these are healthy food, but still the impact for the global level is very low, probably same in Sri Lanka also, because our red meat consumption and fizzy drink consumption is quite low compared to the high sodium intake and low fruits and vegetable kind of risk factors. Since we learned about global picture from the previous presenter, and my presentation mainly based on the Sri Lankan dietary habits, and our dietary habits are very unique. If you go to other countries, none of you get this kind of food like a string hoppers, pittu, or even our fish bun. Those are quite unique for Sri Lanka. And our disease burden also related to this. I'll share couple of our studies, and these are national representative data, but still it's very small data. But I know there are new data is coming for the MRI, and when we get that data, actually we can compare with our dietary trends also. At the moment, until it's published, I will share this data, which is almost a decade old, and another study about food consumption pattern also in Sri Lanka. So most of my presentation based on these publications. What we found in Sri Lanka, starch consumption or cereal or high carbohydrate intake is very high. Although national and international recommendation is 6 to 11, we consume more than recommendation. And typical Sri Lanka meal, and it's like this. We consume around 400 grams of rice per the meal, and with very little vegetable and protein, so on. And most of time, this is a white rice also. And large study shows this white rice intake is related with the incidence of diabetes also. And this study head by the V. Mohan, India, And actually, he shows that for the South Asian is more significant. And South Asians who consume white rice in the larger portions have a higher risk for diabetes, which is nearly 1.6. So 60% diabetes is increased with the large portions of white rice. And this 450 gram of rice per day is very normal for average Sri Lankan adult. Some Sri Lankan adults consume all 3 meals as a rice. So this is not very large portion for Sri Lankans. So one of the risk factors in Sri Lanka also could be this white rice, which is related for the diabetes incidence. Interestingly, we didn't see high protein intake compared to European countries or sometimes Middle East countries. The protein intake is very high. And general, we encourage our people to eat 10 to 15% protein, and Sri Lankan consume actually lower end. And protein intake as a calorie is around 10%. So it's not very high. And similarly, fat intake also very high. Keep in mind, this is mainly coconut milk and coconut oil. However, total fat intake as calorie is only 18%. And most of guidelines encourage us to have 25% of calorie. So fat probably not a serious issue compared to other countries, especially in European countries. What are the biggest issue? And which is coming from the other study, and Sri Lankans consume very little amount of vegetables as well as fruit also. And South Asian or Sri Lankan international guidelines always encourage fruits and vegetables. And low fruits and vegetables is a well-known risk factor for the NCDs and other cardiovascular diseases, so on, even it reduces cancers. But unfortunately, we consume very low amount of fruits and vegetables. Although we eat rice, most of our dishes do not contain real vegetable, which is a green leaf vegetable or colored vegetable. Why? Some dishes are in Sri Lanka not real vegetable, like a potato curries, and all these yams and root, and jackfruit seed and breadfruit. These are mainly starchy food. It contains significant amount of carbohydrate compared to vegetables. In addition, all these lentil varieties and pulse varieties we eat with this rice and other starchy dishes is not a vegetable. So we can see some of our dishes are not real vegetables, so that invariably increase the carbohydrate intake as well as reduce the vegetable intake in our culture. So what are the main nutrition challenges in Sri Lanka and solutions? Challenges, we have a high starch diet and mainly based on the rice. So rice may not be very healthy for inactive people anymore. And low protein containing food. Protein is very important for the maintain the muscle mass, and which is important for the improve the metabolic rate, as well as it increases satiety. So it cut down the food intake, as well as low vegetable intake, which will have a numerous health benefit for the all NCDs, from cardiovascular disease to cancers. So what are the solutions? Reduce the carbohydrate intake or starchy food, increase the protein intake, and increase the vegetable intake. So when I get an NCD topic, I always share this plate concept, which we develop in Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. And here we encourage half of your plate should be vegetables, only quarter should be carbohydrate, and quarter should be protein. This message has infiltrated many parts of the country now, so I'm pleased to see many patients, even some GPs, encouraging this concept. And this is a only evidence-based method in Sri Lanka for the change in the behavior. And it clearly shows this plate concept reduce the excess body weight, as well as if you are not overweight, and it will help you to maintain body weight also because of the high protein intake and relatively less calories, but having high vegetables also. So this practice, you can continue for yourself as well as your patients. Actually, this is not only Sri Lankan data. We recently conducted systematic meta-analysis. We found this plate concept is done in the other countries and shows it reduces the body weight and BMI in various circumstances. There are some metabolic improvements also. So how you can practice this? Very simple take-home message. When we eat rice plate like this, it's very tasty with some bowl and dal curry and badung. So we really enjoy that. And half of our plate should be vegetables with a malloom and curry vegetable, and there should be very little bit of protein, quarter amount of protein, and very little bit of rice. And another take-home message: when we are having this vegetable, we should not add a lot of coconut and coconut oil. And I'll show why is that important. As well as protein intake should be quite high also. However, there are limitations always. Most of our other starchy foods, like a toast or roti or hoppers, string hoppers, bread, and this milk rice cannot be used in this plate concept. So here, there's a solution. This study is actually coming from the UK, from the well-known Sri Lankan nutritionist based on the Oxford in those days, and Professor Jaya Henry, and he compared baked potato and pasta alone and with some toppings or fillings. For example, here he checked the glycemic level of the baked potato alone as with the cheese, and he found when there's a topping, when there's a filling, the overall glycemic index reduces. So that's a good practical opportunity for Sri Lanka also, because we eat a starchy food, but when we add something, it reduces the glycemic index, and then it might have a beneficial effect for our overall blood glycemia as well as probably filling. And there's another study came from the same group, quite recent one. It also shows when there's a mixed dish, this is a last one, it's an open circle with a white rice with the oil, chicken breast and vegetable, which has a least glycemic load compared to white rice, which is this diamond shape. So in Sri Lanka also, when we are adding up not only rice, other starchy food, including some vegetables and protein, might reduce the glycemic response. And another recent study came from the Professor Jaya Henry's group and shows a very interesting finding. Actually, it's not only the food type, it also the food variety. Food pattern. So when someone eating starchy food, it surely increases blood glucose level. But when you're adding vegetables and protein prior to the starchy food, here they use the vegetable and meat item before the rice, they shows the glycemic response reduce. So in Sri Lanka, when we are eating other starchy food, probably we can add vegetable and protein to reduce the glycemic impact, and which is beneficial for the long-term metabolic improvement, such as cut down the risk for the diabetes as well as fatty liver. There are many other benefits also. So what is another take-home message? When we eat very starchy food, surely we have to add vegetable and some protein to top up with that to reduce the total glycemic response. This is like an individual level, but we have done the studies, very recent publication. We did a multinational cluster control clinical trial with the South Asia in Sri Lanka and India, Pakistan, and the South Asia living in the UK. We used this lifestyle intervention, which is mainly nutrition and some other lifestyle advices also with exercise and behavior change. And what we found, even community level, these nutrition interventions are very helpful to reduce the body weight and waist circumference and metabolic parameters such as blood pressure. I move for the last part of my presentation, which is a coconut oil. And most of our fat coming from the coconut oil at the moment. And recently there were a couple of systematic meta-analysis coming for the good prestigious journal, and one is a obesity nutrition reviews. Other one is Circulation. That's the best journal in the field of cardiovascular disease or cardiology. And recently we done another larger systematic review. This is bigger than the previous two. However, our study shows coconut increase total cholesterol and coconut increase LDL cholesterol, which is a bad cholesterol. It increases some amount of HDL cholesterol also, but the impact is very little. It's only 2.6 milligram per deciliter. It's not large impact. And there's no much effect for the triglyceride, but it's a positive side. It also increases triglyceride level. And because of this evidence, we recently conduct and we completed this sequential feeding trial on coconut oil versus palm oil. Why we use a palm oil here? Because that's the second commonest oil in this country. And since this is a sequential feeding trial, it's the same group having the both with a washout period. So there's no genetic impact for the both group. And we control their dietary habits also during this period. And some unpublished data I want to share with all of you, because it's quite scaring. This is the best place to share this kind of evidence also. And actually coconut oil are quite harmful and it increases the total cholesterol level, whereas palm oil reduces that. And when you come to triglyceride also, palm oil which reduces the triglyceride level and coconut oil will increase. All these results are significant. So with that, we can summarize two main findings for the coconut. It also acts as another saturated fat, so consumption should be reduced. And one of take-home message, probably you can replace your coconut oil for the healthy oil, like a sunflower, soy oil. There are healthy oil, because anyway we get a coconut from our other food item, like most of food we add coconut milk. In summary, diet is one of the main modifiable risk factor for the controlling NCDs. Of course, there are a few others, like previous speaker mentioned, like smoking, alcohol, physical inactivity. And Sri Lanka, we have an epidemic of the NCDs. And most of this NCD might be associated with unhealthy dietary patterns. Probably this plate concept is helpful for the weight reduction as well as control NCD in Sri Lankan context. And coconut oil has adverse effect for our plasma lipids. And thank you very much for your attention, and probably we'll take questions at the end of the session.
Thank you, Professor Anil. It was very interesting. I hope you will stay with us till end of this panel. Question and answers will be posted in the session, and then I hope that you will get some questions from the audience. I think this is an announcement for the audience. If you have any questions, and please post it in the Q&A box, then we can direct it to our speakers. Once again, I would like to thank Professor Anil, but please stay with us.
Thank you, and I will.
Our third speaker is going to talk about something very interesting one. That is bidirectional link between metabolic syndrome and mental health, because we always forget our mental health. And I would like to introduce Dr. Shehan Williams. He's one of the eminent psychiatrists in the country. He's a professor in psychiatry and working in the Department of Psychiatry, Faculty of Medicine, University of California. And he's an honorary consultant psychiatrist at North Colombo Teaching Hospital. He is also the immediate past president of the Sri Lanka College of Psychiatrists and president of the Lanka Alzheimer's Foundation. He had his overseas training in Oxford, UK, and has numerous research collaborations with international universities in Canada, Australia, and India. He has more than 60 publications in peer-reviewed journals and won presidential research awards. He's an undergraduate and postgraduate lecturer, trainer, and examiner in psychiatry, family medicine, and geriatrics. I think he's one of the very eminent psychiatrists in the country. Over to you, Professor Shehan Williams.
Good morning, everybody. I want to first thank the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka for giving me this opportunity to deliver this lecture. I am honored by the invitation and want to congratulate the Nutrition Society on their 50th anniversary. And I believe that this conference will be a great success by looking at the program and the scientific fair that has been put together for the 2 days before us. I will today be speaking to you on a very important issue which is often under-recognized, and that is the link between metabolic syndrome and mental health. Now, this is a link that is bidirectional, as we know. Metabolic syndrome contributes to poor mental health and vice versa. Let me start by first elucidating briefly on what metabolic syndrome is. Metabolic syndrome is a group, as we know, 5 risk factors that lead to adverse consequences such as heart disease, diabetes, stroke, and other health problems. It is perhaps the single most important challenge for humankind in terms of the amount of disease burden it causes as we age. It is diagnosed in the presence of 3 or more of the conditions that are listed: a high blood glucose, low levels of HDL or good cholesterol in the blood, high levels of triglycerides, large waist circumference or apple-shaped body, and high blood pressure. It affects quite a few people in all parts of the world. Initially, a disease of developed countries, now we realize is very much a reality in the Asian world as well, where we are genetically more predisposed perhaps to metabolic syndrome, and increasing numbers of persons for our Asian region are succumbing to this problem. Now, metabolic syndrome, due to its many complications, which include diabetes, stroke, and so on, obviously lead to chronic disability and thereby induce depression, stress, anxiety, and worries, leading to certain psychologically disturbed states. But what is important is that this relationship also works in the reverse. Mental disorders themselves per se lead to metabolic syndrome due to a variety of reasons, which I will explore in this short lecture. Let's take, for instance, depressive disorder. Depressive disorder is a common disorder that affects at least 10 to 15% of people during their lifetime. So 1 in 8 people will be affected by depression. It is considered by WHO as a leading cause of years lost to disability. And by itself, it is an independent risk factor for cardiovascular mortality. Now, what is under-recognized is that up to 30% of people with diabetes, for instance, which is a consequence of metabolic syndrome, have depression. So this risk is threefold or 3 times the risk in the normal populations. So at least 1 in 3 persons get affected by depression when they have diabetes. And how often do we recognize this? And this association is particularly in people who have elevated HbA1c levels, who have episodes of hypoglycemia and glucose variability, people with diabetic-related complications, and those who disengage from treatment or not following treatment guidelines. So this group of people need particular attention when it comes to the treatment of diabetes and need to be considered as people at risk for depressive disorder. Now, depression by itself, when combined with diabetes, results in higher morbidity and mortality. Obviously, people who are depressed may not adhere to the treatment properly, will have poor diabetic control, will sometimes eat without taking into consideration the risks involved, may even feel like overeating, may have sugar cravings, and they will not adhere to lifestyle and dietary advice. They end up with a poor quality of life, leading to more chronicity and disability, and eventually an early death. Now, stress or depressive symptoms, as we know, have certain effects on the body. And these, no doubt, contribute significantly to the metabolic syndrome that is associated with stress and depression. Chronic stress or anxiety, for instance, activates the hypothalamo-pituitary-adrenal axis, which we know as the HPA axis. This results in increased levels of circulating cortisol and noradrenaline. And when cortisol is increased in the body, there is an inflammatory reaction which results in the increased output of cytokines, which act on pancreatic beta cells and damage them, eventually resulting in insulin resistance. So stress directly contributes to the earlier onset of diabetes in vulnerable people. Now, metabolic syndrome is not just associated with common conditions like depression, but it's also associated with more severe conditions like schizophrenia. And there are increasing studies that bring about an association between certain genes that are shared between schizophrenia and diabetes. And newer studies clearly show that there is a higher risk of type 2 diabetes independent of medications that are given for schizophrenia in people with schizophrenia. This genetic factor is further reinforced because there is increased odds of parental and first-degree relative impaired glucose tolerance in patients with schizophrenia. Now, this is perhaps the model that is suggested, which includes polygenic and oligogenic factors. And here, which I borrowed a diagram from a certain paper, which looks at certain changes that happen in genetics or in genes that result in the overall associated traits that we see that contributes to schizophrenia, major depressive disorder, and the metabolic or psychologically associated traits. So, going on to more common factors like anxiety and so on, again, meta-analysis of studies shows significant association between metabolic syndrome, and therefore people with metabolic syndrome should be helped with dealing with anxiety. And this is an important issue that you may have to address when you're addressing the issue of helping a person with metabolic syndrome adhere to a dietary measure. They need to also handle their anxiety, because anxiety and stress will worsen metabolic syndrome, and therefore people should be encouraged to exercise, but not just confine themselves to exercise, but do other things that help them relax and relieve their anxiety. For instance, meditation, yoga, even maybe Zumba, other arts and crafts, reading, writing, taking leisure time, and doing gardening, and all these factors will go hand in hand with any nutritional advice or exercise advice that will be given to a person to help them lead a reasonably relaxed lifestyle with minimal anxiety and its consequences. Now, the most important factor perhaps that we can do something about are medications which are given for people with mental disorders, which contribute to metabolic syndrome. All antipsychotics, for instance, are associated with weight gain, some more and some less, but the particular ones seriously implicated are atypicals, and they are clozapine and olanzapine, which contribute to a great degree of metabolic syndrome in persons with who are on antipsychotic treatment. The mechanisms for this are many, and this sort of diagram shows the effect of antipsychotics and particularly atypicals on the various systems, starting from the skeletal muscle, where they contribute to decrease glucose uptake and insulin resistance. In the liver, they directly increase the glucose production and contribute to insulin resistance, cause AMPK inhibition, lipids accumulation, and SREBP's elements increase. They also act directly on the hypothalamus through various receptors, and particularly the H1 receptor, increasing the appetite and causing other alterations, with also activation of the sympathetic system, including tachycardia, which is often noticed, particularly in patients on clozapine. They have a direct effect on the pancreatic cells and cause an effect on insulin release, and are detrimental or harmful for beta cells, thereby contributing to diabetes. In the adipose tissue again, there is accumulation of lipids and insulin resistance with the increase of free fatty acid circulation and also inflammation, which all contribute to eventually the onset of metabolic syndrome in patients who are taking atypical antipsychotics. Now, most antidepressants are generally weight neutral, particularly the newer ones, SSRIs and SNRIs, but we need to realize that in the long term, even they can cause certain weight changes, and particularly weight gain. But a particular drugs of concern that cause weight gain and eventual metabolic syndrome are mirtazapine and tricyclic antidepressants, which were the older antidepressants like imipramine, amitriptyline, and so on, which particularly contribute to weight gain. So the new antidepressant mirtazapine, as well as the older antidepressants like tricyclics, are particularly culprit when it comes to weight gain. However, we have to monitor the weight even when they are on SSRIs and SNRIs, which are often weight neutral in the short term. So what I want to emphasize today is that we cannot ignore the link between metabolic syndrome and mental disorders. Everyone who is suspected of having metabolic syndrome also has to be screened or considered to have a risk for mental disorders, including stress, anxiety, depression, and all those with mental disorders from anxiety to schizophrenia have to always be monitored for metabolic syndrome. All doctors and clinicians involved in managing people with mental disorders have to make a concerted effort to prevent the onset of metabolic syndrome in these individuals. So I hope that as clinicians working in the field of nutrition, of better health, of preventing communicable, uncommunicable diseases, and particularly the global challenge of diabetes and metabolic syndrome, we always consider the bidirectional link and the link association and comorbidity between metabolic syndrome and mental disorders and address both if we are to achieve optimal results in our patients and clients. So thank you again for asking me to deliver this lecture, and I wish the organizers all success in the academic sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor William. It was very interesting to listen to presentation because it shows that the link between this mental health and there's most of the mental health conditions have some sort of link with even the drug level or even at the disease level. So this is something that we have to look at in the future to how to link with the psychiatrist also to control these NCDs. Now the forum is open for question and answers. Professor William, I hope that you will be with us for question and answer series. Is there any questions in the Q&A box? So till such time that they are trying to get the questions, I would like to ask one question from the Professor Anil. You clearly mentioned that nut consumption is low in Sri Lanka. So do you consider coconut as a nut? So if so, how are we going to kind of include coconut as nut or any other nut which should be, I think, available in the country to increase the nut consumption? What is your opinion, Professor Rani?
Thank you, Madam, for that question. Actually, coconut also another nut, but most of nuts are discussed in the literature are coming from the Europe, and the fat composition of the nut is very different to coconut. Coconut nut is mainly saturated fat and relatively less other fat like a poof and moofa and actually quite low, and less fiber also, but and less protein also compared to the other recommended nuts like almonds or cashew, and those kind of nuts contain high amount of fat, but same time it has high amount of protein and high amount of fiber, so which is not very close to composition wise to coconut. Coconut actually go for the not a nut group, it's go for the like a oil group when it comes to food compositions, food groups. So probably we can't encourage coconut very much as a nut source, but there are cheap nuts in Sri Lanka, like probably peanuts and probably our cashew nut. We can encourage as a snacks in between, and those who can afford, they can go for the expensive nuts like almonds and other. There are a few local almonds like a kottamba kind of thing, but we don't have a large number of that kind of nut commercialable, as well as it's not very easy to extract that nut from the seed also. So those are practical limitations.
Thank you, Professor Anil. And there's a question to Professor William. The question is from the Dr. Ananda Chandrasekhara. He wants to know the impact of psychological distress on prevention and management. NCDs were very well described by you, but he wants to know whether current therapeutic system is, whether is there a current therapeutic system, is it paying enough attention on this and to introduce it into the management plan? Is there any way of introducing this concept into the management planning? Professor William, it is over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a very pertinent question. So as I mentioned, including psychological issues in the assessment of NCDs is also important aspect that needs to be integrated into any NCD activity. So I think, as you have mentioned, perhaps there is not enough national programming in this aspect, but I think the way forward is going ahead with the primary care model that is now being piloted, because I am a strong believer that that is a good starting point where both NCDs as well as psychological issues are dealt with together, and the person and the patient is treated in a holistic manner, addressing all the aspects. So every primary care physician, and starting from medical schools, from the undergraduate curriculum, I think there is now more focus on psychological aspects, and I think that is the way forward. And I know all medical schools are having, psychiatry as a final year subject, and that is why it's very important that there is more integration and understanding how mental illnesses contribute to NCDs and are comorbid with NCDs and result in more new onset NCDs such as diabetes and obesity and so on, and how these have to be managed together. So they are in the whole psychological and psychiatric aspects cannot be ignored in overall NCD programming. So hopefully we will have more of this in the future. And I think it starts with us being more aware of the connection.
Yeah, thank you, Professor William, but you have to stay there. There are some few questions for you. And the next question is to Professor Anil. What is the recommended locally available healthy oil? Over to you, Professor Anil.
That's a relatively difficult question to answer, because probably we have to follow the WHO guidelines at the moment, and which encourage to have a less than 10% of calories from the saturated fat. In Sri Lanka, although fat consumption is less, but mostly coming from the coconut and coconut sources, so it's a saturated fat. So I believe we had to cut down the coconut, probably cutting down oil, and replace that oil bottle from some other oil. Ideally, it should be contained moof and poofa. So according to your taste and the financial states, you can choose there are corn, sunflower, canola, there are soya, there are many oils. But according to our study shows, actually palm oil also not that bad, because which also contains significant amount of moofa, which is quite lacking in the Sri Lankan oil varieties, and it contains good essential fat also. So what I encourage, cutting down coconut oil and change the oil bottle, ideally from the soya or sunflower or something. If it is not possible, at least from the palm oil.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Anil. I would like to add one thing to that question. Actually, that when we look at the Sri Lankan context, very difficult to recommend any other oil, but currently we are thinking about the rice bran oil. So I think that's another oil we should really explore in Sri Lankan setting, because most of the other oils are imported, and I know palm oil we are talking about, but currently the country policy is not such a way, because we have to anyhow obey the country policies also at the same time. So the another oil, actually we are thinking about the rice bran oil. So that's another kind of exploring activity in Sri Lanka. Thank you. So the Professor Professor Williams, there are a lot of questions to you because I think everybody must be very concerned about their mental health. So that is very interesting to note. The one of the question is, do medication used for mental imbalance, which will it increase the appetite? So that's the first question. Second one is they want to know the link between physical and the mental health, as well as whether any mindful eating, whether will it be a solution for NCDs? And the third one is, do psychiatric drugs increase basal metabolism? So you have three questions, Professor William.
Thank you. Yes, so as I mentioned in the lecture, some drugs, not all the drugs, some drugs do contribute to obesity or weight gain and thereby result in metabolic syndrome. But this is not the case for all the drugs. So what is important is that you and the clinician or the person taking it have to be aware of this issue and discuss it with the clinician who is prescribing the medicine. And I think all doctors would make an effort to minimize the effects of taking antipsychotics, particularly which cause weight gain. But in terms of antidepressants and so on, there are many medicines which do not cause weight gain. So it is not sort of universal that everybody will get weight gain. So number two, yes, so there is a close link between obesity, metabolic syndrome, and many mental conditions, which is why I spoke about it in the lecture, and I think that addressed it. And the third issue is mindful eating. Yeah, it's a good thing, but I think that we don't have enough evidence to say whether mindful eating would lead to less obesity, but I think certainly it could be one of those factors that can help us. But what is important is that we are more mindful of what we are eating, the quality of the food we take and the quantity as well. I think in both these areas, I think Dr. Ranil, Professor Ranil, and all the others will, and Dr. Renuka as well, will agree that in Sri Lanka, quality of food that we eat is going down, which is why we have most NCDs, and also the quantity. Even if you see in school children and so on, the average child is now much more obese. And I think the COVID situation has contributed more to it. Lack of physical exercise and lack of physical activity, as well as most of us have become very sedentary, seated in front of computers and eating in very unhealthy ways, ordering from various places by Uber and various things which involve a lot of fatty and other unhealthy stuff.
Thank you, Professor William. I think we have to now end this session. There was another question about the palm oil, but I think Professor Anil explained very well what is the difference between coconut oil and the palm oil. So with that, I would like to thank all three speakers. I think it was very nice overview as well as inspiring kind of inputs. It's we kind of, I mean, you are really welcome to give inputs even in the future for the Nutrition Society to uplift the nutritional status of the population in many ways. And finally, I would like to thank Professor Chandima and the President as well as Council members for inviting for me as a chairperson and for this kind of very good interactive session. Thank you, everybody, and this is the end of the session.
Thank you very much for that thought-provoking symposium. Next, I would like to cordially invite Professor Terence Madhujit to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Renuka Jayatissa. Now, it is the time to start the second symposium on communicable diseases, health, and nutrition. I respectfully invite the session chair, Dr. Scienti Gunawardena, one of the past presidents of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, consultant community physician, Ministry of Health, Sri Lanka, to the head table. And also the speakers, Professor Samath Dharmaratne, Mrs. Priyanwada Amarasekara, and Dr. Senaka Pilapitiya will be joining online. It's over to you, Madam, to proceed with the symposium.
Good morning to all of you. I must thank Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka for inviting me to chair this session. And we know that communicable diseases are very important, especially we are talking a lot about communicable diseases these days because of the corona epidemic. And the role of health and also the nutrition with regard to occurrence of communicable diseases, we must think about a lot. So because of that, I think Nutrition Society has included this symposium, and I hope you will get a lot of new knowledge, new approaches to safeguard your health through novel nutritional approaches. So with that, actually, I like to invite first speaker, Professor Samath Dharmaratne. He's the director of Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, University of Peradeniya, and the chairperson, chair professor of community medicine, Department of Community Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, Peradeniya. He will conduct the plenary lecture. He will talk to you about the novel epidemiological approaches in the management of communicable disease. Mr. Samath Dharmaratne, this over to you.
And thank you very much, Dr. Scienti Gunawardena. And allow me to join without physically showing myself or my face because of connection issues. And good morning to all the people joining live as well as through Zoom. So let me thank the President and the Council of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka for inviting me to conduct this lecture. So I titled it Use of Artificial Intelligence in the Prevention of and Control of Communicable Diseases. And as very correctly Dr. Scienti mentioned, it's very difficult to talk about communicable disease without talking about COVID. So this lecture will talk about COVID also. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence uses computer systems to perform tasks normally requiring human intelligence, such as visual perception, speech recognition, decision making, and translation between languages. And artificial intelligence models can help predict the location, timing, the size of a disease outbreak, and help policymakers to allocate resources, take action, and make preventive and management decisions effectively in the management of the incident and COVID-19. So today you can't talk about communicable diseases without talking about COVID-19. The next few slides will very briefly touch on this disease. So as all of you know, ladies and gentlemen, the novel coronavirus named Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, coronavirus 2 or SARS-CoV-2 was first recognized in an outbreak in Wuhan, China in December 2019 and has since then swept the world into unprecedented turmoil. So all of us know the issues we are having, the problems we are having, and what we are facing as a country, as individuals, and as the world. The World Health Organization, the WHO, was compelled to declare the coronavirus disease 2019, also called as COVID-19, a pandemic on March 11, 2020, when the total number of deceased amounted to more than 118,000 people with a spread in over 110 countries. And this COVID-19 pushed human civilization to a standstill. And created lockdowns and pushed people to stay at home, making roads deserted. These are two pictures I found or I got during this period on Sri Lanka, and both these places, people who live in Colombo knows, and it will be very difficult to see these kind of pictures of these places because these both young places will be really heavily filled with vehicles and congested. And give me a small, okay. And for COVID-19 tested globally everyone. The human response to COVID-19 as communities, localities, countries, regions, and the entire world showed our unpreparedness to a global crisis of this nature. And during COVID-19, what did we do? We social distanced, faced lockdowns, started wearing masks. Now you can't see anyone, only their eyes. And we have been washing hands so much. It's surprising that the hands are still there with the skin. And again, this is a lockdown which made animals come out of locking down while we had to go into houses and stay locked down. And this is what we have been doing to animals till we had to lock down ourselves. And then we started wearing masks. So this is what the dogs who we made them wear masks must be thinking, why are all humans wearing masks today? And then again, it also makes us stay at home, making roads very deserted. And what happened in Sri Lanka, again, this you know, you might remember or you might not, but the first patient was reported on January 27, 2020, a Chinese tourist. Then the first case on March 11th, which prompted the government to initiate rigorous measures for the prevention and control of the disease. And then on the government suspended all arriving international flights and ships, closed the whole island down, and imposed the nationwide curfew on March 20, 2020. This went for about 2 months, if you can remember. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you might be slightly getting worried and surprised to hear this. So remember, as at the beginning I told you, this is not a COVID lecture. This is a discussion or a description or an eye-opener to the use of artificial intelligence to combat communicable disease, or how it can be used and whether it can be used, and its importance for the prevention of communicable diseases. Again, why artificial intelligence and communicable diseases in NSSL sessions? You know, nutrition is ever linked, strongly linked, correlated to communicable disease epidemiology, control of communicable diseases, prevention of communicable diseases, and COVID-19, when we faced it suddenly, unprepared, we shocked everyone and opened the eyes of the whole world, including policymakers, experts, specialists, scientists, to what can happen to humans and planetary health. Let me just tell something about this concept. Planetary health is a nascent concept focused on the interdependence of human health, animal health, and health of the environment, defined as the health of human civilization and the state of the natural systems on which it depends. Planetary health calls urgent attention to the extensive degradation of our planet for human advancement. The concept focuses on reversing this trend by better balancing human needs with the preservation of the earth to sustain the health and well-being of future generations. And to accomplish this, or to accomplish planetary health, or to make planet Earth where we live healthy, will require a multidisciplinary, cross-sector and trans-border approach to change mindsets and behaviors at every level, from global to local. Why planetary health? Planetary health is threatened by a lot of things, by humans. We live there, we are making the planet unhealthy. Definitely it will affect us. So some examples: exploitation of biological resources. If you know, or if most of you will know this, ladies and gentlemen, the Earth Overshoot Day fell on July 29, 2021, which means resources that were there for 1 year, we finished almost in a half a year. And all of you know how much of plastic waste we generate as humans, and these takes hundreds of years to degrade. Air pollution, a major cardiovascular risk factor, is polluting our environment. And again, you know, 86% of carbon dioxide emissions are from richer countries, although they only have half of the global population living in them. And then global warming and consequences of climate change and pandemics, you know, I know, everyone know, will affect developing countries like us more. And then, ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 came. It is a global catastrophe which affects food security in addition to a lot of other areas. So, importance of COVID-19, importance of prevention and managing COVID-19, as well as future epidemics, which definitely will come, is important to the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. And more pandemics are not far away. Why? The planet is sick. We have made planet Earth sick, and a sick planet will produce more and more pandemics. Are we prepared? From the way we managed, faced, acted towards COVID-19, produced severe doubts amongst a lot of people on the preparedness of us, the experts and the agencies towards this kind of a global issue and what will happen in future pandemics. So as you know, during the last decade, there has been 4 similar kind of communicable diseases. The COVID only became a pandemic. There was another pandemic, I think, about few years back. So this has been happening. The next one might come before or earlier than we expect. So how can we prepare? How can we prevent and control similar incidents or mitigate them? And what have we learned from managing, facing, experiencing this huge pandemic, COVID-19? So a lot of people have been telling the previous one came in about 100 in 1900s, early 1900s. So only our grandfathers, grandparents knew about this and what new methods, measures, and techniques can be used. So this is the important thing. And still, you know, there is no consensus. Still, the experts are debating, discussing, and arguing on the best measures for the control of COVID-19. Although this is a global issue, various countries, various regions, localities are doing things differently. So there is no global consensus, which is scary. And in this scenario or in this background, I wanted to introduce you at least to the name of AI, and it is interlinked with machine learning also. So introduce the possibility of the use of artificial intelligence in the prevention and control of COVID-19 and in communicable disease outbreaks, which will come definitely in the future. When you look at the literature, look around, artificial intelligence and health has not been combined to great extent. So experts, computer gurus, and engineers work in AI, and health people work in health in their compartments. Very rarely do they have come together. And if you again search for publications, they are also scarce. So I thought to tell about this. Again, this is not an AI lecture. So during this limited time, I cannot talk about artificial intelligence apart from giving a brief introduction and telling this August audience, because I will not get another chance to talk to a learned group of people like you, just to tell you, sensitize you about artificial intelligence and that it can be used in the prevention, mitigation, and control of any communicable disease. In COVID epidemic, pandemic also, artificial intelligence is being used at the moment. And traditional epidemiological measures, you know, like counts, ratios, proportions, rates, lifetime measures, have shown their limitations in the management of COVID-19 pandemic. So actually, a lot of people, epidemiologists as well as scientists as well as policymakers have been looking around trying to find other methods, measures, techniques to complement or address the limitations that are inherent, that is there in epidemiological measures to address COVID-19 as well as anything that might come in the future. And again, as everyone knows, AI or artificial intelligence can complement traditional epidemiological measures. So this is not putting away epidemiological measures and introducing AI, but this is using AI to complement what epidemiological measures are doing or can do. And the future looks not that nice. COVID-19 may not be the last pandemic that will hit planet Earth and try to disease and kill us. And all of us know being prepared can save lives. So our unpreparedness as a global community cause a lot of issues when facing COVID-19. And collaborations between health and non-health sectors are very, very important in this aspect because there are a lot of techniques, methods, measures new developments which non-health sector develops, but they come to health sector for the prevention and control of diseases. A little later, sometimes they might not come even, and hope that we do not have to meet another pandemic like this during the next 1,000 years. So definitely I'll be gone by that time, but hope that this does not come to us again. And again, let me thank the President and the Council of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. I hope that I did not disappoint them on their selection of me to talk on this subject. And all of you, please help keep the planet healthy. A healthy planet will definitely keep us healthier and vice versa. If we ruin the planet, destroy the planet, make the planet Earth unhealthy, then we will also become unhealthy. And all of us know when we are healthy, we will have adequate resources, including food and nutrients for us and future generations to experience, use, and live together. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dharmaratne. Very informative discussion. Actually, you have done some sort of eye-opener for the new area, because with the traditional and also the artificial intelligence, and the other thing is we have to work together, that we have to work together to combat this pandemic. So it is now, I hope you will be with us towards the end of the session, and I invite anyone, if they are having any questions, please put to the question forward to us. So at the end of the session, we can answer with our eminent panel. Right, okay. Now I like to invite our second speaker. She is Ms. Priyangwada Amarasekara. She is currently working in Swansea Bay University Health Board, Wales, UK, as lead community dietitian. Being a past graduate from University of Peradeniya, she worked as a nutritionist in National Hospital Sri Lanka since 2006, before joining the National Health Service UK in 2014. She is a registered dietitian and nutritionist in Sri Lanka Medical Council and a registered dietitian in Health and Care Professions Council in UK. Worked as a visiting lecturer in many of the universities, undergraduate and postgraduate courses while working in Sri Lanka, and a visiting dietitian for Sri Lanka Navy. Being a life member of National Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, she was a council member for many years and the editor of the NHSL newsletter. Priyangwada was the founder president of Dietitians Association of Sri Lanka. She has been working in several specialties in NHS, includes diabetes, childhood and adult obesity, community care and acute setting. During the COVID-19 pandemic, when the field hospitals were open in UK, she was the dietetic link in setting and delivering the patient care package for health boards, Bayfield Hospital, with more than 1,500 bed capacity for COVID-19 patients. So today she will talk about critical care management of nutrition in infectious diseases. I think very appropriate topic to discuss during this our technical session. And I cordially invite you, Priyangwada, to deliver your lecture. Right, thank you.
So this is the overview of my presentation today. Infectious diseases are disorders caused by organisms such as bacteria, viruses, fungi, or parasites that impairs a person's health. It can cause life-threatening circumstances that requires critical care. Combination of specialized monitoring, treatment, and attention. The most recent experience we all have is COVID-19 pandemic. In many cases, infectious diseases can be spreading from person to person, either directly or indirectly. However, the human body is not without defenses against these threats, for it is equipped with a comprehensive immune system that reacts quickly and specifically against the disease or causing organisms when they attack. Common complications of infectious diseases include disorders of food intake, interference of nutrient absorption, and intermediary metabolism playing a significant and independent role in morbidity and mortality. Symptoms of infectious disease are specific to the type of disease. For example, in influenza, fever, chills, fatigue, muscle aches, and headache can be observed. A disease such as Shigella may have other symptoms such as bloody diarrhea, vomiting, fever, dehydration, and shock. And with most recent experience, COVID-19 includes difficulty of breathing or shortness of breath, confusion, chest pain, sore throat, loss of smell and taste, and thereby loss of appetite, which severely affect nutritional intake. These patients might have problems with one or more vital organs or be unable to breathe without support. Units are staffed by specially trained healthcare professionals who deliver intensive levels of care and treatment. For example, there is usually one nurse for every 1 to 2 patients. Patients are closely monitored and supported by sophisticated equipment, including ventilators that help patients to breathe. Since nutrition is essential for life, even in critical care, it is of no difference. Early nutritional support on admission provides improved patient outcomes, reduced length of hospital stay, decreased duration of dependence on mechanical ventilation, and reduced infection. Provision of nutritional care is not without a risk. Overfeeding as well as underfeeding poses a risk to a patient. Therefore, it is essential to screen and assess the patient prior to commencing nutritional interventions as well as through the nutritional support. Nutritional screening and assessment are essential procedures requiring a number of information to determine the requirement and safety of the provision. Screening should be done for all hospital inpatients on admission and should be repeated weekly during the stay. This process is not different from any other patient in a critical care unit. However, depending on the severity of the infection and the contagiousness, there could be limitations to healthcare, including nutritional screening and assessment. So, how do we do this? I'm sure most of you have heard of the Malnutrition Universal Screening Tool, MUST, which is a traditional screening tool. However, it is deemed not accurate to use in critically ill patients. The current international guidelines, including ESPEN, recommend nutrition screening scoring. Example, Nutrition Risk Screening 2002, Nutrition Risk in Critically Ill for all patients. Both identifies critically ill patients at risk of malnutrition. So these are the two tools I was talking about. Apologies if the images are not very clear. So once the screening is done, there will be a risk score. So depending on the risk score, the care planning is done. So once the risk is identified, for high-risk patients, an in-depth assessment needs to be carried out by a critical care dietitian. It includes information on anthropometry, biochemical and refeeding markers, clinical condition, dietary assessment, past medical history, environment, and pathogenesis. It provides valuable information to decide on nutritional and fluid requirement. Route of administration, feed and feeding regime, parameters to be monitored in a multidisciplinary approach. Malnutrition is a state in which a deficiency of nutrients causes measurable adverse effects of body composition, function, or clinical outcome. As defined here, a malnourished or at risk of malnutrition patient need to be provided with nutrition support. Nutrition plays a key role for recovery from illness. Up to 50% of critically ill patients have pre-existing nutritional disorders. Patients who are well nourished prior to ICU admission could develop nutritional disorders rapidly. Nutritional requirements and methods of nutrition support should ensure that total nutrient intake of patient on support accounts for nutrients, which could be energy, protein, fluid, electrolytes, minerals, micronutrients, and fiber, activity levels, and the underlying clinical condition, such as catabolism, pyrexia, gastrointestinal tolerance, potential metabolic instability, and risk of refeeding problems, and likely duration of nutrition support. For people who are not severely ill, nor at risk of refeeding syndrome, the suggested nutritional prescription for total intake should provide all of the following: 25 to 35 kilocalories per kilogram body weight per day of total energy, and it need to be re-evaluate energy expenditure more than once a week, account for dextrose containing fluids and lipid-based medications, non-nutritive calories such as propofol, which is a sedative used in patients in mechanical ventilation, 0.8 to 1.5 grams of protein per kilogram body weight, 30 to 35 milliliters of fluid per kilogram of body weight. Provision of protein is more closely correlated with positive patient outcomes than provision of total energy. This could not be easily met by routine enteral formulation, and patients might benefit from protein supplementation. Weight-based recommendation for protein requirement is 1.2 to 2 grams per kilogram body weight. Loss of nitrogen in the urine in the form of urea could be 16 to 24 grams per day in critically ill patient versus 10 to 12 grams per day in a healthy individual. So loss of 16 grams of nitrogen as urea equates loss of 1 pound of skeletal muscle or lean body mass per day, which could lead to rapid development of malnutrition. Methods to improve or maintain nutritional intake of malnourished patient are known as nutritional support. Oral nutrition support, enteral tube feeding, or parenteral nutrition are used, but these methods These methods can improve outcomes, but decision on most effective and safe method are complex. Once estimation is done, nutrition support should be cautiously introduced to patients requiring enteral tube feeding or parenteral nutrition. It is recommended to be started at no more than 50% of estimated target energy and protein needs. May need to start nutrition support at a maximum of 10 kilocalories per kilogram body weight per day, increasing levels slowly to meet or exceed full needs within 4 to 7 days. If patients are more stable, build up to meet full needs over the first 24 to 48 hours. We are safe to do so according to metabolic and gastrointestinal tolerances. Full requirement of fluid, electrolytes, vitamins, and minerals should be provided from the outset of feeding. Once the nutrition support is started, it needs to be monitored and reviewed with the care plan laid. It is important to evaluate the outcome. Some of the parameters such as nutrition, anthropometric, GI function, biochemical markers, enteral and parenteral feeding as appropriate are essential to be monitored. Again, it is essential to consider the outlined conditions when feeding starts, since the patient could end up with refeeding syndrome. The refeeding syndrome occurs because of the reintroduction of glucose or sugar. As the body digests and metabolizes food again, this can cause sudden shifts in the balance of electrolytes and fluids. These shifts can cause severe complications, and the syndrome can be fatal. Refeeding medication could be required immediately before and during the first 10 days of feeding. Thiamine, vitamin B complex, and a balanced multivitamin trace element supplementation is required. Also need to consider supplementation of potassium, phosphate, and magnesium unless pre-feeding plasma levels are high. So this is how the patients are defined who are at risk of refeeding syndrome. During the pandemic, there has been some changes from observations and evidences. The Intensive Care Society and the BDA Critical Care Specialist Group outline the best practice guidance. One such guidance is patients were placed on prone positioning while being ventilated, which was beneficial for several reasons. First is in the supine position, the lungs are compressed by the heart and abdominal organs. Gas exchange is reduced in areas of collapsed lungs, resulting low oxygen levels. In the prone position, lung compression is less, improving lung function. So secondly, prone positioning redistributes blood and airflow more evenly, reducing ventilation, blood flow imbalance, and improving gas exchange. So while facilitating this process to help the patient, in order to provide nutrition requirement and to avoid complications, this guideline has been issued. So when considering the standard practice, once the individual risk is assessed and deemed safe to commence feeding, a blanket regime could be started until a dietitian provides the nutrition care plan. A feeding protocol should be standard practice in a critical care setting to facilitate early enteral feeding. Volume-based feeding is relatively new practice which is being increasingly implemented by dietitians in critical care setting. This allows nursing staff to calculate the remaining daily feed volume to be delivered and to adjust the rate of feeding to accommodate. It is practical and safe to use enteral nutrition in most critically ill patients. Since we are speaking about infectious diseases, infection control measures should be adhered at all times to avoid cross-contamination, especially if there is no assigned unit for infectious diseases. There has been many changes in overall management of infectious diseases related to COVID-19, including nutritional care, use of PPE, toning and doffing, prone positioning, feeding at prone positioning, etc. Restriction of movements to and from critical care units cause difficulties in assessment and monitoring on a regular basis. Aerosol generating procedures need to be carried out with extra caution, appropriate cleaning procedures to be allowed, and protocols to be in place. Critical care management of nutrition is very challenging for infectious diseases. As experienced with COVID-19, it is difficult to face sudden requirements in critical care for a pandemic, especially when you are not aware of the nature of the disease. Streamlining of workflows for rapid diagnosis and isolation, clinical management, infectious prevention will matter not only to patients with COVID-19, but also to healthcare workers and other patients who are at risk from nosocomial transmission. Prolonged intubation could cause swallowing difficulties in patients, requiring changes in texture of feed even after discharge from ICU. ICU practitioners, hospital administrators, government and policymakers need to prepare for a substantial increase in critical care bed capacity with the focus not just on infrastructure and supplies, but also on staff management. Critical care triage to allow the rationing of scarce ICU resources might be needed. Researchers must address unanswered questions, including the role of repurposed and experimental therapies, collaboration at the local, regional, national, and international level offers the best chance of survival for the critically ill patients. So, in summary, estimating nutritional requirement in critically ill patients with infectious disease is challenging. Assessment and monitoring nutrition support is essential for positive outcome. Using feeding protocols should be a standard practice in the ICU to facilitate early enteral feeding. Enteral feeding is the route of choice, and the need for parenteral nutrition should be considered on a case-by-case basis. Clinical judgment at the bedside is recommended at all times. Provision of nutrition support in critically ill patients is complex and requires the skills of a specialist dietitian. It is imperative that a critical care dietitian remains up to date with current literature and changes practice accordingly. So this is the hospital that I'm working, and these are the the lovely environment that we experience in this area. So thank you so much for listening for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Priyangvada. It's nice to hear from you in overseas. Actually, we have discussed about the artificial intelligence and also the management, that social management of these type of communicable diseases. And now actually we all have a lot of experience, that is we get the use of Western as well as traditional medicines also in managing the this pandemic situation. So the next speaker is Dr. Senaka Pilapitiya. He's MBBS MD, is a consultant physician and a senior lecturer in medicine at Faculty of Medicine and Allied Science, Rajrata University of Sri Lanka. He is also qualified in Ayurvedic and traditional medicine, holding a diploma in Ayurveda and registration in traditional medicine practice. He is a former director of Bandaranaike Memorial Ayurvedic Research Institute of the Department of Ayurveda. So I think all the types of medicines we have to use, and we have already been used. So I think, hope Dr. Pilapitiya, you will be contribute a lot to how to integrate all these things. So over to you, Dr. Pilapitiya. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. I would like to thank the President and the Council of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka for inviting me for this session. I will be speaking of infectious diseases, immunity, and the indigenous dietary approaches. Sri Lanka has a very rich heritage of traditional medicines with Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and the indigenous system of medicine originated in Sri Lanka, being in existence for a very long duration. And this plurality of traditional medicines have influenced the dietary practices of the society, as well as a lot of home remedies are there which are being used in different situations. Now, when it comes to infectious diseases, do traditional medicine or Ayurveda has an entity called infectious diseases? Yes, if you go through the ancient text and the literature, you see very clearly they have been explaining of a condition called diseases called Krimija Roga, which very clearly been described as diseases caused by organisms which are not being seen by the naked eye. And so these are, then you also see in different chapters that discuss different diseases. One such condition is the chapter on Jura. That is the diseases that manifest fever. They have categorized different febrile illnesses which are caused by these krimis or Krimija Roga. So very clearly those refer to infectious diseases. And further, both the Charaka Sanghita and the Sushruta Sanghita, which are compilations about 3,500 years back, have discussed about Janapado Dvansa or the pandemics. So how they get origin, how these infections spread, like air, water, polluted water. These have been very clearly explained. So they have had the knowledge of infectious diseases, and there are categories very clearly stated as infectious diseases when we take these, both the indigenous system of medicine and Ayurveda. So before we proceed further in this topic, I would like to bring it to your attention that what this fact of incommensurability should be kept in our mind when we proceed to discuss about this concept of one domain in today's context, because these knowledge bases belongs to two domains. So if we try to equalize one concept in a particular in traditional medical systems directly to a particular principle or a theory in today's context, we might be doing a lot of injustice, and we might be also having erroneous interpretations. So this fact of incommensurability plays an important role when it comes to this discussion. So there is no, very rarely you would find a particular concept or a principle or an entity of traditional medicine could be directly equalized to a principle or a theory in today's context. So unless we do appreciate this, we will be doing a lot of misinterpretations when it comes to such discussions. So keeping in the fact of incommensurability of these different knowledge bases in mind, we will proceed. So what about immunity in these indigenous systems of medicine? In context of today's COVID-19 pandemic, we see a lot of discussions been going on immunity and immune boosting with these TM preparations. If you really carefully see, Ayurveda or the indigenous system of medicine in Sri Lanka do not have a direct entity or concept that can be referred to as the immune system or the immunity that we speak in today's context. So there is no such equivalent concept or a principle in TMs that we speak of. So the whole thing of immune boosting with TM preparations and nutraceuticals does not have any logical basis, because such a concept of immunity is not discussed in their own domain. So these are misguided claims. So if so, the question is, aren't there much in traditional medicine to offer in dealing with infectious diseases? If so, why do we see a lot of recommendations being made by the traditional medicine sector, including the government authorities such as the Department of Ayurveda? And why do people follow different treatments and dietary practices? So if there is no entity as such. But then traditional medicine has its own concepts and theories of prevention, of potentiating the body to resist diseases, potentiating the body to overcome diseases once inflicted. So all that we discussed with our immune system and the functionality of it, we see has been dealt in their domain, but through different concepts and theories. So they do have their own ways of facing diseases and overcoming them. So, but that there is no one single entity which can be equalized to the immune system or the immunity and that particular concept which we can equalize. So, what are the principles that govern this ability to cope, resist, and overcome diseases in Ayurveda? Now, one strong such concept is the Vyadhi Kshamatva. Now, Vyadhi in Sanskrit is disease. Kshamatva is the ability to alleviate or eliminate the inflicted disease. And so, if you really see this, there are a lot of interventions, both therapeutic, behavioral, and dietary, that would improve the ability of the body to have this property of Vyadhi Kshamatva when you are dealing with diseases. But this is not a single entity that can be done, where it is more of a complex process, whereas one of it is to establishing the optimum health or the state of swastha in a particular person. So Ayurveda very clearly describes what swastha or the optimum health is. And it is a state where you have your three doshas, the vata, pitta, and kapha, in an optimum state of balance. And here, when you say vata is not air, Again, just to tell you about how incommensurable it is for immediately translate, so which we call as the taxonomical incommensurability. Vata is air and Pitta is bile, Kapha is phlegm. But it has no meaning in that sense. But if you really see in depth, Vata would represent all the neurohumoral hormonal regulatory mechanisms that we discuss today within their concept of Vata. So those are very broader concepts. So the optimum balance of all these three functions is required for the state of optimum health. In also the mental health, there is what you call the sattvika guna, and the balance of rajas and tamas is required. And your tissue elements, which they refer to as saptadhatus, should be in an optimal state of functioning. And so as we go on, we will be dealing with some of the other concepts as well. So the optimum state, bestowing the state of optimum health is one of the ways of achieving Vyadhi Kshamatva. And in this context, of course, they would also say in certain particular diseases, there may be dietary elements, dietary things, ingredients which you can use, which will have a Vyadhi Kshamatva property in particular situation. For example, when it comes to infectious diseases, Monorakudumbia is a such plant that has been said to have certain Vyadhi Kshamatva properties. Then garlic, ginger, bees, honey, these will also come in as with certain properties of Vyadhi Kshamatva, helping the body to achieve the state of Vyadhi Kshamatva. Now, so that is how these dietary recommendations come, not because it has some antiviral or antibacterial property or things like that. These systems have decided on that it will help the body to achieve this property of Vyadhi Kshamatva. And then we have the other concept, very important concept in Ayurveda, is the Agni. And Agni is, to a certain extent, deals with the digestive capacity, gut flora, and metabolism in today's context. Now, again, these are not directly equivalent, but when you broadly see the concept of Agni and its functions and how it deals with within the body, and when you see in the domain of modern science, try to find out comparables, this concept of Agni would encompass some of the functions of these things that we have described. And then again, it has two important elements. You have Jataragni, that of course mainly refers to the digestive capacity in your body. Now, this plays a very important role when you are dealing with immune diseases and when you are bestowing health. Now, you see, they say it is very important to deal with Jataragni. And that is why this is the principle behind why people take this thin rice gruel or lunukanda in our society when they come across infectious diseases. So it says in the early phase of the febrile illness or the febrile phase, early days, that you have to, your Jataragni or your digestive ability slows down. And therefore, if you give some heavy meals, heavy substance that is difficult to digest, it will create a condition called ama, which will worsen the disease. In fact, when you again analyze ama in broad, it also represents a certain amount of inflammation that we are speaking of. So here they say at the onset of the disease, where you start your febrile phase, you should be on thin rice gruel. And so the basis of this recommendation comes from dealing with Agni. And then, of course, there are other substances which could improve Agni. So adding certain amount of ginger and this garlic, all this will help to improve the Agni so that this armor will not get collected in the body. So therefore, it is the disease will not worsen, and it is easier for your body to deal with disease. So again, you will see then you have this tambung hodi, or they say this is the kayam hodda, which has a lot of, it's a kind of a soup made out of a lot of spices that is there in Sri Lanka. And this is been given. Again, the purpose is here to maintain your Agni at a higher state rather than it to be diminished, so that your body is in a better state of dealing with the disease. So that is why we see Lunukanda, Tambung Hodi, and a very light diet being given. Easy to digest, high nutrient diet is what is recommended in the early febrile phase of infectious diseases in traditional medicine. And this is based on this principle of Jataragni, as well as they also say they have the other components, that is the Bhutagni and the Dhatu Agni. It basically, if you really see, they are referring to the metabolism at tissue level, as well as Bhutagni is at the elemental level. And they say your metabolism again needs to be kept at the optimum level, and that is why they say you should give food with high nutrient value, but they should be very easily digestible. So this is how the dietary approach is being influenced by these traditional medicine principles, and that is why we see our public who have these practices still tend to take Lunukanda, take some Tambung Hodi. They would take again the other food which have Vyadishamatva properties are like Vatakolu and Patola, and in certain conditions even Bandaka, right? So what we call as lady's finger. So these are the ones that are being used in the dietary regime of these infectious disease in the early phase. But as you go on to the middle phase, and the latter phase, the approach differs. So towards the middle phase of the disease, you tend to give more nutrient rich food. And then actually, according to their principles, at the recovery phase, they give the drugs as well as food with certain laxative properties. What they say is, again, after a brief illness or an infectious disease, there is a armor tend to get accumulated. So you need to eliminate that in order to shorten the span of the disease being continued after the initial acute recovery. Now, which we see with most viral diseases, we have this post-viral period, and we see there is a subclinical inflammation going on. And ARMA in dealt with, if you really study it in depth, you see it refers to this subclinical inflammatory component as well. So getting rid of this will help the recovery, a swift recovery in your infectious diseases. So this is how this concept of Agni has influenced the dietary patterns of these traditional medicines. Then you have another concept of Ojas. Ojas is actually considered as a process of ameliorating the degenerative processes of aging and maintaining the vitality of body functions. So what they say is, as you grow old, your Ojas gets decreased, and as a result, your body is more prone to diseases, including infectious diseases. So there are a lot of ways of dietary, behavioral recommendations and therapeutics that are being used to bestow this and keep your body's state of Ojas as if you are of a youth, and therefore you are more resistant to disease. And there are certain foods that improves your Ojas, and one, the using ghee during these early phase of prevention of infections. Ghee added to rice and other dietary substances. They recommend ghee because it bestows this Ojas. So that is how the practice of taking certain ghee during periods of pandemic has come into play, because they believe it helps to improve your Ojas, and therefore you're becomes more resistant to disease. And then the concept of Balya. that is, it's a more direct concept that deals with the body's ability to resist disease. So there are certain people who have, with more of Balya, they are more resistant to disease. So, and this is again based on their genetic makeup, which is the prakriti, and the other environmental factors. So if a person with more Balya, he will be more resistant to disease. So there might be also different approaches, for example, behavioral approaches and dietary things, which will modify this. So adequate amount of sleep, having a very pleasant state of mind, all these also helps to improve Balya, as well as it improves your properties of Vyadikshamatta, or ability to deal with disease. So this is how Ayurveda and traditional medicine deals with infectious disease, and how their dietary practices have been influenced. So it is not, these diets are not it is not, of course, in our context, it improves to a certain extent, but we would refer as it is the improving of the immunity. But it is not exactly that, because they have dealt with this infectious disease, resistance to disease, and overcoming it through different set of concepts, and all their interventions are towards this. So some will improve Agni, some will improve Vyadikshamatta, some will improve the Ojas, some will improve the properties of Balya. And this is how their dietary approaches have been. So here we see that these traditional medicines try to achieve this purpose by capacitating resistance to disease through more holistic approach. And all these dietary practices that we discussed are based on these PM principles and caters to them. This is also true with whatever the therapeutics they use, as well as whatever be used as nutraceuticals or nutritional supplements. But those are not directly immune boosting in today's context. So understanding this and appreciating it will help us to appreciate what their dietary approaches and the basis of it, as well as this will open up a huge area of research, because as you go to the depths of their principles and see how they try to achieve it, you will see certain parallels in today's context. And so in-depth studies will really reveal what is behind those. So I think with that, I will stop my speech. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pidapitiya. A very informative discussion. Actually, we have a lot of problems with a lot of discrepancies, controversies about all these things. But anyway, the thing is, even the Western medicine and we have traditional medicine, and all these things are actually good for people. I think it's eye-opener for rest of our people, and we have to work together with everybody to improve the nutrition and health status of our people. So with that, I think we will now open for discussion and any questions. I think chat box, anything? Professor Dharmaratna, I think you will be with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, there's a question. Sir, can AI use to prevent only CDs? What about NCDs?
Yes, I saw that, Scienti. So it can be used to prevent any disease or even non-disease, any condition.
Yeah.
So why I said CD, communicable disease, and AI is, that was the topic given to me,
Yeah.
but it can be used to prevent, detect, mitigate any disease. I hope I gave the answer to that person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This one? Yeah. So Priyangvada, I hope you will be with us.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, this is a question for you. I strongly agree nutritional assessment is very important, especially for severely infected COVID patients, because studies find many severely infected patients have low levels of vitamin D. Is it possible to deal with vitamin D deficiency issue while the patient is in ICU?
Yes, so few studies that has been carried out has shown that patients on in ICU who required critical care were having low vitamin D levels. So as I mentioned, the complete nutritional assessment will provide the information about what the levels of vitamin D and all the other nutrients that is critical for a patient. So it is essential to provide appropriate deficient in any of the deficient nutrients while even in the ICU, but it may be difficult to get to the correct level as soon as possible, but it's providing the sufficient amount of the daily requirement as well as in addition what is deficiting. Thank you.
Yeah, there's another question. The latest studies support the role of vitamin D with innate immunity, and some new studies say that there is a important role in probiotic in optimizing the immune system. What is your opinion? What is your point of view about this?
Can I just know whether is it in critical care or in general?
It was not mentioned. They just asked.
Yeah, so in critical care, we would deal with what is immediately required. So yes, the probiotics it provides better outcome. But however, in critical care, we would focus mainly on the imminent issues with the health and the life, the sustainability of the life. So the other nutritional requirements that could be not critical at that point, we might keep it aside. Yeah, so it's providing the essential nutrients at the moment in a patient in a critical care is the most important to get the patient out of the ICU as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyangvada. So we have come to the end of this important session, Communicable Diseases, Health and Nutrition, where we have discussed novel epidemiological approaches in the management of communicable diseases by Professor Samath Dharmaratne, and critical care management of nutrition in infectious diseases by Mrs. Priyangvada Amarasekara, and then infectious diseases, immunity and indigenous dietary approaches by Dr. Senaka Pilapitiya. So I thank all of you, and I hope this is eye-opener for new aspect or think very critically, and I think it will helpful to future endeavors. So thank you very much for joining us, and I again thank our eminent panel. And also I'm thankful for Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka for inviting me to chair this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the timely symposium. It was such an enlightening one as well. Now I cordially invite Dr. Dhammika Senanayake, the conference chair for the Annual Scientific Sessions 2022, and the Vice President of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Scienti Gunawardena. Now it's time for the lunch break. So after the lunch, please return at 1:30 p.m. to listen to the flash presentations. It is essential that all the presenters join online sharply at 1:30 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's, without a further delay, dive into the flash presentations. To all the presenters, for your kind attention, please raise your hand using the raised hands option in Zoom when your presentations are being played. Once again, to all the presenters, for your kind attention, please raise your hand using the raised hands option in Zoom when your presentations are being played. I now cordially invite the session chairs, Professor Terence Madhujit, who is also our conference editor, and Ms. Tamilini Joseph Kumar, who is our conference coordinator, to the head table. Over to you, sir and madam, to proceed with the flash presentations.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. In fact, while the NSSL is celebrating its 50 years of existence, the NSSL tried to organize the annual sessions 2022 in a grand way. As part of this, in response to the call for abstracts, we received a record high number of abstracts. So therefore, it was pretty difficult for the organizers to fit all these abstracts presentations into 2-day sessions. So we had to select some of the presentations as full presentations and others as flash presentations. Now, flash presentations, the duration for flash presentation is 3 minutes, followed by 2 minutes of question answering session, Q&A session. And due to pending uncertainties of connectivity and power supply, the organizers decided to have these presentations pre-recorded. So what we do now is we play the pre-recorded versions in the proper sequence. So we do have nearly 14 presentations to go within nearly 1 hour. And while the presentations are being played, the authors or the presenter should be present online. So at the end of the presentation, there will be questions coming from the audience. So as our compeer announced, the audience can raise their hands and pose a question. Else, alternatively, they can use a Q&A box to pose their questions. Now, these presentations will be judged by a panel of judges, 3 panelists, Professor Manjula Hettiarachchi, Dr. Kumari Ratnayaka, and Professor Prasanna Gunatilaka, who will be evaluating your presentations online. So to begin with, let me announce the first presentation on empowering mothers to improve nutritional status of under 5-year children in a selected rural village in Anuradhapura district using health promotion approach. The authors are H.S. Aberathna, WMTN Veerasekara, RAIU Ranamaka, Hitulgoda, Sanjita Rifka, Ranasinghe, Vikramasuriya, and Dominda Guruga.
Hello everyone, I'm Sanjita Aberathna. I'm a graduate of Health Promotion in Rajarata University of Sri Lanka. The topic that I worked on is empowering mothers to improve nutrition status of under 5-year children in a selected rural village in Anuradhapura district using health promotion approach. Adequate nutrition during the early years of a child life is important for their later health and development. When considering the Sri Lankan context, 17.3% of children under 5 are stunted, 15.1% are wasted, and 2% are overweight. So it's important to empower mothers to improve the nutrition status of their children. This study was carried out with a rural village in Mihinkala MOH area. The objective of this study was to determine whether mothers are empowered to provide age-appropriate nutritious diet for their children after the health promotion interventions. This study carried out with 25 mothers who have under 5-year children throughout 2-year time period. We have physical discussions, phone calls, and WhatsApp chat. Indicators were used to monitor the progress of the process throughout the study period. At the end of the process, final evaluation was done through focus group discussions, and all collected data were analyzed using percentage. This slide explains how the study procedure carried out throughout this period. At the very beginning of the process, group discussions were conducted on the importance of proper nutrition during early childhood with mothers who participated voluntarily to our discussions. Success stories of health promotion interventions were shared with mothers in order to improve their enthusiasm throughout the process. After identifying this amount of well-nourished food intake of their children as a common issue of all mothers, we will discuss with them further and identified and prioritized determinant for that issue as this slide show. Some of them are poor knowledge of mothers on child nutrition, low willingness of the child to eat nutritious food, high junk food consumption of child. Then the action to improve child nutrition status was designed and implemented with mothers. Some of them are providing knowledge to mothers on the importance of giving age-appropriate diet for their children, doing collective feeding sessions as group, manage child junk food consumption, preparing vegetables with different colors, shapes, and trying different age-specific food recipes. At the end of the study, we could identify that all mothers had improved their knowledge on the child nutrition, and 91% of mothers claimed that their child nutritious food consumption had increased, and 82% of mothers claimed that their child junk food consumption had reduced than before. Also, there are 77% of mothers who could identify that their child weight gain has increased throughout the intervention period. So when considering all these achievements, we can conclude that health promotion is an effective approach to address nutrition problems at community setting by addressing selected determinants. At the end of the presentation, I would like to thank all the study participants, my group members, and to the health promotion department for their massive support to success this work. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask now.
Thank you, Ms. Abhiratna. Questions?
Hello, Ms. Abhiratna. I am Prasanna here. Hello.
So if there are no questions from the audience.
Hello. Hello.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Go ahead, Dr. Prasanna.
Yeah. So what was the basis of selecting 25 mothers for your study? It is based on the statistical approach you have applied in order to select the number of mothers for the study.
No, sir. We just call mothers to voluntarily participate for our intervention. So the 25 mothers participate for our study. That's why we took them as study participants.
Okay. Again, you mentioned in your study, so child weight gains increased during the study.
Yes, sir.
So it is obvious. Is it obvious? So what are the other parameters we have evaluated other than the weight gain?
Yes, sir. We just evaluate the junk food consumption of children and the children's willingness to eat nutritious foods also had increased, sir, rather than weight gain.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Kumara here.
Yes.
Can I? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Sandhini, for your presentation. So in your the conclusion, you mentioned that the dietary practices were improved, or the nutritional status was improved due to this health promotion approach. So how confident to say that since you didn't have a control group, so how you can justify your conclusion?
Yes, madam. In our study, we use health promotion approach. So when considering the results that we gain, all the mothers have claimed that their knowledge has improved, and 91% of mothers claim that their child's nutritious food consumption has increased, and 82% of mothers claim their child junk food consumption has reduced. Based on all the results, we conclude that health promotion is an effective approach to address nutrition problems.
So that means that before and after the intervention from the same group.
Yes, madam.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
There are no more questions. We can go for second presentation. Effectiveness of health promotion intervention for reduce the overweight among over 30 years old women in Harwalakinna village using health promotion principles. Authors are Karunaratna Bandara, Vijayaratna, Rausan, Pereira, and Kurge. The presenter is Karunaratna.
My study was assessment of initial intervention to reduce the overweight among over 30 years old women in Carolina village using health promotion principles. In the interaction, non-communicable diseases are leading to 75% of deaths in Sri Lanka. Non-communicable diseases are caused by tuberculosis, unhealthy diet, excessive use of alcohol, and physical inactivity. Study aim was to evaluate the effectiveness of health promotion intervention to reduce the overweight among over 30 years old women in Carolina village and Indian children. This collaborative study was mixed study. There were 32 mothers as selected as a sample set. Data collection tools were self-identification tests and focus group discussion. Data were analyzed using descriptive analysis and statement comparison. Coming to empowerment and health promotion principles were used as the method that carried out with the process with the study participants. This project shows the methods and process that have used for carried out the process with the study participants. Increasing the understanding on health impact on non-communicable diseases, then measuring the baseline criteria like BMI, weight ratio, current OECD salt consumption. Then they have identified this as the main health issues. They have empowered to identify determinants effects on non-communicable diseases. And also they have prioritized these determinants depend on their preference and changeability considering the time period, and also they have empowered to develop indicators to measuring the progress with them, and also they have implemented and community-based intervention activities to address the determinants that they have identified. These are the images you can see the process that have carried out as the evidence system. Let's move to the major points. At the baseline level, there are 70.96% women in the overweight, and also they have empowered to develop awareness and distribution cups for measuring their daily fuel and sugar consumption, and also engaging in physical activities and exercises, and also gardening. After the process, they have reduced the overweight from 7.96% to 44.8%, while other study participants have reduced their weight more than the baseline mission. I would like to conclude that empowering general community for addressing the determinants and such health issues, health promotion principles using is effective for reducing the risk and prevalence of health issues, and also it is effective way for improving the knowledge and change the attitudes and practices from non-communicable diseases assigned with the low community. Thank you.
Now the presentation is open for the discussion.
I'm Kumari here. Yes. So in your sample, so you have selected more than 70% of overweight participants, and only 30%, only 30% the normal weight the participants. So so in your conclusion you mentioned that the reduction was nearly 40% from 70%. So so would you be able to explain this?
Yes, thank you for your question. And we have chose the study participant as voluntary. So at that voluntary group, there were 9% of underweight women and 19% in normal weight and 70% of overweight. From that overweight woman, after the intervention and after the process that we have conducted with them, they have reduced their overweight, and other than also they have reduced their weight more than the previous level by 44%.
Yes. So what are the strategies did you use to promote their the nutrition status?
Yes, we use health promotion app because health promotion is enabling lay community for improve their health by themselves, so that they were able to increase their knowledge and understanding about what is the underweight, what is the overweight, and what can be done. What can be done for reduce their weight by day-to-day life, including their day-to-day life. For that, they have engaged in uh, salt, sugar, and oil reduction of salt, sugar, and oil consumption using the small bottle measuring bottles, and also measuring cups, and also they have engaged with physical activities, gardening, and playing some playing volleyball and badminton by themselves. They have already created a few mothers group. Using that mothers group, they have engaged with that activities collectively. So that
So
yes.
it's a very good presentation. And sorry, I'm Professor Manjula. Can you just let us know how long this study duration was? Because you are getting very good results.
Yes.
Can you say the pre and post intervention duration, please?
Yes, and it was nearly 2 years. Firstly, we have engaged with then identify determinants, then addressing the determinants. It is nearly 1 year for interventions. After throughout the process, we monitored the progress, and after we evaluate the final results with the mothers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Did you target only the knowledge?
No.
No. What about the other?
Knowledge, improving knowledge, changing the attitudes like social norms, likewise, and also improving their practices and change the bad practices that they have followed to that leads to the increase in the overweight. We hope to we change the practices.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Maratna. Let's move on to the next presentation, which is on assessment of quality of coconut oil and sesame oil available in Jaffna district, Sri Lanka. Authored by Sriram Divya and Subhajini Sivakantan. The presenter is Ms. Divya.
Welcome to all. I would like to share my research work done under the title of Analysis of Fat Content and Fatty Acid Profile of Selected Bakery Products Available in Jaffna district. Now I would like to introduce my research work. Nowadays, bakery products got popularity around the world as well as in Sri Lanka due to several reasons. They are adding several ingredients to the bakery products. Within them, solid fat is one of the important ingredients which consists considerable amount of saturated and trans fatty acid content, and which may lead to some adverse health effects like cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and diabetes. Partial hydrogenation may be one of the reasons for the formation of trans fatty acid content in these bakery products due to high temperature processing condition. The main objective of this study is to determine the fat content and fatty acid profile of selected bakery products in Jaffna district. Now we will see the materials. I have collected the bakery samples from 17 bakeries from 10 different locations in Jaffna district. I have collected 66 bakery samples and 5 bakery fats as well. Now we will see the methodology part. I have extracted the fat using the goldfish method with the help of petroleum ether as a solvent. Then I have prepared the PAME samples. Then I have injected the PAME into GC system in order to obtain the fatty acid profile of bakery products. Now we will see the result and discussion part. First we will see the average fat content. Within all bakery products, pastry and donut sample consisted considerably high fat content than the other bakery products. Here I have also included the fat content of bakery fat as well. Now we will see the average saturated fatty acid content. Here bread sample and cake sample consisted high percentage of saturated fatty acid content compared to other bakery products. Now we will see out of all sample how many sample consisted trans fatty acid content. Now we will see the average trans fatty acid content. Within all bakery products, pastry sample consisted high percentage of trans fatty acid content. If we see the contribution of saturated and trans fatty acid content per 100 gram sample, here pastry sample consisted both saturated as well as trans fatty acid content in high amount. Now I would like to conclude my research work. Here, after the analysis, most of the sample consisted high amount of saturated and trans fatty acid content, which exceed the optimum level given by World Health Organization. Most of the bakery product consisted palmitic acid as the major saturated fatty acid content. Exceptionally, some bread, bun, and cake sample consisted lauric and myristic acid as the major saturated fatty acid content. All bakery products consist oleic acid and linoleic acid in considerable amount as the unsaturated fatty acid content. Here, elatic acid and linoleic acid obtained as the major trans fatty acid content in some of the bakery products. These high amount of saturated and trans fatty acid content in these bakery products due to addition of bakery fats and high temperature processing condition of these bakery goods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Divya. Now it's open for questions.
Thank you, Divya, for your very nice presentation. And you mentioned that bread and cake were having high saturated fatty acids. So what was the source, saturated fatty acid source they have used?
They are using both hycomargarine as well as the coconut oil for these bread and bun samples, and the percentage is high even though the contribution is very less due to less fat content of these bread samples.
Okay, what is your what is your take home message? So this is a good work.
Thank you.
What is your take home message?
I have identified that pastry sample consisted more amount of trans fatty acid content compared to other bakery products, which exceeded the optimum level given by World Health Organization. So we should avoid these bakery goods in order to overcome this trans fatty acid problem.
Divya, now according to WHO guidelines, what is the maximum amount allowed per day?
For the according to World Health Organization, they are insisting to use 2.2 gram per day. The trans fatty acid content optimum is 2.2 gram per day, but for the pastry sample, which exceeded the optimum level. That's the problem. Other samples considerably okay than pastry.
It should be expressed as a percentage of the daily calorie value.
Yes.
That's fine. Other questions? Thank you, Divya.
As there are no more questions, the next presentation is status of pulses consumption and gaps towards promotion in Sri Lanka. This is an online survey and authored by MSN Sahabandhu, NR Abhinayaka, and GAP Sandrasekara. The presenter is MSN Sahabandhu.
I'm Michelle Sahabandhu. I'm here to present you my research survey titled Status of Pulses Consumption and Gaps Towards Promotion in Sri Lanka. Pulses are a major component of a healthy diet. It has proven health benefits against high blood cholesterol levels, high blood glucose levels, cardiovascular diseases, and much more. These health benefits are driven due to various bioactive compounds present in pulses. NCD prevalence in Sri Lanka has been rising throughout the recent decades, and research suggests promoting pulses consumption as a strategy to reduce this increasing NCD risk. So keeping these things in mind, I have conducted an online CAP survey to determine the levels of knowledge, attitudes, and behavior towards pulses consumption, to know the associated barriers towards adequate intake, and to know the socio-demographic factors which affect CAP levels on pulses. So let's move on to the methodology. Initially, I have designed a CAP questionnaire based on the literature survey, and it was sent to several experts in the field, and based on their idea, the questionnaire was updated and finalized. I obtained the ethical approval for my study, and the finalized questionnaire was dispersed via social media among the study population, which was Sri Lankan female adults, assuming that they are responsible for good behavior of all citizens. Data analysis were done through SPSS and AMO software followed by descriptive statistics. So here in the left side, you can see the drawn AMOS model, and SPSS factor analysis divided 21 questionnaire items into 6 major categories as 4 behavior categories, 1 knowledge, and 1 attitude category. Coming to results, horse gram, green peas, tur dal, and split mung beans were found to be underutilized among the study population, and chickpea, green gram, cowpea, red lentils, and split yellow peas were found to be commonly consumed among the study population. Significant correlations were observed between behavior and education level, family income, and province of residence. Knowledge significantly correlated with education level. Considering the average values, most from the study population had good level of attitudes followed by lower levels of knowledge and behavior. So the major problems identified were unawareness of specific health benefits provided. Specifically, most from the study population knew that pulses consumption had health benefits, but they didn't know to name them one by one. Others were rejection from family members, high cost, unavailability, and gastric disturbance to consumption. Considering the significant correlations and problems identified, I would say that educating the population, introducing pricing strategies, introducing novel recipes and novel products would help to promote pulses consumption among Sri Lankan population. Thank you.
Thank you. The presentation is open for the discussion.
Michelle, so thank you very much for your nice presentations. So you mentioned that the province of residence is associated with the pulse consumption. Would you be able to explain it?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. So my data analysis was done through AMO software. So it according to results, we can say that there are correlations, but it doesn't specifically show the correlations from each province, madam.
Okay, so this how did you identify that define the underutilized legumes? So in what basis did you differentiate?
Yes, madam. So I have sent the question to then considering the total average consumption of I have given a list of pulses for my questionnaire. So I have calculated the total amount, sorry. I'm sorry, madam. I have calculated the, I have given scores for each pulses, each pulse which I have mentioned in my questionnaire. So I have calculated a total number from my study sample, and it was compared to the total number of scores obtained by the experts. So comparing those values of the total number of experts, total number of points obtained by the experts and points obtained that they are underutilized.
Hello.
Thank you, Lucy.
Hello. Do you think green peas and green grams are underutilized? So
Sorry,
there are
sir,
so many. Do you think, right, green peas and green gram, these are underutilized? So there are many underutilized pulses, legumes available in Sri Lanka. But why did you select green peas as underutilized?
Considering the calculated values, green gram was not underutilized.
But you mentioned the split something green gram.
Split mung beans.
The green gram mung bean is same, isn't it?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, there is a product. The green gram was there, but there is a different product coming to the market that the split version of the green gram.
Not the products. Even the people consumes green gram as for many traditional curries and things, right? So I think we are not considering green gram as underutilized. So there are many underutilized legumes available in Sri Lanka, right? Like legumes. Okay, right. Thank you.
Yes, I do agree with Professor Gunatilaka. Green gram cannot be considered an underutilized pulse.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Moving on, the next presentation is on factors associated with nutritional adequacy of advanced level students in Colombo district. The authors are Gangodavila, Rupasinghe, Isurika, Patirana, Katugampala, Nazir, and Hettiarachi. The paper will be presented by Gangodavila.
The title of our study is Factors Associated with Nutritional Adequacy of Advanced Levels Colombo district. Poor eating habits, abundance of unhealthy food, and insufficient awareness on nutrition are associated with development of non-communicable diseases. Adolescents are in higher priority to consume a nutritionally balanced diet to reduce the possible risk of NCD. So our objective was to identify factors associated with nutritional adequacy of advanced level students in Colombo district schools. A descriptive cross-sectional study was conducted using convenient sampling technique among 480 advanced level students using a self-administered questionnaire prepared as a Google form from September 2020 to June 2021. The form was shared among social media groups. The dietary intake data of the student sample was tabulated using the outcome. The general well-being was assessed using the SQL general well-being module, and the mean value of the general well-being score was calculated. The dietary diversity was evaluated using a 3-case dietary record. The food groups were selected from the Food-Based Dietary Guidelines Sri Lanka. Nutritional adequacy was defined as consumption of 4 or more than 4 food groups from the 6 main food groups in the food pyramid. Analysis was done using SBS 26th version, and the associations were obtained using chi-square test and independent t-test. The results of our study showed that the majority of the female students were taking a nutritionally adequate diet compared to male. Breakfast was mostly skipped meal. A more nutritionally adequate diet was consumed by the students who are coming from high-income families. There was a statistically significant association between skipping breakfast and lunch with the monthly income of the family. Meal skipping is more common among low-income group than middle and high-incomers. Students who had consumed a nutritionally adequate diet had obtained a mean general well-being score of 76.4, which was higher compared to the inadequate group, which was 70.2, and the association was statistically significant. Students following biological science stream were having a more nutritionally adequate diet compared to others. There was no association between body mass index and the nutritional adequacy of the diet. As a summary, there was a statistically significant association of skipping breakfast and lunch with the monthly income level and between the nutritional adequacy of the diet and the general well-being score. Nutritional adequacy of the students showed statistically insignificant associations with gender, subject stream, income, and BMI. As recommendations, we suggest to conduct nutritional intervention programs at school levels as well as in communities. Low-income groups must be empowered as malnutrition is a direct consequence of poverty, and the multi-sectorial collaboration and coordination is essential to.
Thank you, Ms. Gangodavila. Now it's open for questions.
Okay, Ms. Gangodavila, for the term nutritional adequacy, right? So what are the parameters we have used in order to measure the nutritional adequacies in your questionnaire when you collect information?
We selected food items which are in the food pyramid in the food-based dietary guidelines. So we assess the intake of grains and vegetables, fruits, and nuts and seeds and dairy products. Like the items in the food pyramid, we selected and we asked the frequency of having them using a 3 days dietary recall. So from that, taking more than 4 types of food groups per meal, we take as a nutritionally adequate consumption. That's how. Sir.
Right. Thank you.
Yes. So how did you calculate the dietary diversity?
We took a score. Dietary diversity. We selected taking more than four or more than 4 food groups from the 6 main food groups in the food pyramid. We allocated one mark for the each food item. So then we calculated from out of 6. So more than 4 or 4 we selected as nutritionally adequate.
So why did you select 3 dietary recalls instead of 24-hour recalls? So standard method is using a 24-hour dietary recall to calculate the dietary diversity. So is there any reason?
Madam, because only out of the 480 participants, only 23 had taken all 6 food items, and according to the given proportions which are healthy, so it will make a big difference. Like from out of 480, only 23 had taken the adequate portion. So because of that, we make the demarcation from 4 food from score 4. So from that we selected.
So
and now that sorry, yes, Kumar.
It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, now that one of the major findings is that skipping breakfast. Now
Yes.
almost 50% of your sample. So
Yes.
do you have any interest to see those 50% how they perform their lunch and dinner?
Yes, sir. We have checked, and they have consumed lunch and dinner more than that. But the skipping breakfast was the mostly skipped meal out of 3 main meals.
So yeah, it means that skipping breakfast has no issue in this particular sample, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that you are giving a conclusion of BMI, also not there's no association with that.
It was not associated, sir, according to our research.
How did you define breakfast? So before coming to the school, or is there any particular?
Madam, there was no schools at the study period, so might be the reason because they wake up too late and they might not take breakfast because of that. It might be the reason for not taking breakfast, but we assessed 3 meals. So
yeah, for the nutrition society, actually, it's a good thing that now that we can recommend 2 meals, isn't it? Rather than going for a 3 meals.
But schools were held online, isn't it?
But I don't. Majority of the participants, like they were doing advanced levels, so most of them were not participating for online schools by that time.
Interesting discussion, but unfortunately, to manage time, I have to cut it short. Thank you. Over to somebody.
Thank you, sir.
The next presentation is the design and development of glycemic index-based electronic database management system, authored by Ketiyarachi, Somaratna, Chandrasekhara, Gunasekhara, Aberatna, and Vindula. The presenter is HAMD Ketiyarachi.
Good morning, everybody. This is the annual scientific session 2002, the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. My topic is the design and development of glycemic index-based electronic database management system. I'm Dylan Etiarachi. When I go through the first slide, you can see my all literature were found using the PubMed and Google Scholar. As a first step, the all literature were filtered according to this criteria. And I finalized 28 research papers, which include abstract, extended abstract, and full text paper. When moved to the second step, I analyzed all data in research paper and found 12 food categories have covered in Sri Lankan context. So then, with my all hard work, I tabulated total 208 GI data and 63 glycemic load data. Here you can see in this figure, I have summarized all GI data. The special things you can see, the rice category have divided into sub 3 categories called common rice variety, traditional rice variety, and basmati rice variety according to their available data. And you can notice here, I have mentioned the uncovered food like festival and cultural based sweets, fast food, soft drink, and confectionery. Then I have noticed in my research the different researchers have used the methodological variations when calculate the final GI value. They use different reference food, different number of objects, different available carbohydrate to calculate the final GI value. So stop this confusion. I create the glycemic spice software according to the ISO 26642. Here you can see how this software is working. When we consider in the glycemic calculator, first we have to enter the basic information. And after you selecting the number of the subject, the minimum number of subjects 10, you can start the calculation procedure. When you enter in this all data, you can get coefficient variant, glycemic index value, and incremental area under the curve according to particular person. The special thing is, if some person coefficient variant is higher than 30%, that person will eliminate from future calculation. Consider that person as an outlier. Here you can see the person 4 is outlier. Then after you add in the all data, you can calculate the final GI value. Like this, you can use glycemic index, glycemic load calculator to calculate the final GI value as shown. When we considering the researcher can add research paper into this software. This will help us to sustainability, and we can create good database, good GI database in Sri Lankan country. Here the researcher can search any research data using title of the research paper or name of the food. That facility also provide for the researcher. Not only that, if you consider in the consumer interface, the consumer can search any GI data using the food name. Here, the special thing is the consumer can use the language Sinhala or English. Then it provides the basic information about that particular food, like the GI data and the nutrition aspect also. So don't let your rabbit to run. Connect your belt using concept, glycemic index, and glycemic load. Thank you.
Thank you, Hityarachi. It's open for questions.
Hello. How accurate your this develop electronic database? That means, have you tested this electronic database with your some physical values?
Yes, I tested it using there was example in ISO 20000 paper. I used that data and
so how they have taken these values ISO? So they also have taken with the research papers, isn't it? Published research data?
so that was not mentioned there.
Okay.
I use as a reference to create this database.
Okay, so you can easily test it. I think there was once you develop, so whether it is accurate. So if you analyze that, you mentioned at the beginning, so there are different procedures available to measure this glycemic index and the glycemic load, something. Yes, right. So if you analyze something with the physical with data, you can test your own device whether it is accurately working. Accurate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does this contain mixed dishes?
Sorry, madam.
Mixed dishes. So, what are the food included into this software?
Yeah, madam. After you getting the glucose concentration, then you can calculate. After you enter in the data, you can calculate the glycemic index and glycemic load. And I have already input and my 28 finalized research paper data into the software. Still, it is have only 28 food.
Okay. Okay.
I think as there are no more questions, we can go for next presentation.
Next presentation is on trans fat content of selected foods commercially available for sale in Kandy district. Authored by MLD Vasana, A.D. Silva, and Govardhana, D.C.K. Ilepelma, WMPB Veerasinghe, the MWDC Veeratunga, S. Ekanayaka, and WMT Madhujit. That's me. The paper will be presented by Vasana.
I am MLD Vasana from Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. My study is trans fat content foods commercially available for sale in Kandy district. Let's move to the presentation. So what are the trans fats? Trans fat is a type of unsaturated fatty acid which hydrogen bonds is on opposite side of the chain of carbon-carbon double bonds. The relationship between the consumption of trans fats and increased risk of coronary heart diseases, cancer, diabetes is well established. The sources of trans fat include foods produced using partially hydrogenated oils, fried snacks, and baked goods. Fried foods and bakery food items are suspected to be one of the major sources of trans fat in Sri Lankan diet. They are available at eateries, restaurants, and sold by roadside vendors are popular among Sri Lankans of all ages. The present study was designed to quantify the trans fatty acids content and fatty acid groups of different processed foods collected from Kandy districts. A total of 30 food samples were collected from bakery chains, restaurants, grocery stores, and small food outlets in Kandy districts. The fatty extraction was done using composite samples. The extracted fat samples were methylated and analyzed for fatty acid profile using gas chromatography. The fatty acid composition of samples was statistically analyzed by comparing the mean by Duncan's multiple range test. Let's move to the results and discussion part. These are some representative chromatograms which are illustrating the fatty acid profile of some food samples. According to the results, the trans fat content was ranged between 0 to 1.5 gram of 100 gram of food samples. Most of food items did not contain trans fats. The highest trans fat content was identified in chili paste sample. It is 1.5 gram of trans fatty acids in 100 gram of foods. Let's move to the conclusion part. Chili paste contains the highest amount of trans fatty acids. Allylic acid and linoleidic acid are the main two trans fatty acids detected in the food tested. According to them, allylic acid was the predominant trans fatty acid detected in food tested. These are some references. Okay.
Thank you, Asana. The presentation is open for questions.
Hello, yeah. So you mentioned chili paste and trans fatty acid contents. So what could be the reasons? So have you evaluated the process of making chili paste, and what kind of the unit operations are there in order to increase the reasons to increase the trans fatty acid contents in chili paste?
Yes, sir. In the chili paste making, majorly producers use used oil for preparing chili paste. Then used oil mean when frying process, they used, there are several cycles. Then according to the cycles, the trans fat generation can be happen. Then when they use used oil for preparation of chili paste, we can identify higher.
You are okay. Yeah, you're correct, right? So even when for example, like vade like things in the normal street vendors, they reuse oil.
Yes, sir.
So then, have you analyzed vade like also?
Yes, sir. I analyzed vade samples also.
Okay.
Then I couldn't identify the big amount of trans fat in vade samples. When chili paste making, they used directly oil for the chili paste stuff. Then that's the reason for that.
Yeah. That's the reason. Okay.
And how about the effect of storage duration? Now that most of these street foods may be consumed within a day or two, but whereas chili paste may be stored for months, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, the allylic acid is the trans form of oleic acid. So what are the health consequences of having allylic acid high concentration of? So have any special health consequences that you found?
Yes, madam. When in heart diseases and diabetics, the main cause because of allylic acid. In the foods, we can mostly identify allylic acid in the transformation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vasan. Now I notice that almost all the questions are coming from the judging panel. So why don't the other keep silent? So I welcome the questions from the rest of the audience as well.
Yes, of course.
So we will move to the next presentation. Production of green banana powder sauce from ambul and pualu varieties, and evaluate their physiochemical, antioxidant properties and shelf life. Authored by Santuni Nuwantika, Sarada Devi, and Vasandaruba. The presenter is Santuni Nuwantika.
Welcome to you all. I'm Santuni Nuwantika Galagadara. My research title is the production of green banana powder, ambul and pualu varieties, and evaluate their physicochemical, antioxidant properties and shelf life. As we all know, the banana is the perennial food crop, and the banana have wide range of the health benefits, and also it can be protected against a variety of diseases. In Sri Lanka, banana is the most consuming fruit in both rural and urban areas and cultivated throughout the year. But there is a problem. In the peak production of the time, due to its perishable nature, there are huge losses may happen in the market because there is no immediate users or consumers. But there is a solution. Harvesting at the correct maturity period and going for the dehydration procedures and after production of green banana powder can be produced varietal kind of food items. I selected the production of the green banana powder sauce that is not in the marketable level. The objective of my research is to produce green banana powder and sauce from Ambul and Puvalu banana varieties harvested in Kilinochchi, Sri Lanka, and to evaluate antioxidant properties, approximate composition and shelf life of green banana powder sauce. Before going for the powder production, I did the pre-treatments, blanching and potassium metabisulfate treatment. This picture shows how to produce the green banana powder. After that produced green banana powder, I prepared the green banana powder sauce according to the SLS 581/2008 specification for chili sauce with some modification. After that sauce production, I did the preliminary sensory trial for the selection of the best 4 sauces. For that control sauce, I used the green chili sauce. For the analysis part, in the proximate analysis, I carried out according to the AOSC standards. In the analysis of the antioxidant properties, I analyzed total phenolic content, total flavonoid content, and total antioxidant capacity. In case of the sensory properties, I used 5-point hedonic scale with 20 untrained panelists in Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jaffna. For the microbial analysis, I did by using SLS 516/1991. Let's move to the results and discussion. From the sensory evaluation, except appearance factor, other all attributes are highly scored in the Ambul 15-gram sauce. In the appearance factor, are significantly high in the Puvalu 10-gram sauce than other sauces. In case of the proximate result, the fruit protein is significantly high in the Puvalu banana sauce and fruit fiber content is significantly high in the Ambul banana sauce. In case of the total fat content, there are low amount of total fat content in the green banana powder, so that the green banana sauce also contain the lower amount of the fat. From the low amount of the fat, the Ambul banana sauce contains high amount of the fat. Then I can be concluded the green banana sauce can be used as a diet food for the weight loss purpose. In case of the ash content that is occupied for the development of the vascular tissues, the ash content is significantly high in the Puvalu banana sauce. In case of the antioxidant properties, the Puvalu contain the high amount of the total phenolic content and also total antioxidant capacity, whereas the total flavonoid content is significantly high in the Ambul banana sauce. As in the shelf life of the sauces, after 1 and 2 months of the storage period, both sauce sample reported total plate count was lesser than when compared with the control sauce. I can be concluded my research as a result, Ambul and the Puvalu green banana varieties could be used to make the sauce with profound health benefits. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Sandhuni. Then the presentation is open for the discussion.
Okay, there's no questions from the audience. I'm asking a question, right? Okay. So, have you analyzed the approximate composition of the banana varieties? Not the sauce, I mean, banana, right?
No, sir. No, sir. Just I analyze.
So then if you analyze the banana at the beginning, so you can say, if you that much of fiber is there, so if you prepare the sauce from this one, you can get the fiber-rich sauce, isn't it? That's,
yes, sir.
That's okay. So conclusion you mentioned, right? So based on your study, you say that there's some health benefits.
Yes.
So how you came to this conclusion based on your experiment?
Yes, sir. Because in the marketable level, if we consume the sauces as in the tomato ketchups or any other fruit ketchups or sauces, there is.
So normally we are telling tomato. It's a functional food.
Yes, in the tomato, there are adding some in marketable level. They are adding for the production of the sauces. They add in some ingredients as in the artificial coloring, artificial flavoring agents. For this sauce production, I didn't add any flavoring agents or any artificial colorings.
Okay.
That's what I got for that.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Audience can write your questions in the chat box or in a Q&A session. So please raise some questions from the chat box or Q&A session. So we will move to the next presentation.
So the next presentation is on in vitro antidiabetic effect and antioxidant potential of Avavoa carambola star fruit. Authored by Senanayaka, Piris, and Somadasa. The paper will be presented by Senanayaka.
Good day, everyone. My name is Vindhya Senanayak. I'm a recent graduate. I'll be presenting my undergraduate research conducted under the support of my research supervisors in the topic in vitro antidiabetic effect and antioxidant potential of Avavoa carambola. Diabetes is a condition with such high prevalence and no proper cure. All synthetic drugs available in the market can only control the condition, and it has its own risks involved. This research was conducted with the aim of investigating the medicinal properties of star fruit that serves as a nutraceutical to this condition. As a result, different plant parts were assessed, such as fruits, leaves, and flowers, and was collected from 2 different locations. The methodology followed involved drying of the samples and immersing the powdered form of these dried samples in methanol to extract the chemicals, and then subjecting to distillation to remove the solvent. The extract was then used for the assays. To test the anti-diabetic effect, the glucose adsorption assay was conducted. This was to analyze the glucose binding capability of the extracts, which in vivo can be used to reduce and lower the blood glucose by binding the free glucose molecules in the blood. Similarly, the DBPH assay was conducted to test the antioxidant property. This was to assess the potential of the extract to neutralize the free radicals in the medium, thereby reducing and lowering the complications of diabetes. All sample types were subjected to both biochemical assays at different sample concentrations. As you can see here from figure 1.1, the highest amount of bound glucose was obtained from the flower extract. In other words, the highest anti-diabetic activity was detected from the flower extract. As seen in figure 1.2, the highest antioxidant activity was recorded from juice and leaf samples. As well as seen in figures 1.3 and 1.4, both these biochemical assays produced positively correlating results at different sample concentrations for all sample types. Although 2 different locations were selected for the biochemical testing, no significant effect of the climate change was detected. However, with obtaining positive results for both biochemical assays and from all sample types at different concentrations, as well as obtaining both the anti-diabetic activity and antioxidant activity, the research was concluded with identifying star fruit as a potential nutraceutical for diabetes. Thank you all for listening. And if you have any questions, we will be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senanayaka. It's open for questions.
Okay, yes.
Go ahead, Dr.
Since, yeah, okay. Do you expect same results if you conduct this study in vivo in a clinical trial?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. To answer that question, we would expect similar results when conducted in vivo, but until it is actually done in practice, we can't exactly say. But yes, the evaluations and the correlations would look similar.
So did you find any the literature to support that, any in vivo studies, clinical trials?
Yes, the in vitro studies had been conducted, but they hadn't exactly tested on both these chemical properties, but was focused on one particular property. Most of the literature was focused on the antioxidant activity. So we wanted to test both these chemical properties to see if both of these would be present in this particular fruit.
Senanayaka, there are different varieties of star fruit available in Sri Lanka, mostly exotic. Now, what variety was used for your study?
Yes, we mainly used the sweet variety for our study.
All the new varieties are sweet. In fact, we have the wild varieties which are not consumable. In fact, their acid content is very high, especially they are rich in oxalic acid, so that's not suitable for consumption. Now, all these imported and exotic varieties that we do have in Sri Lanka, they are mostly originating from Thailand, like 1 ton variety. They are, all these varieties are sweet, in fact. So there must be a varietal difference, and it's worthwhile to look into the varietal differences as well.
Yes, thank you, Professor. In fact, yes, our study was, it had its own limitations as well. So we are definitely looking forward to continue the research to study more in detail and also to study about the exact chemical properties, the biochemicals that are relating to this medicinal effect.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Senarayaka, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My question is about starfruit. Actually, I don't know whether you're aware of this. I have experienced that increased consumption of starfruit lead to chronic kidney disease in patients. I don't know whether you have any. Have you read any literature regarding this?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, when we were doing the literature review, we found out that higher consumption of starfruit has its consequences, such as chronic kidney diseases, as well as other blood glucose lowering consequences as well. So like I mentioned earlier, this research had its limitations, but we would like to see what are the quantifications, the maximum limit of intake, and all these quantifications in our further research.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Senarayaka.
Yeah. The next presentation is anthropometric assessment of nutritional status associated with metabolic syndrome among rural Indian adults. The authored by Parthasarathi Datta and the presentation also going to give by Parthasarathi Datta.
I am Parthasarathi Datta from Rural and Urban Social Welfare Organization, West Bengal, India, going to present a study on anthropometric assessment of nutrition and associated metabolic syndrome risk factors among rural Indian adults. So metabolic syndrome, we know that this is a group of conditions that increases the risk of heart disease, stroke, diabetes, and major causes of death and disability in South Asian countries. The objective of this study was to find out the association of nutritional status and risk factors of metabolic syndrome among rural adults of India. This cross-sectional study was carried out among 469 rural adults aged 30 to 60 years in West Bengal, India. Anthropometric measurements such as stature, body weight, circumference at mid-arm, minimum waist, and maximum hip, and 4 major skin folds at biceps, triceps, subscapular, and suprailiac regions are measured. Body mass index and waist-hip ratio are also calculated using standard formula. Besides this, systolic and diastolic blood pressure and fasting blood glucose are measured from each participant. Schedule was used to collect data on the socioeconomic profile, physical activity, and family history of metabolic syndrome. The weekly consumption of food was collected using a food frequency schedule. So this is the study findings. The male participants had higher mean values of BMI and waist-hip ratio, but no significant sex differences is observed for SBP and DBP. Mean values of blood glucose are measured among male participants. The prevalence of metabolic syndrome was 43.9% among all the participants. The family history of hypertension and physical inactivity are found to be significant association with blood glucose among the participants. The prevalence of elevated fasting blood glucose and raised blood pressure were 39.8% and 44.1% respectively among all the participants. The family history of hypertension, physical inactivity, and faulty food habits like extra intake of salt and low intake of food are found to be significant association with blood pressure and blood glucose. So this study revealed that the prevalence of metabolic syndrome and other diet-related risk factors like overweight and obesity were higher and high among rural participants of studied area, the cardiovascular morbidity and mortality will be enormous in later life of these participants if these trends continue. So prevention should begin during early ages in life, when a modification in lifestyle can reduce the diet-related risk of metabolic syndrome, so that they do not become the epidemics of this 21st century. So these are the references, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
Yes, thank you for joining with from India. So my question is that, the prevalence of metabolic syndrome is quite high among females, adults than the males.
Yes,
is there any reason, and would you be able to explain about the sample?
Actually, ma'am, in this study, we find that sedentary lifestyle is strongly associated with female participants or female residents in rural West Bengal, India. So we can conclude that sedentary lifestyle is associated to acquire metabolic syndrome in their life. So male participants are more active by their profession or any other.
Okay. What about their socio-demographic the factors in these rural, generally in these females? Do they engage in any, occupations, or can you please explain, just to know that the reason for high prevalence among these rural, the females?
In this studied area, for this particular study, we find that the female participants are mainly housewife or homemakers. So that's why the sedentary activity is more high among the other rural female of West Bengal, India.
That means high proportion of females were housewives.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Partha, for adding a bit of Indian flavor to NSSL sessions, and moving over to Mana, Sri Lanka. The next presentation is on empowering a group of women to improve their decision-making ability on their dietary practices in Sinnapulachi, Potkerni, Mana district, Sri Lanka, using the health promotion approach. The paper will be presented by Kavishalini. The other authors include Niroshan, Nusha, Jatusa, Senaviratna, Dulanjali, Fernando, and Fernando.
Good morning to one and all present here. I'm Kavishalini. I will move on to my introduction. The topic is empowering a group of women to improve their decision-making ability on their dietary practices in Sinnapolachi Potkerni, Mannar district, Sri Lanka, using the health promotion approach. The sample area is the Sinnapolachi Mannar. The objective is to empower a selected group of women on improving the decision-making skills of their dietary pattern. The statistic shows the drastic increase of death due to the non-communicable disease by 75% in Sri Lanka. In the northern province was changed due to the rapid urbanization and the lifestyle transformation of the people. So they were highly susceptible to the NCD. Due to that, Sinnapolachi GM division of Mannar was chosen. Next, the methodology. We selected 50 women's group in the age category of about 25 by using purposive sampling method. Through focus group discussion, the determinant were prioritized. The criteria that were used are the significance of addressing the determinant and the severity of the problem and the time frame of achieving our objective. Next step is the indicators were developed with the facilitator with the mutual partnership with the community. Finally, the quantitative and the qualitative data like the knowledge and the attitudinal changes were analyzed using descriptive and the thematic analysis. Next part is the prioritized determinant where the poor money management and the poor decision making in diet behavior are selected. According to the table, the decision making chart and the tail box was maintained by 20 women and its percentage is 40. And the 20 of the individual reduced to consuming the junk food and increased their intake of homemade food. Also, the 30 of the study participants consumed more organic vegetables and the fruits that they had eaten eight months ago. Finally, the conclusion of my presentation is the community learned the nutritional value of foods and the preservative adult in the food and the commercial influence when purchasing a food. In my point of view, this approach is effectively empower the lay community to develop their better dietary practices to improve the decision making. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kavisali. Presentation is open for the discussion.
Yes. So what are the specific health promotion strategies? I mean, the decision-making skills that you focus in your the intervention?
That means it was maintained as a chart, like if the family members are willing to purchase an food product or everyone is agreed to purchase an food. So according to that chart only, if all the members of the family members are agreed to purchase the food will be decided through the decision making.
Okay. So you mentioned that. So you did you give any kind of the develop any skills or any did you help them or assist them to improve their skills? Can you give some examples?
Yeah, it was maintained as a chart in the every household, like how much of food they are consuming. That means how much of expenditure they weigh for in 1 month, and everyone is willing to purchase an food, and that means the saved money amount also marked in every day in each household.
Okay.
In your presentation, you mentioned that the participants identified the value, nutritional value of the product. How did you educate them? You use any food labeling or some nutrient composition? How did you conclude that they know the nutritional value of the product or the food items?
Actually, some of their childrens also involved in the discussions, so they mostly attracted to the advertisements in the TV channels, so they know how much they were influenced to the commercial platforms, like that mean even though their nutritional amount is low, they were much attracted to the television. So through our verbal discussion, they have improved their knowledge compared to the previous.
How did you analyze this thematic data? Did you use any software or manually you did?
We have developed the indicators, like what are the that mean how many participants have marked the decision making charts, and how many times they buy an unwanted expenditure. So we analyze it through the chart, like the pre and the post of them.
Thank you, Kavishalini.
The next presentation, using health promotion approach for empowering families to address the selected determinants of non-communicable diseases during the COVID-19 pandemic. The authors are Rajabaksa, Janardana, Ranasinghe, Ratnayak, and Guruge. The presenter is Rajabaksa, RMWN.
Good day, everyone. I'm Varuni Rajapaksha, an undergraduate of Department of Health Promotion in Faculty of Applied Sciences in Rajarati University of Sri Lanka. My topic is using health promotion approach for empowering families to address the selected detail NCD during the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's move on to the introduction part. Non-communicable diseases, NCDs, presently become a major threat to the health and well-being of people worldwide with the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, it is important to empower the community to reduce the risk for NCDs. The objective of this study is to empower the community for identifying the determinants of NCDs and addressing selected determinants at the family level using the health promotion approach. Methodology. The study was carried out for 6 months with 12 families in a semi-urban area. A discussion on NCD's risk with the COVID-19 pandemic was initiated and determinants were identified through several focus group discussions. Determinants were prioritized by the community based on the criteria such as willingness, easiness to change, and lesser time taken to detect the changes. Then they were guided to design activities to address the prioritized determinants. The process was followed up and monitored through phone calls during the pandemic period. Changes were analyzed using descriptive statistics and thematic analysis. Results. The activities they implemented included changing their food plate spoons to reduce the excessive amount of rice that they eat, changing container bottles of sugar, salt, and oil into small ones and marking a scale on the oil bottle. They engaged in home gardening and increased the time spent on daily exercises. They marked their changes on the Happy Kitchen calendar using happy moods. According to the analyzed results of the Happy Kitchen calendar, all 12 families have reduced the consumption of sugar, salt, and oil. With home gardening, exercising hours also have been increased. They have improved their knowledge and attitudes regarding the reduction of NCD risk. As the conclusion, based on the results, it can be concluded that the health promotion approach was successful in addressing the selected determinants of NCDs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rajabaksha. The questions?
Yes, you mentioned that so this the food plate method. So that was effective in your study. So how confident to tell that? So how did you evaluate it? Pre and post evaluation.
Yes, madam. Thank you for the question. According to the ideas and the changes, which the mothers of those families said, that means earlier they said they have used like a madakua in normal language. They have used such sort of plates to have meals, but after by sharing the knowledge with them, they were used to change their those plate into a flat and and which is not a much deep plate. So they were able to change those their food plates, so the amount of rice that they eat was reduced. So that was a community idea which they said with the intervention they were able to change that practice.
Okay, out of 20 households, how many them have the change? I mean, change their practice.
Yes,
so
madam. Yes,
you targeted 20 households, no?
12 families, madam.
12 families. Out of that means considering their family members.
Yes, madam. 12 families. Almost all 12 families were able to. That means even one family member have reduced the. That means practice that method.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rajapaksha.
Moving over to the last presentation of this session. engaging selected families to identify the determinants of unhealthy dietary practices that increase the risk of NCDs in Kalalgoda area, Colombo district, using the health promotion approach. Authored by Fonseca, Harlik, Dulanchali, Ratnayaka, and Durge. The presentation would be made by Fonseca.
Good day, everyone. I'm Hirshani Fonseca, an undergraduate from the Department of Health Promotion, Rajarata University of Sri Lanka. My topic for today is teaching selected families to identify the determinants of unhealthy dietary practices that increase the risk of NCDs in Kalalgoda area using the health promotion approach. According to the WHO, 71% of the deaths globally are due to the NCDs. In the Sri Lankan context, mortality due to NCDs is nearly 82%, and it is the first leading cause of premature deaths. Objective was to identify the determinants of unhealthy dietary practices that elevate the risk of NCDs among selected families of Kalalgoda village. This study was conducted with 20 people in the age group of 30 to 65 years. This process was initiated by taking informal discussions and group discussions with the participants on the topics of causation for NCDs and unhealthy dietary practices. Then, waist circumferences were measured as baseline data. Next, the participants were guided to identify the determinants through group discussions and by drawing a determinants web. Finally, the determinants were analyzed and prioritized based on the possibility and the importance of changing. According to the obtained results, 75% of the participants had higher values for baseline measurements of the waist circumferences. The prioritized determinants were peer influences, media influences, addiction to soft drinks, and higher usage of processed and instant food. Some of the improvements achieved were changing their negative attitudes on unhealthy dietary practices, increased understanding about the detrimental effects of using instant food, and improving the level of awareness of media strategies and promotions. To conclude, the study participants had successfully identified the determinants of unhealthy dietary practices through the health promotion approach. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. It's open for questions.
It's a very nice presentation. And this is not a question, but just to a small comment, just to correct that, when you are saying that 80% of Sri Lankan deaths are due to NCDs and it's due to dietary habits, might give a wrong message. The dietary, of course, is one of the major causes, I do agree, but there are several other reasons for NCDs, especially for genetics and the physical inactivity and tobacco and alcohol. So the dietary alone will not cause all the NCDs. Just a correction, but not a, I'm not requesting an answer from you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for the comment.
Any reasons of selecting Kalalgoda area for your study? So this is not a village, I think, urban area. Talapatagode, right? That's Kalalgoda,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So any
Yes.
reasons of selecting?
So actually, in our health promotion degree program, we have a compulsory course that is we have practical. So usually we used to go for a rural village in our around our university premises, but due to the COVID, we had to select an individual setting. So that's why I'm living in Kalalgoda. So that's why I selected my area. So that's why we selected it. No other, like, yes.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question.
There's another question came through the chat box it's from Dr. Sirasa. How did you measure the improvement of media awareness in your subjects?
Okay, yes, thank you for the question, madam. So actually, the media awareness, like people usually like they get tended to get attracted due to due to the promotions that is shown on the television and Facebook and everything, these social media things. So like measuring is what they said earlier, pre and post. So this is a qualitative study. So what, according to the statements we have, like I have kept recorded, and that's what I have mentioned the improvements. So yeah, and then then I will go on seeing like continuing whether they are changing or are they still maintaining the same like the awareness, or is it going decreasing or increasing? So yeah, I hope I have answered the question.
Thank you. Good enough.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So that marks the end of the session for this session. There's another question, by the way, for you. I hope you are still there.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
The question is from India.
Okay.
It will be very good if you include a health sample size That's a comment, in fact. Yeah.
Oh yes, yes, I do agree, because since due to the COVID situation, we had to select a very convenient and a very accessible sample. So I do agree that yes, I need to increase my sample size. So for my improvements, I'm going to add that. Thank you for the comments. Yes.
Understandable. Yeah. So we had 13 presentations lined up for today. All 13 are very interesting presentations. Very good work. So let me congratulate all authors and presenters who did a very good job. And I hope that you will continue with these studies, and finally they will end up in our dedicated journal of the NSSL, which was launched today. That is the Journal of Nutrition and Food Sciences. And we are more than happy to have your papers in our journal. And while congratulating all the authors of the papers, let me appreciate the work rendered by our eminent panelists, Professor Manjula Hettiarachchi. I beg your pardon, sir, because I pronounced your name at the onset as Manjula, and Dr. Kumari Ratnayak and Professor Prasanna Gunatilaka. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
By the way, the best presentation would be selected by the panel of judges. So I kindly request the panelists to send your marks as soon as possible. So the presenters and authors, please stay tuned. The best presenters or presenter would be announced tomorrow. So I expect all of you to stay with us during all 2 days. Thank you.
It was such a fruitful session of research presentations sharing new knowledge. Thank you very much for the session chairs and the judge panel. We congratulate all the presenters and thank you for presenting your hard work at the NSSL forum. I now cordially invite Dr. Ananda Chandrasekhara, who is the Joint Secretary of NSSL, to present the certificates to the session chairs. Now I cordially invite the session chairs of the oral presentations, Dr. Ananda Chandrasekhara, who is the Joint Secretary of NSSL, and Ms. Malika Gayatri Fernando, who is a council member of NSSL, to the head table. Over to you, sir and madam, to proceed with the oral presentations.
Good evening to all. Welcome to the oral presentation. I think this follows the similar procedure what we have followed our previous presenters. We are having altogether 11 presentations. All are recorded and will be played. And the time allocated for the presentation is 8 minutes and followed by 2 minutes discussion. Okay.
So our first presentation is a cross-sectional study on the prevalence of food allergies among young adult students at University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. The authors are HHAC Navodani, GM Somaratna, SD Maitripala, and L. Veerasinghe, and the presenting author is HHAC Navodani.
Dear panel of judges and the authors, it is with great pleasure to address in the annual scientific sessions 2022 of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka to share our research findings. I am HHAC Navodani. Our research is a cross-sectional study on the prevalence of food allergies among young adult students at University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. This is the outline of my presentation today. I will be presenting starting from an introduction, then the research methodology followed by valuable research findings, and finally will be covering conclusions and recommendations. According to the World Health Organization, the term food allergy is specifically used for an immunological mechanism that arises upon exposure to a particular food. So the types of food vary among each individual and so on the responses. Accordingly, the series of adverse reactions to food that do not involve an immune reaction, such as food intolerances, toxic reactions to food, are not considered food allergies. Worldwide, there is an increase in food allergy prevalence over time owing to multiple factors. Approximately 2.5% of the general population is affected by food allergies, but this can widely range among nations. The accurate determination of food allergy prevalence is still one of the present problems related to food allergy. In our study, the study population consisted entirely of the undergraduates of University of Peradeniya, who were within the age range of 19 to 29 years. Non-Sri Lankan students were excluded during this study. Undergraduates are an ideal sample of young adults and a representative study population with diverse characteristics among each other. In addition, they represent a nationwide geographic coverage, and most importantly, they are crucial as food consumers. Moving to research methodology, the sampling was performed with stratified random sampling by selecting faculties as the strata. So there were 9 strata in our study since there are 9 faculties of the university. Lemshaw formula was used to calculate the sample size, and it is generally applied in sample size calculations of health science studies. According to this given calculation, the estimated value of the sample size is 1,165. However, valid responses could be gathered from 1,169 participants. An online survey was conducted using Google's form. With the permission obtained by deans of each faculty, a detailed email along with an attachment to the survey could be distributed to every undergraduate of the university. Here, the survey covered questions based on these 4 main criteria. So first of all, we could separately recognize food allergy respondents out of non-food allergy respondents. And then the obtained results were compared and analyzed between food allergy and non-food allergy participants. Now let me explain the research findings in detail. The prevalence of self-reported food allergy among young adults was determined by considering the defined criteria of this study. Accordingly, respondents with repeatedly occurring symptoms upon re-exposure to a particular food, and if the symptoms occur within 2 hours of ingestion of the particular food, were taken as food allergy respondents. Participants who indicated a diagnosis followed by a healthcare professional with or without the confirmatory test were also deemed to be food allergy respondents. In addition, those who were with the reported history of food allergy were too counted even though they have currently avoided the consumption of the particular food. Based on the observations, food allergy prevailed among 204 participants out of 1,169. Most of them, as a percentage of 62.7%, have consulted a healthcare provider for a diagnosis, and the remaining were admitted over self-reported data as collectively considered. Here I have shown the major food allergens that were reported during our study. So the highest number of allergenic respondents equally reported for crustaceans and fruits, followed by meat, fish, vegetables, milk and dairy products, and molluscs respectively. Here I have indicated the results of some other research findings of Sri Lanka that share certain similarities with the current study. Under the major food allergen categories that were observed, these types of food were specifically reported by the students. Now let's move to the gender effect on food allergy. In terms of gender, the self-reported food allergy prevalence was found to be significantly higher in females than males using the chi-square test. Out of 348 male participants, 37 reported to be the sufferers of food allergy, whereas out of 821 female participants, 167 reported to be the sufferers of food allergy. The females' predominance on food allergy prevalence has been studied and proven in several other studies as well. Here, as you can clearly see, there is a diversity of the types of food allergies between males and females. The prevalence of self-reported food allergy among males reported the highest for meat, crustaceans, and fruits as well as fish. Whereas for females, that is fruits, crustaceans, and meat respectively. To conclude, food allergy is a significant healthcare issue among young adults in Sri Lanka, and the actual scenario is hidden due to the lack of robust studies. The recognized major food allergens of this study are comparative to other nations. Female significance on food allergy prevalence over males, as well as other associated factors on food allergy prevalence, need to be further studied by adjusting to possible confounding factors. These are some of the references I used during my study. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for a nice presentation, but I was informed that the author is not available for answering questions. Before that, I want to mention that we have got 3 eminent academics are here to judge these presentations. Professor Indu Vaidyatilaka from the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. Professor UKP Hettiarachchi, Department of Biochemistry, Faculty of Medicine, Medical Sciences, University of Sri Jayawardenepura, and Dr. Isuru Vijayasekara, Department of Food Science and Technology, University of Sri Jayawardenepura. Thank you very much for your presence here to help us to educate the presentation. Since the presenter is not available for the questions now, we'll move to the second presentation of the day. Topic is effect of dietary protein intake on sarcopenia status among the older adults. The presentation and the authors are W.B. Watukola and K.M. Ratnayaka. Over to your presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Let's see what I found from my study on low dietary protein intake is associated with the sarcopenia status in old adults. What is sarcopenia? Sarcopenia is a state of progressive and generalized loss of skeletal muscle mass and also the muscle strength that can lead to severe effects like physical disability, poor quality of life, and even the mortality. As you can see, there are several factors affecting this sarcopenia state. Aging and the dietary intake and also the gender. And finally, the chronic inflammation can affect to the sarcopenia status. If we move into the aging trend and the impact of the aging, we know that there are 9% global prevalence of old adults in world population. When we move into the Sri Lankan context, it is 12.2%. As you can see in the graph, there is an increasing trend of being aging after 2015. There are several severe impacts of this aging. You can see the annual healthcare cost in 2000 is $18.5 billions to the USA for these older persons. So, what are the objectives of my study? I mainly wanted to determine the association between dietary protein intake and the sarcopenia status among old adults. And also I wanted to determine the prevalence of sarcopenia among old adults and the dietary protein intake of old adults and also the dietary diversity of the old adults. Let's move how I did my study. Study design was a community-based cross-sectional study, and I chose 152 old adults above 65 years, both from males and females, 76 individuals per each gender. Study progress like this. I initially started sarcopenia assessment. I obtained 3 measures to assess sarcopenia. Those are hand grip, muscle strength, gait speed, and body composition for the lean muscle mass determination. And what I found from these measures, let's see the protein intake and hand grip muscle strength relationship. There was a significant positive weak relationship between protein intake and hand grip muscle strength in the population, and we saw a relationship in female gender, but we didn't observe a significant relationship in the males. In the point of gait speed, the protein intake and gait speed relationship, there was a positive, slightly weak relationship among the protein intake and gait speed, as you can see in the graph. How I determined whether they have sarcopenia or not? First, with low muscle mass, along with low muscle mass, either they have low muscle strength or low physical performance, or both, I determined them as sarcopenic patient. You can see the cutoff values that I used in this study. With that method, I obtained a 19.7 prevalence of sarcopenia among study population, and there was high prevalence of 22.4% sarcopenia among females than males. And I also obtained the anthropometric data, height, weight, and body circumferences. You can see how I did those. And these are the anthropometric characteristics data in the table. You can see the hand grip muscle strength, gait speed, and lean muscle mass have no significant difference among the 2 genders. And how I did my dietary assessment, I prepared food models, and also I did weigh the foods. First, I obtained foods, and I prepared compatible food models that can use later in my dietary assessment process. And I weighted the foods and recorded the weights. And then I moved to 24-hour multiple pass dietary recalls. I did face-to-face interviews, and I obtained the data of dietary that the food consumption of all adults. I used that above mentioned food models as cognitive support aids. And the dietary behavior of the population, they obtain very little amount of animal protein sources like meat, egg, and they have more beverages, sweets, and also cereal and starchy foods. You can see the mean dietary diversity score was 7.07, and you can see the portions, average portions that they obtain foods. And also you can see the nutrient intake, the protein intake of the population. The recommendation was 0.8 grams per kilogram of body weight per day. And my conclusion, there was a high prevalence of sarcopenia, about 19.7, and higher trends among females, and the majority, about 94% of the study population, do not meet the recommended daily protein intake. And there is a significant relationship between the protein intake and sarcopenia status. Increased dietary protein intake may have favorable effects on sarcopenia of aging with odds ratio 0.92. As a way forward, 24-hour diet assessment may have bias due to cognitive impairments, communication. So I suggest a clinical study to determine the association between protein intake and sarcopenia status among all adults. Finally, I would like to thank Dr. Kumari M. Ratnayaka, Senior Lecturer, Head of the Department of Applied Nutrition and Nutrition of Faculty of Livestock, Fisheries and Nutrition by University of Sri Lanka, and all the academic and non-academic members of the Department of Applied Nutrition by University, and all the adults participated in this study, and also to my parents and colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. He's available online. So now the floor is open for the questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you tell us how you selected this sample?
Yes, madam. I selected the sample using convenient sampling method, and sampling size was determined using standard document. Sample was obtained in Purnagal district due to the convenient step. Thank you.
Okay, and you have used dietary recall, right? 24-hour dietary recall.
Yes, madam.
So when you think there was a recall bias, that they could remember all their dietary pattern during the past 24 hours?
Yes, there was a bias, but I used the 24-hour multi-pass dietary recall method using 5-step, the quick list, forgotten food list, time and occasion list, detailed cycle, and final probe. So I supported them to recall all the foods without losing any one component. I thought I could have reduced the bias through that process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question, madam.
This is Professor Indu Tilaka. Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, it's a very interesting study. I would like to know how you measured the muscle mass. You said you did a body composition assessment. What was the method that you used?
Yes, yes, Professor. I used the body composition analyzer used in our laboratory. That was a electrical impedance technological device. So each individual plays.
So you used bioelectrical impedance, right?
No.
BIA.
No, that's not BIA. That's body composition analyzer, like a balance like equipment.
So what was the principle of that? Which component of body composition do you measure using that?
Yeah, I measured the muscle mass and the body fat percentage.
How did you measure body fat?
Yeah, the equipment, it gives the readings using electrical supply through the body arc from one leg to one leg to other leg. So it gives the readings of the fat compression and the water compression, and also the muscle compression of the human body.
So yeah, so it is the impedance that we have actually used, I think. That is one question. And also in your sample, the prevalence was higher among females.
Yes, bro.
Can you just think of a reason why it is higher in females, or can you support with some evidence?
Yeah, when go through this literature, we know that females have more body fat percentage in body. So at the first point of determination of sarcopenia, we use the body muscle mass. So in that age, we identify the females more as sarcopenic. I think that's why, and also in our context, they are comparatively low physically active. That's right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So probably the estrogen also has a role in that. Yeah. The other question I wanted to ask you was that actually about physical activity. Now, because the latest articles suggest that lack of physical activity may play a greater role compared to diet in in sarcopenia. So did you actually look at physical activity as a co-founder?
Yeah, I obtained data on physical activity level for each individual, but really in the analysis, I couldn't use it as a co-founder. It is there is a bias in here.
All right, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes, a timely approach, Mr. Vatupola. What are the potential and cheap plant sources you can recommend for these villagers?
Really, we can recommend the plant-based protein sources with comparatively good protein, like soybeans and mung beans and cowpea, dal, like easily foundable foods.
Yes,
And also the fresh milk we can recommend.
Very good. And recently, moringa leaves also, yes, around 30% protein in dry matter. Very good, very good. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Move on to the next presentation. The evaluation of antioxidant properties of chips made from banana pseudostem. The authors are Aruna Christella Chandran, R. Sarada Devi, and S. Vasantaruba. The presenting author is Aruna Christella Chandran.
Good morning, everyone. Now I'm going to present about antioxidant properties of chips made from banana pseudostem. Banana production is widely practiced all around the world. The banana farming is primarily done for the purpose of harvesting the banana fruit. After harvesting of banana cultivation, the large amount of banana waste are discarded in the environment. On the average amount of 6 to 8 tons banana waste are produced per hectare. Among those waste, the banana pseudostem is a prominent one. The banana pseudostem is a byproduct of banana cultivation and is locally available, low-cost, nutrient-rich as well as antioxidant-rich plant source. Banana pseudostem not only rich in dietary fiber but also rich in various health-beneficial phytochemicals, including flavonoids and phenolic, which are categorized as important antioxidants. You all can think why I selected this banana pseudostem as my research study. Due to the climatic factors of Sri Lanka, the banana cultivation done throughout the year. So the huge amount of waste are discarded on the environment and it causing the environmental pollution and the diseases. On the other hand, the banana pseudostem is in low consumption. The urban side people does not know about this banana pseudostem. So the people are mainly using the potato and the cassava chip. Even the cost of production for those products are high. As a result of this, incorporation of cost-effective banana pseudostem in chip could be possible regarding its anti-nutritional properties and its availability. The research study aimed to prepare a novel banana pseudostem chips and evaluate its antioxidant properties. Now let's move to the materials and methodology. This research study was conducted at the Department of Agricultural Chemistry, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. The raw materials for this experiment were collected from the Vasantanagar in Kilnochi district. And these are the steps of my chip preparation. Initially, the ingredients were weighed and mixed together. Finally, the boiled banana pseudostem paste was added, made a dough and spread it on a flat surface and cut into diamond pieces. The cut diamond pieces were fried at 100 degrees Celsius with coconut oil. And these are the process of my chip preparation. And here I have mentioned the ingredients and the chip formulations. For sensory evaluation, I have used the 5-point Adonic scale approach by 25 untrained panel members from the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jaffna. The chip sample were randomly coded and provided to the panelists with water and the apple pieces. The sensory attributes were appearance, texture, crispiness, flavor, taste, and the overall acceptability. And now let's see about the extraction of antioxidant properties. Weigh the 1 gram powdered sample, transfer to centrifuge tube and add the 10 milliliter of 70% of ethanol and centrifuge at 10,000 rpm for 20 minutes. Transfer the supernatant into the pre-weighed round bottom flask and extract it using the rotary evaporator. And finally, those samples were reacted with 5 milliliter of 70% of ethanol.
And now let's move to the analysis of antioxidants. For the total phenolic content, I have used the gallic acid as a standard solution, and the wavelength was 765 nanometer using the spectrophotometer, and the results were expressed as a milligram of gallic acid per dry weight. And the total flavonoid content, the Catalin solution was used as a standard solution at the 510 nanometer using the spectrophotometer, and the results were expressed as a milligram of Catalin equivalent per dry weight. And the antioxidant capacity, the ascorbic acid used as a standard solution, and the wavelength was 695 nanometer using spectrophotometer, and the results were expressed as a milligram of ascorbic acid equivalent per dry weight. And the DPP radical scavenging activity, I have used the ascorbic acid as a standard solution to compare the DPP's radical scavenging activity, and the wavelength was 570 nanometer using the spectrophotometer, and the IC50 value of the sample was calculated using the inhibition curve, and the DPP's free radical scavenging ability was calculated by using following formula. And these are the standard curves for my control chip of DPP radical scavenging activity. And this one is the best formulation chip standard curve for my DPP radical scavenging activity. All the experiment conducted in the triplicate, and the graph were expressed as the mean value of the finding, and the results of the study were statistically analyzed by one-way ANOVA by complete randomized design using SAS investigation, and the sensory was analyzed by using the SPSS statistic. The mean values were analyzed using Duncan multiple test ranges, and the significant level was assigned at p lesser than 0.05. And now let's move to the results and discussion. From the sensory evaluation results, the 357 sample was selected as a best formulation chip. And here I have mentioned my control sample and the best formulation chip ratio of wheat flour and the banana surasem paste. And the total phenolic content, there was significant difference obtained in the total phenolic content for the control chip and the best formulation chip. Here you can see the high amount found in the best formulation chip because the incorporation of banana surasem was reason for this higher observation in the best formulation chip. And the total flavonoid content, there was no significant difference. Anyhow, the high amount observed in the best formulation chip because the banana surasem having high amount of flavonoid content, so that could be the reason for the high amount of flavonoid content in the best formulation chip. And the antioxidant capacity, there was no significant difference, but anyhow, the high amount found in the control chip. For the DPP radical scavenging activity, the antioxidant as well as the scavenging potential of the extract is directly proportional to the DPP's reduction. The more antioxidants are found in the extract, the more DPP's radical will occur. Higher DPP radical associated with the greater scavenging potential. The higher DPP radical scavenging activity of a compound lower its IC50 value. In the present study, the IC50 value was not lesser than the IC50 value of ascorbic acid. Anyhow, here you can see there is a significant difference observed in the DPP radical scavenging activity for the control chip and the best formulation chip. But anyhow, the lower amount found in the best formulation chip. So here we can conclude that high amount of DPP radical scavenging activity was high in the best formulated chip than the control chip. To conclude my presentation, sensory evaluation scores of chip were prepared by incorporating banana surasem, the 70:30 ratio of wheat flour and the banana surasem found to be most suitable to making chips. Total phenolic content and the total flavonoid content were high for the best formulation chip compared to the control. The highest antioxidant capacity was obtained in the control chip than the best formulation chip. The DPP radical scavenging activity was high in the best formulation chip compared to the control. There is a feasibility to prepare value-added food product incorporating banana surastem. And these are my reference for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chandran. Ms. Chandran is available for answering questions. So forum is open for the questions and discussion.
It's a good approach to utilize the discarded banana pseudostems. And what is the cultivar you used? There are different banana cultivars. What's the cultivar you used?
Yes, I have used the Kadali variety, which is called as Ambur variety.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. And currently there's a leading trend towards gluten-free products. So is it possible to use rice flour instead of wheat flour in your chip manufacturing?
Yeah, sir, we can use this one for as instead of the wheat flour, as
Yeah.
well as we will move forward to the rice flour consumption also.
Okay. 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 Good.
It's an interesting presentation. Can you tell me about this best formulated chip? Is it in terms of preparation or in terms of sensor evaluation?
In terms of sensory evaluation, 70 into 30%. The 70% was the wheat flour and the 30% was the boiled banana pseudostem paste.
Right. So then, do you have any idea what else is present in this banana stem? What other micronutrients, macronutrients, etc. apart from antioxidants?
Yes, madam, definitely. I have measured the proximate analysis, but I have only included the antioxidant properties. Still, I have only analyzed that mineral consumption like potassium and phosphorus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Just one question. How are you going to make use of your findings?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't understand.
What are you going to do with these findings? Now you have done a very interesting study and you have found something interesting. So how are you going to make use of this study?
Yes, sir. Basically, nowadays people are going around with that potato chips and cassava chips. But even though the consumption and the availability is high, but sir, here I found that banana stem is a good source for the wheat flour instead of the other chips. For that, we can include this chip for the market to consume the people.
Yes, true. Theoretically, yes. But how are you going to do it?
From the banana cultivation, the pseudostems are discarding. So I will collect that one and go for the commercial production for the people.
Right. So you're going to propose something for some producers, or are you going to initially do it and see, or?
Yes, I plan to do this one as getting patent, and I will move forward this one.
All right. That is what I wanted to know. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Chandran, and for presentation and discussion. Move to the next presentation. Engaging a group of women in selected areas of Sri Lanka to identify determinants of non-communicable diseases using health promotion approach. Authors are MDT Mendis, MAH Kaushani, ND Karunaratna, WNSA Vijayasundara, N Ratnayaka, GND Guruge. And the presenter is MDT Mendis. Over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Diniti Mendis and I'll be presenting the abstract titled Engaging a Group of Women in Selected Areas of Sri Lanka to Identify the Disease of Non-Communicable Diseases using the health promotion principles. So moving on to the next slide, first we have the overview of our presentation. We have introduction, objectives, methodology, results, and the conclusion within this presentation. So moving on to the introduction, non-communicable diseases are emerging as a leading cause of mortality and morbidity in Sri Lanka. And the NCDs were responsible for more than 71% of the annual deaths in Sri Lanka. According to World Health Organization reports and statistics, females are more likely to be victims of non-communicable diseases. This is a part of a long-term study to address the risk of NCDs among women in selected areas of Sri Lanka. Moving on to the objective, the aim of this particular study was to identify the determinants which increase the risk of non-communicable diseases among adult females in selected areas of Sri Lanka. When it comes to the methodology, this is a qualitative study and the study areas were selected from Hambantota, Matara and Ratnapura districts of Sri Lanka. The study sample is 15 conveniently selected families which are feasible to contact in a distance mode. And moving on to the next slide, after selecting the study population, families were engaged through different activities and online discussions. And the experience sharing sessions were used to get them involved into the process. Continuous discussions were facilitated in a distance mode according to health promotion principles, where the community took the ownership of the process. Then knowledge and the awareness of the community about the non-communicable diseases and its risk factors were improved by knowledge sharing sessions, and resources like newspaper articles and booklets and all were used. At the same time, enthusiasm of the community was improved by sharing success stories of addressing non-communicable diseases using the health promotion approach. Determinants of NCDs were identified in partnership with the community through observations, in-depth interviews, and group discussion which were done in a distance mode. They identified multiple structural determinants at different levels. Throughout the process, during 2 months of study period to identify and prioritize the determinants, several modes of discussions were used. Each family were contacted at least twice a week individually to keep them engaged in the process. In a sum, 12 WhatsApp chats were continued and 20 individual calls were taken, while they took 10 group discussions to identify, analyze, clarify, and to prioritize the determinants. All those things were actually done in partnership with the community. They took the ownership of the process and they continued that by themselves. During the group discussions, identified determinants were analyzed in partnership with the community, and the most important and common determinants were prioritized depending on their need to be addressed and the favorability of the community members and importance of the determinant to the community, and also the changeability of the determinant by the community. Moving on to the results, in the results part, we have presented some determinants identified and listed by them. Some determinants were identified by the community, while some of the determinants were identified with the help of the facilitator. Under the determinants which were identified by the community, we have not doing exercises, not screening regularly, busy lifestyle, sedentary lifestyle, and high use of bakery products, and also over food intake. Lack of awareness, unhealthy dietary practices, commercial influences from TV ads, high intake of junk foods were identified by the facilitators in partnership with the community. They identified the similarities and the connections among the determinants affecting non-communicable diseases at different levels. Those determinants were clarified into individual, family, and community level through discussions taken with the community. Out of the clarified determinants, unhealthy dietary practices, sedentary lifestyle, and high intake of junk foods were prioritized depending on the above stated criteria. Finally, we have the conclusions we arrived through the study. The participants improved their knowledge on NCDs, risk factors, and its impacts as well. The community improved ability of analyzing and identifying the similarities of determinants affecting NCDs at different levels. And also the community members could identify and analyze NCD risk factors with a minimal facilitation. And also we can conclude that a health promotion approach can be used to engage communities successfully to identify the NCD risk factors. And this is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much for everyone for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Mendis, for the presentation, and Ms. Mendis is available for answering to answer the questions. Now it's time for questions and discussion. Thank you.
I will. It is again a very interesting study and also a very important one. And may I ask why only women were used in this study?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat the question? I didn't get the question.
Why only women were used in this study?
Yes, before starting the study, I just got through the literature, and then I found that according to the statistics on those literature, the NCD risk is more high among the women than the males. Okay, so then that was the reason why I chose a woman to work on this topic.
All right. Then how were these families selected, and why did you select Ratnapura, Hambantota, and Madhura in particular?
Yeah, actually, this is a study done in parallel to the field practical placement of our undergraduate degree program. So, since this is since we were in the home due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we couldn't go to the university premises and work with the communities in Anuradhapura districts. That's why I chose Hambantota district, since I'm living in Hambantota district, and the Madhura district is very close to my area, and that's why I choose those areas in my convenience under the convenience sampling. And also the Ratnapura district, I had so many contacts according to the aim of my study, so that's why I used Ratnapura district also to conduct this study.
Okay. And the last question is, how did you do focus group discussions in a distance mode? Did you use Zoom, or did you use a conference call facility or something like that?
Yes, Zoom discussions, WhatsApp group discussions, and also the conference calls were used to do those focus group discussions in a distance mode. And also we made a WhatsApp group and continued the group chat throughout the 2 months of the study period, where we identified and prioritized the determinants. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
It's very interesting study, Diniti. Now, do you have their educational level information? Do you have any idea about their educational level? Are they at the same level, or is it different?
Yeah, thank you, madam, for the question. Actually, most of the study participants, they were the after A-level students and their parents. In all the 15 families that I chose, there were students who did A-levels. So in that aspect, I can say that the education level was same. But when considering their parents, their education level varies. From some have only O-level qualifications, but some are the graduates also. Yeah, that's the nature.
So then it's like the families you have taken into these studies, but the title says women. So like exactly who did you take? The student and the child and the mother? Or what do you mean by the family?
In every family that I choose, there were at least 2 females or the 2 women who are over 20 years of old. That's why I use the title as a woman. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So all the women in the families were taken into this study, is it?
Yeah, madam.
Right. Okay. Then now you have 15 families from like 3 districts, right? So is there any way that you distributed this among the areas, or was it also convenient?
Yeah, it was convenient actually. 6 families from Hambantota district, 6 from Madhura, and 3 from Ratnapura district.
Okay, so those are the questions. I have one small advice about your presentation, the slides. I think these were like little overcrowded. So I think it's better if you pay some attention to that when you prepare a next presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the comment, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to the next presentation, development of a guide of sodium content in Sri Lankan foods for hypertensive patients. The authors are K. Kayatri and A. Menti Adhikari. The presenting author is K. Kayatri.
Hello everyone, I'm Gayatri Guguraj and my research was on the development of a guide on sodium content in Sri Lankan foods for hypertensive patients. As you all know, hypertension is a condition in which blood vessels have persistently raised blood pressure. So it is the leading risk factor for preventable deaths worldwide. Based on the statistical values, hypertension leads to nearly 10.7 million deaths globally per year, and which is accounted for 14% of all deaths. And in 2010, worldwide prevalence of hypertension was nearly 1.4 billion persons, and among them, 31% of all were adults. At the same time, when it comes to Sri Lankan situation, 1 in 4 population over age of 20 years have this condition. So we all know that there are several risk factors that lead to this condition, and among them, excessive dietary sodium intake is one of the major contributing risk factor to lead this hypertensive condition. And also we've seen several studies show that there is an independent association between excessive consumption of sodium and increased risk of stroke and cardiovascular diseases. So in our Sri Lankan typical diet, of course, table salt is the primary source of sodium, but there are other food items that containing a remarkable amount of sodium in their foods. So therefore, it's important to have the knowledge related to sodium, its sources, and recommended levels of food to make hypertensive patients to go for low sodium food choices. So therefore, this study was conducted. So the main objective of the study is to develop a guide on sodium content in commonly consuming food items. Moving to methodology, this study was conducted under 2 phases. One is the preliminary survey and the other one is the booklet development. This preliminary survey was conducted mainly to identify the dietary patterns, sodium intake, and commonly consuming food items for hypertensive patients. So for these purposes, 30 hypertensive patients were selected from Markanduru and Elabudugama from Northwestern Province and Savagacheri from Northern Province. So the data was collected from using the data collection tools such as pre-tested interviewer administered questionnaire, 24 dietary records, food frequency questionnaire, and direct observations of food at markets as well as in home gardens. So then these data was analyzed using food-based 2000 software to determine the dietary sodium intake, and then the mean daily intake of sodium was compared with the recommended daily intake for hypertensive patients. And also Microsoft Excel 2013 was used to identify the consumption pattern of sodium-rich food items. And this is the second phase, which is about the development of the booklet. So here to determine the sodium content in each food item, these Indian and Asian food composition tables, food labels, and food-based 2000 software were used. So here 61 food items were selected to include in the booklet. As a first step, 1 portion of each food was measured, and then sodium content in 1 portion of each food was calculated. Then these foods were categorized as low, medium, and high sodium containing foods based on the cutoff values. And then the booklet was developed. In the booklet, these categorized tables, photographs of 1 portion of each food item, and the sodium content, or all the things were included. And then the draft version of the booklet was evaluated by dietitians and nutritionists. And then the final version of the booklet was developed. And these are the results that I got from the research. Among these 30 hypertensive patients, 20 were female and 10 were male. They all represented the main ethnicity in Sri Lanka. And also this figure 1 shows the distribution of the study sample according to mean daily dietary intake of sodium. So this shows that the hypertensive patients consumed higher than the recommended level for them. And this bar graph shows that nearly 90% of the hypertensive patients consumed higher than the recommended level. And this figure shows the consumption patterns of sodium-rich foods by the study sample. So here, bakery foods, dried fish, spreads, and salty snacks were consumed very frequently by this sample. And this is my developed booklet, and this is the cover page of my booklet. And these are the things included in the booklet, including functions of sodium, sodium-rich foods, way of reviewing the booklet, tables of foods categorized according to sodium content in per portion, photographs of one portion of each food item with sodium content, as well as these high, medium, and low sodium containing foods were indicated with different colors. And these are some of the former pages of my booklet. You can see the first page of the booklet, high sodium containing food items listed down, the ways of reducing salt intake, as well as the way of reviewing the booklet. And in this slide, you can have a look on the low sodium containing foods, medium sodium containing foods, and high sodium containing foods with different colored tables, including green, yellow, and red color respectively. And in the first column of each table has a photograph of each food item with their portion sizes. So hypertensive patients can get better understanding from these pictures, and also through their easiness. So as I conclude this research, the developed booklet will be a useful guide for hypertensive patients to manage their condition by selecting low sodium foods, and for healthy adults to prevent hypertensive condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gayatri. Now the floor is open for the questions.
Okay, I'll ask a question. Again, quite an interesting study. But here now you only measured one portion of each food item. Do you think that is accurate, or do you think you would have gone for duplicate sampling? I mean, to measure at least in 2 samples of similar food items? Or is there a particular reason why you measured only 1 sample from each food item?
So actually I measured it 3 times and get the average, and then according to the portion size, I calculated the values from using the tools.
Sorry, I didn't get it. So you measured the same same food item, one food item, or different samples from a food item, is it?
Yes, sir.
And got the average?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I did not understand that. I'm sorry. And also, why was this age group 30 to 60 was selected?
So based on the convenience sampling, for the purposes, I selected these 30 to 60 years old group,
Right. And the other thing is the classification: low salt, medium, high. What was that categorization you used?
So I used, I have chosen 2 references. One is from the national from the Ministry of Health from Bhutan and from the Health Info from the New Zealand. Based on their categorization values, I selected these cutoff values.
You could not find anything from South Asia. No, it's okay.
No, sir.
Right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Khatri, I have some questions now again about the classification and now how long ago these patients were diagnosed as hypertensive. Were they recently diagnosed patients or?
There were several categories: recently diagnosed patients and the chronic condition patients.
So when they give, yeah, go on.
Yes, miss. They had several periods of already diagnosed this condition.
Okay, so were they given any information about what sort of things to avoid and what sort of things to continue, etc.? Did they have any idea?
So you are, miss, you are asking about their opinion, the patient's opinion.
Not their opinion, whether they were educated or whether they were informed about the things they should consume and should not consume.
Not all the patients had this idea from the doctors or the other health professionals, but some of them had the idea to consume some of the foods and avoid, mainly to avoid some of the foods from their health experts.
Right, now you have developed this booklet, right? So what is your next step?
Present it to the community and get the idea from them and to educate them with the booklet.
So it will go to the public, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next presentation is on diet quality of adult men in Sri Lanka based on the Diet Quality Index International and other diet quality indices. Presenter is ULDS Pereira. The co-authors are MAR MP Jayatilaka, GNM Gunatilaka, Ananda Chandrasekhara, Kumari M. Ratnayaka.
I am Dilki, a postgraduate student at the National Department of Applied Nutrition at the University of Sri Lanka. I am going to present you about some of my research study findings. It is on diet quality of adult men in Sri Lanka based on the Diet Quality Index International and other diet quality indices. Let me brief you about the diet quality and why the diet quality is important. In Sri Lanka, non-communicable diseases are estimated to account for 83% of death. Based on the literature, it has been found that food eating pattern of our Sri Lankan is a positive factor for high prevalence of non-communicable diseases. Therefore, the role of diet quality in reducing non-communicable diseases and other chronic diseases is becoming increasingly important. Dietary diversity and quality have long been regarded as an essential component of a healthy diet. Let's see the components of dietary diversity and the diet quality. There are three main components related to the dietary diversity. They are food variety, nutrient adequacy, and the diet quality. We can assess food variety by assessing either food variety score or dietary diversity score. When it comes to nutrient adequacy, there are two measurements including nutrient adequacy ratio and the mean adequacy ratio. There are several measures to assess the diet quality. Among them, I have selected Diet Quality Index International as the assessing tool, in which is having 4 components: which are variety, moderation, adequacy, and the overall balance. With this background, I wanted to assess the diet quality and dietary diversity among adult men using Diet Quality Index International and other related parameters such as food variety score, dietary diversity score, nutrient adequacy ratio, and the mean adequacy ratio. Not only that, I wanted to find out the association between Diet Quality Index International values and the above parameters. Further, wanted to identify the association between Diet Quality Index International scores along with dietary pattern in terms of type of food consumed and macronutrient and the micronutrient composition. Let's see how I have conducted this study. I recruited healthy adult men, number is 185, whose age between 30 to 60 years. They were conveniently recruited from the surrounding areas of Makadara provinces of University of Sri Lanka. I gathered their social demographic characteristic, health status, and physical activity information using an interview-administered general questionnaire. To obtain the anthropometric measurements, I used standard procedures and obtained their height, weight, waist, hip circumferences. As a clinical parameter, I have assessed their blood pressure. And also, I obtained their dietary informations based on the 3-day diet diary and the food frequency questionnaire. Those information were used to calculate food variety scores, dietary diversity score, nutrient adequacy ratio, mean adequacy ratio, and the diet quality index international values. Now, we are going to see the most important information related to my study. They are the outcomes. First, we will see the general, anthropometric, and clinical characteristic of my study population. The mean age was 42 years, and the mean BMI was 24.3. Mean waist circumference was 89.3, and the systolic and diastolic blood pressure were in the normal range, in which it ranged between 126 and 78. Now, I'm going to show you some information related to their food consumption pattern. Based on this graph, you can see here that when it comes to the all food groups, they were consuming almost cereal, pulses, and fish meat and the sugar according to their recommended levels, but their fruit consumptions and the milk and the other dairy product consumption is comparatively lower than the other food group consumptions. If we look into the more detailed information about the cereal consumption and the fruit consumption, you can see here that almost 72% of the study population was consuming more than 11 servings of cereals per day. And there were around 45% of the study population who did not consume any one single serving of fruits per day. So when it comes to their fruit consumption, you can see here that it was not at a satisfactory level. Now, here you can see here the most important dietary diversity indicators of my study population. They are the food variety score, it is 10.1, and the dietary diversity score was 8.3, in which the theoretical maximum was 13, and the diet quality index international value was 58, in which the theoretical maximum was 100. The mean adequacy ratio was 0.8. Now we are going to look some detailed information about the diet quality index international values and its association with the other parameters. I told you that quality index international value score categorized based on 4 subcomponents. They were variety score, adequacy, moderation, and the overall score. You can see here that those 4 components, variety, adequacy, and the overall score, again significantly associated with the diet quality index international values. Other dietary diversity scores pertaining to the food variety score and the dietary diversity scores, they are also significantly associated with the diet quality index international values. When we look at the association between food group consumption and the diet quality index value, they are also significantly associated with those diet quality index international values, except fish, meat, egg consumption and the added sugar consumption. If we look at the association between the nutrient intake and the diet quality index values, except the macronutrients, energy consumption, calcium, dietary fiber, as well as other vitamin consumption is significantly associated with the diet quality index international values. When we look into the nutrient adequacy ratio of energy, protein, fiber, all the other minerals as well as micronutrients, they are also again significantly associated with diet quality index international value, along with the mean adequacy ratio. It's also associated significantly with the diet quality index international values. With this result, I would like to conclude telling that food variety score, dietary diversity scores, nutrient adequacy ratio, mean adequacy ratio, they also can be used as indicators of nutrient adequacy of adult milk. Further, it indicated that diet quality index international score by adult in Sri Lanka positively associated with energy consumption, micronutrient consumption, as well as particularly saturated fat, monounsaturated fat can be polyunsaturated fatty acid consumption. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, floor is open for the questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Now you have seen the audited the sound.
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't get your question clearly. I think there was some issues. So because of that, I didn't hear your question.
Madam, you can use the chat box.
Okay, my question is, how did you select the sample?
Yeah, so it was a conveniently selected sample, ma'am. So I have selected the sample from the surrounding areas of the Markanduru premises of the YM University of Sri Lanka, ma'am. Those
Okay,
people,
now you have go on.
Yeah, they were some were from the recruited from the university premises and also from the maybe the institute or village. Some of the people recruited from the villages, surrounding villages.
Right. So you have basically taken healthy men for the study. So
Definitely,
what is the reason to check their blood pressure?
This was an ongoing study, ma'am. So which I am going to assess their dietary fat consumption and their cardiovascular disease risk. So as a part of one parameter, I assess their blood pressure. That's why I have assessed their blood pressure as well, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Stemming from that question, how was the blood pressure measured and how many readings did you take?
Yeah, I took 3 readings and got the average, sir.
And the food frequency questionnaire that you used, was
Yes.
that a validated questionnaire?
Yeah, no, sir. So I have included around 100 food items for this my study, and I covered all the food groups as well as I wanted to cover the fat-rich food items, particularly since I am looking for the dietary fat intake as well, sir. So I wanted to validate. So it was not validated. It's.
At least did you pre-test it?
Yeah, I have pre-tested because covering about 30 individuals, I used the fruit frequency questionnaire and p-tested and again rearranged according to the data I have gathered, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And our next presentation is on changes in fruit and vegetables consumption during the COVID-19 lockdown in Sri Lanka. The authors are HMS Tasneem, P. Suryarachi, TV Francis, R. Jayawardena. HMS Tasneem is the presenter. Over to you.
Hello everyone, I am Samiha Tasneem, attached to Health and Wellness Unit, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. I'm going to present the major findings of a study on changes in fruits and vegetable consumption during COVID-19 lockdown in Sri Lanka. As we all know, fruits and vegetables are essential food groups with unique health benefits. Also, low intake of fruits and vegetables are associated with increased incidence of chronic diseases. There are a lot of epidemiological studies found that increased consumption of fruits and vegetables are linked with reduced incidence of type 2 diabetes, lower risk of cancer, better cardiovascular health, effective weight management, improved mental health, increased lifespan, and most importantly, better immune function. A healthy immune system is essential to fight the viral infection like COVID-19. So a recent study found that immunological dysfunction is associated with increased severity of infection in COVID-19. So how many of you all think that you have been adding enough fruits and vegetables to your diet during this pandemic? Unfortunately, the consumption of fruits and vegetables is a challenge during this pandemic due to several reasons. So the shortage of fruits and vegetables due to the panic stocking, price inflations, and the supply chain disruptions, and so many reasons, including that the tendency to buy convenient processed foods, and also the movement restrictions that stops the frequency of grocery shopping, and so on, maybe the reason for the less consumption of fruits and vegetables. So our study aimed to investigate the changes of purchase and consumption of fruits and vegetables in Sri Lanka during COVID-19 pandemic. It was an online cross-sectional study using the Google Forms. We shared the Google Forms using the social media platform, and the target population was Sri Lankan citizens who are more than 16 years old. And the study was conducted during the period of from 27th of May to 2nd of June to 2021 during COVID-19 lockdown. But to assess the consumption and purchase pattern, the fruits and vegetables were categorized into categories. The fruits were categorized into local fruits from the market, imported fruits, homegrown fruits. And also the vegetables were categorized into low country vegetables, hill country vegetables, homegrown vegetables, and leafy vegetables. So there were total of 3,621 participants, and 60% of them were female and 40% of them were males. And we covered all the districts, and 38% of the participants were from Colombo district. And also we covered all the ethnicities. Let's move to the major findings of the study. When it comes to the changes in the consumption of different vegetables, most of the participants reported no change in hill country and low country vegetables. Surprisingly, the leafy vegetable consumption was increased by 40.7% of the participants in reporting an increase. And also the homegrown vegetables were also increased by nearly 40%. When it comes to the fruit consumption pattern, 63.3% has reported a decrease in imported fruit consumption. And also, by contrast, the homegrown fruits consumption has been increased by nearly 40%. So when we are looking into the consumption of homegrown fruits and vegetable consumption increase in detail, the male participants and the participants who are living in municipal and city council areas, and also the participants who are employed, are less likely to report an increase in homegrown fruits and vegetables. On the other hand, the participants who are living away from Colombo and Sinhalese and the Tamils are more likely to report an increase in homegrown fruits and vegetables. And also, when it comes to the imported fruit consumption decrease, males and the municipal council area participants and the participants who are employed are less likely to report a decrease in imported food consumption. And also, participants who are with less income than 25,000 are more likely to report a decrease in imported fruit consumption. In short, the purchase and the consumption of imported and local fruits have been reduced during the pandemic. And also, even though the leafy vegetable consumption has been increased, the overall vegetable consumption is reduced. And the consumption of homegrown and the homegrown fruits and vegetables are increased among the people who are residing in rural area and the people from outside Colombo. I'd like to suggest a well-established, stable central level mechanism for a food distribution during this type of COVID-19 pandemic or any future pandemics. And also, digital food and nutrition surveillance system can be recommended as a monitoring system to find out the vulnerable people during the crisis situations like this. Thank you. This is the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Tasneem, for the presentation. Now, floor is open for the questions and the discussion.
Okay, this is invited. This is for the session chairs. I think there are some questions in the question and answer box there. I think Dr. Narad Surya and some others have asked some questions. Could you kindly direct it to the presenters also? Right, my question is now,
thank you.
This is to the presenter. Now, this study reflects the situation before May 2021. That was when you carried out the study. So there was a period when the country was completely locked down and people actually followed the regulations related to travel restrictions. And then there was a period when the country was open or people didn't care much for the restrictions. So the study may have captured both these situations. Is that right? The study period you have mentioned there was, I think, for data collection, right?
Yes, sir. That was the data collection period. That period only we circulated the survey online.
Yeah. So then, can we conclude that the fruit and vegetable intake has dropped after the pandemic hit in Sri Lanka in March 2020, rather than, because your title implies that this was only during the lockdown period. So this was actually after the pandemic hit Sri Lanka, somewhere in March 2020, up to the time that you did the study, right?
Yeah, actually we started in May. Only May to June was the period. So that was the lockdown period actually.
That was the lockdown period, but that was the time you collected data. What the data was, would have been, they may have answered the questions that may have been before that. Is that possible? Or did you actually specify that period to the participants?
So the overall, we asked about the overall consumption. So they may have reported the earlier consumption also. So, yeah, that's it's because of the self-reported survey. No, that's the thing.
Yeah. So I think then we need to change the title. I mean, just an observation. So the title should have been, during the pandemic period. And also
yes, I can understand. Yeah.
The use of technology and methods like Google Forms can capture a large sample now, considering the current situation, right? But considering that you use Google Forms for data collection, do you think that only a section of the population was included in the study? Because although most people do carry smartphones, not very many people have access to Google Forms as such, and most of them are not even bothered to fill a form like that. So do you think that only a particular section of a particular literacy level and a particular social class may have responded to you?
Yeah, there can be those bias, but when it comes to our demographic data, we have covered almost all the age groups, like from when we take this 16 to 25 and also the 36 to 40, almost the percentages are same, like it is almost 20%. So we have covered all the age groups a satisfactory level, and also when it comes to the employed and unemployed people, so most of our participants were employed. So there can be some it's related to their usage of the social media and the things also. Yeah, there can be some bias also.
Yeah, but
in that aspect. Yeah.
It was a representative sample.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I have another question now about the study period. You said it's from May to June. Now it's like a very short time period, 27th May to 2nd June. Is there any reason why you selected such a short time period?
That was the period, I think the country was fully locked down. So for the online survey also, we have reached these participant count during the short period. So it was the period we could collect the data. Actually, we could reach the numbers.
Okay, now when you presented your data on fruits and vegetables, etc., it says the green leafy consumption has increased. Any idea why? Any idea why?
So people may have had an idea that the leafy green may support their immune system and the things. So normally it's believed, and also they have the knowledge. So there can be some due to that also they have increased the intake. And also when people are there in the home, they may have found some time to prepare the leafy greens. Normally in the days they are going to work and the things, they don't go for the leafy greens like things. So when the lockdown period, most of the people were in the homes, so they found time, they may have found time to prepare the things, and they have tried that also. There can be several reasons like that.
So in your questionnaire, did you say, did you ask the data from, like, did you give a period saying this period to this period you report about your consumption, or was it a general thing?
It was a general thing actually.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and the discussion. Before that, I must tell you that, for the audience, if you have any questions, you can use Q&A to send out your question. Sorry, we missed one or two questions in Q&A because of some technical issue, but we will definitely address the audience questions as well. Thank you.
So moving on to the next presentation. Knowledge, attitudes and practices on diet and nutrition among a group of Sri Lankan national athletes, an online survey in 2020. The authors are Chandima Madhu Vikramathilaka, Dhammika W. Senanayaka, Thamilini Joseph Kumar, and Ananda Chandrasekhara. The presenting is Thamilini Joseph Kumar.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present about the knowledge, attitudes, and practices on diet and nutrition among a group of Sri Lankan national athletes. It's an online survey conducted in 2020. Performances in sports are influenced by many factors such as genetics, nutrition, training, and environmental factors. Proper nutrition is important to maintain the appropriate weight and body composition. Adequate intake of both macronutrients and micronutrients are important to be successful at exercise training and to achieve the specific targets. The nutrition intake and the practices of that field are at a suboptimal level in spite of the standard. The unhealthy dietary practices may be due to poor financial status, lack of time, and poor choices of food. Changing the attitude and behavior related to good dietary practices are challenging, and it is influenced by the existing knowledge, attitudes, and practices. Therefore, our objective of this study to assess the knowledge, attitudes, and practices on diet and nutrients among a group of Sri Lankan national athletes. And this is a descriptive cross-sectional study conducted as an online survey. There were 76 Sri Lankan athletes, including schools, provincial and national levels, and their coaches was participated. Data collection conducted through pre-tested online survey questionnaire, and we have collected socioeconomic and demographic data, habits on smoking and alcohol, knowledge, attitude, practices on diet and nutrition, and also descriptive analysis conducted to present the data. In this table, you can see the basic characteristics of the study sample. Mean age of the population is around 32, and around 56 are male, and around 90% of the study sample obtained their above the secondary level of education, and more than 80% of the study population earning more than 10,000 per month. And here you can see the knowledge on food and nutrition. There are 10 questions included in the knowledge on food and nutrition, and you can see that they have the knowledge on dietary requirement varies with the type of training, and dehydration can impair the physical performance. And most of them know that iron is important in the diet, and if the poor iron intake can result in fatigue, injury, and illness. And interestingly, the protein is more concerned in the sports person, so they indicated that high protein is useful to improve the muscle mass. Then we moved on to the perception on food and nutrition for an athlete. There were around more than 80% of the study population tested. The nutrient requirement of athletes is different from the general community, and more than 50% is they have the perception to losing weight, the fasting is the best method, and also they know that they need a request with qualified, dedicated professionals to look after their diet and nutritional needs. Then we move to the dietary practices, but they are practicing daily. More than 90% of this population get a balanced diet for 3 main meals per day, and they are changing their diet or meal pattern, the timing of the training or competition, and also the most interesting is they consume homemade food. And more than 80% of the people are changing their dietary pattern at the time of competition, but they're skipping meals prior to competition. And they use the sports drink during the exercise and competition. And only 50% practicing the carbohydrate loading prior to the competition. And here you can see the barriers for consuming healthy diet in this study population. The inability to afford as the sports healthy foods are expensive, and then the lack of knowledge, lack of accessibility, and also lack of time to get their healthy diet. And here we collected how they're getting the nutritional advisors, and most of them getting the advices from the media, it's around 26%, and from the sports doctors and the coaches, it's around 23%, and the nutritionists around 15%. The basic knowledge and the practices on diet and nutrition of the majority were unsatisfactory. Individual level overall improvement is visible. Facilitating reliable sources for proper nutritional advice needs to be streamlined, And this study identified the requirement to facilitate a healthy diet to the national athletes by providing adequate financial support. So I want to acknowledge Sri Lanka Athletic Association and Institute of Sports Medicine. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. And Ms. Joseph Kumar is not available to answer this session. So therefore, we'll move to the next presentation. Contribution of coconut fat to the diet of women living in the rural settings of the Sri Lanka. Authors are Fernando M.G., Tamilini J., and Silva K.D. R.R. O2. Presenter is Fernando M.G.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Malika Fernando from the World Food Program. My presentation is based on the research findings on the contribution of coconut fat to the diet of women living in the rural setting. Looking at the background that emphasizes the importance of conducting this research, as we know, coconut oil, milk, and scrapes are major ingredients in our habitual diet. And when looking at the composition of coconut, approximately 92% of the total fatty acids in coconut oil comprises of saturated fatty acids, in which 63% is medium chain triglycerides. And coconut is a poor source of mono and polyunsaturated fatty acids. So being one of the major sources of fat in our diet, it's important to assess the coconut intakes by our community. However, reliable recent information on coconut consumption levels are lacking. So the latest literature available on the dietary coconut intakes are more than 2 decades old. According to those studies, about 10 to 20% of the total energy in an average Sri Lankan diet is derived from coconut, which is second only to the staple rice. And Sri Lankans have consumed nearly 60% of their dietary fats and 78% of their total saturated fat intake from coconut. However, the dietary habits as well as coconut fat consumption levels of the Sri Lankan community may have changed over the time due to various reasons, including socio-demographic changes, nutrition transition, and economic development in the recent past. So the objectives of this research was to assess the dietary energy and macronutrients intake and contribution of coconut to the total energy and fat intakes of adult women in Sri Lanka. So moving on to the methods, a cross-sectional survey was carried out with 408 adult women who represented the rural setting in the country, Matale and Kalutara districts. Socio-demographic and lifestyle characteristics were collected by an interviewer-administered questionnaire, and habits of coconut consumption was assessed by a qualitative food frequency questionnaire. And the energy and macronutrient intakes were determined by a 24-hour recall, and then the recipes of food dishes were dissociated to quantify the amounts of coconut in the diet. So moving on to the results, this study group was an assortment of obese, overweight, normal and underweight women, and their mean age was 33 years. And the majority of these women have attained the educational level up to the GCE ordinary level. And the results on the dietary energy and macronutrient intakes of these women, the total energy intake was 1,765 kilocalories per day. And the percentage of energy comes from protein and fat were at the lower range of the recommendation for Sri Lankans, whereas the percentage of carbohydrate percentage of energy comes from carbohydrates were higher than the recommendation. In addition, the percentage of energy comes from saturated fat intake was 17%, which is also significantly higher than the recommendation. And the percentages of MUFA and PUFA intakes were also lower than the recommendations. Accordingly, the P to S ratio was very low than the recommendation. So looking at the household coconut consumption, the mean consumption in a family of 4 members was 0.92 nuts a day, and these nuts were mainly used to extract coconut milk, and the rest was used for coconut scrapes. The mean household coconut oil consumption was 2.7 liters per month, and the majority consumed coconut oil as their major cooking oil in their culinary purposes, and nearly about 2% of them have used palm oil or sunflower oil as their major cooking oil. And the results on the coconut consumption levels in their diet: the total energy comes from coconut milk, scrapes, and oil were 236 kilocalories per day. That accounted to 14% of the total energy in the diet, and coconut contributed for about 54% of the total fat and 68% of the total saturated fat intake. And the coconut milk was the major source of coconut fat in their habitual diet, followed by coconut scrapes and coconut oil. So looking at the frequency of consumption of coconut products, majority have consumed the dishes with coconut milk daily, whereas they have consumed the dishes with coconut scrapes and oil weekly basis. And looking at the perceptions and practices regarding coconut consumption, 78% of the respondents said that they do not restrict either or both coconut oil and milk. And to get the coconut milk extraction, the majority use the water at room temperature, whereas some of them have used warm water. And the most common practice was squeezing by hand to extract coconut milk, while some of them have used a blender to grind the scrapes before squeezing. And the major household coconut supply was by the retail purchasers for the majority, whereas some of them have obtained their coconut requirement from their home gardens, or some people have received from neighbors or relatives for free, mostly due to the land ownership. So in conclusion, these research findings shows that coconut contributes to 14% of the total energy, 54% of the total fat, and 68% of the total saturated fat intakes in the high saturated, low polyunsaturated fat diet of women in the rural setting in Sri Lanka. And coconut milk was the major individual contributor for fats and saturates in the habitual diet of the women in the rural community. With that, I want.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fernando. Ms. Fernando is available for to answer the question. So, floor is open for questions and for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Timely research. Don't they use milk, coconut milk powder?
Sir, in that community, we didn't find anyone who's using.
Okay, okay.
And what are the other fat sources they're using except coconut?
They have been consuming sunflower oil and palm oil, but that also only 2% of the community. And other than that, the animal sources were there, but not that common. Because in this community, coconut oil was the primary cooking oil that they use.
Okay, and your results, you say about the the quantity of coconut consumed by people in a family of 4, it says 0.92 plus or minus value of nuts per day. So I think that if you can present that in a more practical, because 0.92 nuts is not very practical way of putting it. If it is a way of putting, I think that will be better, Malika. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's a very interesting study and also very important study. Just 2 technical questions. One is, how many times did you do the 24-hour dietary recall in a single participant? And was the food frequency questionnaire validated or pre-tested?
If I heard you correct, your question was, did we use one single 24-hour for to collect data, and the type of food frequency questionnaire?
Yeah, how many times did you run did you do this 24-hour dietary recall in a single participant?
So we only used one time because it was a part of the national survey and we needed to cover a lot of a bigger sample. So we assumed that one time of a 24-hour recall among these vast community areas, 2 areas would suffice for the results that we are going to derive. And food frequency questionnaire also, sir, we gave one qualitative food frequency questionnaire to identify the consumption patterns.
Was that pre-tested in a smaller sample?
Sorry, sir.
Was that pre-tested in a smaller sample, or was it a standard?
Yeah, it was pre-tested before we used the questionnaires in the actual survey.
Right. Thank you very much.
We pre-tested in 100 samples, sir.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next presentation is on anti-urolytic effect of watermelon citrulus lanatus juice in patients with urolithiasis, a clinical trial. Presenter is W.A.K. Harshika, co-authors are C.M. Vikramatilaka, H. Ratnayaka, C.J. Vijayasinghe, S.K. Gunasinghe. Over to you.
Good evening, everybody. Our research topic is anti-urolytic effect of watermelon used in patients with urolithiasis, the clinical trial. I am representing model W.A.K. Harshika. This is the layout of my presentation: production, objective, method, statistical analysis, results, conclusion. Renal stones are hard deposits made of minerals and salts in the urinary system. Urolithiasis is a common health concern in worldwide as well as in Sri Lanka. It is multifactorial in origin. There are several types of renal stones can be seen. Examples: calcium oxalate, uric acid crystals, cysteine crystals. The most common type is calcium oxalate. These are the major causes of urolithiasis: dehydration, certain diets, obesity, certain medical conditions and medication. Dehydration can cause urine to become concentrated, which causes minerals in the urine to accumulate in a crystal formation. The high intake of carbohydrate, protein, calcium-containing foods and drinks such as milk, yogurt, some cheese, oxalate and sodium-rich foods are associated with urolithiasis. Obesity is associated with insulin resistance and metabolic imbalances that may lead to the formation of kidney stones. Any type of chronic diarrheal state, primary hyperparathyroidism, gout, hypertension, and even diabetes have all been linked to increased risk of kidney stone disease. Medicines that make you more likely to develop calcium stones include diuretics, some antacids, glucocorticoids, theophylline, sulfur-containing antibiotics, aspirin products, calcium and vitamin C supplements. Watermelon is known to have protective effect against urolithiasis. This is the nutrient content of watermelon per 100 grams. Our objective is to investigate the anti-urolithic effect of watermelon juice using serum and urinary biochemical parameters. Ethical approval was obtained from Ethical Review Committee, Faculty of Medicine, University of Pune. The clinical trial was registered in Sri Lanka Clinical Trial Registry. A randomized controlled clinical trial was used. Among patients with urolithiasis admitted to urological surgical unit teaching hospital Karapitiya, 20 patients were recruited, and 20 community-dwelling healthy individuals without history of nephrolithiasis aged from 20 to 70 years were recruited. Both group of subjects are randomly assigned to one of two groups, control or treatment groups. Patients and controls are separately randomized into watermelon juice treatment and water treatment. Each arm out of 4 contained 10 individuals. Drinking of either watermelon or water completed within a half an hour. Patients and controls were on routine diet during the intervention. Fasting samples and of urine were collected before and after 3 hours of the respective treatment. Samples were analyzed for pH, calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, urate, and creatinine. Statistical analysis. Data were analyzed using descriptive statistics. Significant level was defined as P less than 0.05. These are the results. Mean age of the participants was ranged from 52 to 36 years. Mean BMI of the participants was 23.2 to 24.7 kilograms per square meter per between groups. These are the changes in the concentration of serum characteristics with the intervention. According to that, serum urate, magnesium, creatinine were significantly reduced in watermelon treated patients. These are the changes in the concentration of urine characteristics. In order to that, the average urinary calcium levels are significantly reduced from 10 to 7.7 milligrams per deciliter in watermelon juice treated patients compared to water treated patients. pH of urine significantly increased while creatinine decreased in watermelon treated healthy participants compared to the water treated healthy participants. However, similar observations were seen in water treated patients and healthy controls as well. In conclusion, the study results reveal that use of watermelon juice treatment caused favorable changes in urinary and serum biochemical parameters, suggesting the potential effect of anti-urolithic effect. Further studies are required to delineate these findings. These are the references. I should acknowledge all the staff members in Urology Clinic Teaching Hospital Karapitiya, Urology Surgical Wards in Teaching Hospital Karapitiya, Department of Biochemistry, Faculty of Medicine, University of Pune, Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Faculty of Applied Health Sciences, University of Pune. Thank you.
Thank you, Harshika. Now the floor is open for the questions.
Okay, I'll ask,
Interesting presentation.
Yes, Usha.
I will start. Harshika, now you have analyzed this calcium, phosphorus, and various minerals. Can you basically tell how you did the analysis?
I use, madam, spectrophotometric methods to analyze these parameters.
Okay, and then you have given watermelon for about 3 hours, is it?
Yes, madam. We instructed them to drink in juice. Was completed within half an hour, madam. Then after completion of that, we have collected those samples after 3 hours, madam.
Okay, what is the reason for that? Like giving for half an hour?
Madam, for best results, we observed that the minimum time was 3 hours, madam. So that's why we have collected samples after 3 hours of completion of drinking juice, madam. Watermelon juice.
Right. So do you recommend them to like consume watermelon frequently?
Yes, madam. It is effective. So, but we suggest that further studies should be there to delineate these findings. But it is effective for urolithiasis patients, madam.
But only in the patient group you saw a reduction, right? Not in the healthy individuals.
No, madam. There's a reduction in also healthy individuals also, madam. So not only the patients, we can use in healthy individuals also. We can consume watermelon in order to prevent urolithiasis in future also.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
So this is just after a single dose or consumption of watermelon. Is that right? Just once.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So then, as Usha said, now you said that you will see a sustained effects if they consume watermelon over a period of time. For you to say that, is there any good studies to back your statement, or is it your
Yes,
experience, from the experience you are saying that?
well, sir, from literature review also we got same results. That's why we used that watermelon for our study also. Then we observe those results were correct, sir.
No, that is right. That is just one dose. But I'm asking you is the sustained effect. If you say, for example, if you ask the patients to take daily for 6 days or every other day for 2 weeks, are there studies to show that there is a sustained effect like that? Or are there studies that shows that, okay, there is an improvement after a dose, but if they don't consume watermelon, and after about a week or so, if you run the same tests, they have gone back to the baseline level. So
In previously we also plan to do such a study, sir, but in the COVID-19 pandemic situation and other some circumstances, we couldn't do that.
But what does the literature say?
So we couldn't find any literature from likes. That's why we plan to do that, sir. But we also couldn't do that, sir.
All right. But if you are planning to do that, look at the side effects of long-term watermelon use also. And also about these 4 groups that you had, were the basic characteristics the same, or was there a significant difference between the groups? For example, say age.
Yes, sir. We get age range from 20 to 70 years, and we got them. Yes, sir. In each group contain 9 male person and 1 female person. So consistency is same, sir. We compare the age also, sir.
Right. The last question is, did you look for other confounders? Like, for example, like the use of diuretics in the treatment group?
Sorry, sir?
No, certain drugs that promote urinary excretion of certain compounds.
Yes, sir. We avoid that patient, sir.
I think sir is asking for positive controls.
Yeah.
Sir, we exclude those patients
who are on treatment.
Yes, sir.
Right. All right.
Harshika, I have one more question. Do you have any idea of how this watermelon is mediating this effect?
Sorry, madam.
You have any idea how this watermelon is mediating this effect?
The mechanism, madam is asking.
How is it working? Why is it like giving you results like that? The basis?
Because, madam, I think the content of watermelon is they don't it don't contain any calcium is low content, and I think that's favorable facts are there, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Just a comment, in further studies you can check for Akkapan and Neeramulliya. They are very famous in traditional medicine. You can try them also. Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Just to add something, I was thinking about having, I mean, potassium content maybe having an effect on this one. Maybe good to have a look on. I have no idea whether it is actually affecting, but I think maybe the potassium. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It may be.
Thank you. And our last presentation is development of self-management education materials for individuals with type 2 diabetes mellitus. And the authors are H.P. Gunawardana, P.P. Jayavikrama, B.M. Samaravira, N.V.S. Darshika, and A. Chandrasekhara. The presenting author is H.P. Gunawardana.
Good evening, everyone. I hope I am audible and my slides are, you can see my slides as well.
Yes, you are audible. Yes, and visible.
Okay, thank you.
But can you put it to the presenter mode, please?
It is in slide mode.
Is it all right?
No, there is no full screen. I mean,
Not yet.
make it
Yes.
full screen, please.
The bottom bar, your right hand side, there's a screen. Just click on it.
Maybe you can stop
That's all
sharing
right.
and
Yeah,
do it
yeah,
again.
that's okay. Yeah.
Is that all right now?
No, still the same problem. You can stop sharing and do it again.
Okay.
Now, okay.
Yeah, perfect. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And sorry for the inconvenience as well. Today I'm going to talk about developing the self-management education materials for the individuals with type 2 diabetes mellitus. And I am presenting this paper on behalf of the all authors. I am H.P. Gunawardana. Type 2 diabetic mellitus is a non-curable disease where only the management is possible. When we consider about the diabetes management, the goal is to achieve the proper glycemic control. So in achieving the proper glycemic control, there's a vast role played by the healthy eating and being active and monitoring what on their clinical outcomes. To have that in their condition, so they need to have proper education on managing their condition by their own, especially if we take a condition like this, the COVID epidemic. So it is very important to ensure that they have the correct access and thorough knowledge about their self-management, because they have like the regular access to the care. So that the self-management ensures achieving the reduction in the risk and support them in healthy coping and problem solving and ensure the proper glycemic control. So with that background, we have conducted this study with the objective of developing the self-management education materials for the individuals with type 2 diabetes mellitus, because we wanted to have some materials that would support them in identify their condition and managing their condition by their own. So this study was conducted in 3 phases as the content identification, content development, and the validation. So in the first phase, in the content identification, so the experts of the diabetes management team were invited, and they their perceptions, their comments and the suggestions on content identification was used. So that they have participated in some focus group discussions, and there were some individual interviews. Not only that, we have invited the type 2 patients, so their concerns and what they really need for their condition management and with sort of areas that they need the knowledge were collected. And then depending on the content and the requirements identified, the content was developed, and for the material development, the Adobe Photoshop, PageMaker, and the video production, for the video production, Sony Vegas Pro Video app was used. So after the materials were developed, those were distributed among the panel of experts to go through it and to see the validity of the contents, and all the contents were reviewed by those panel. And not only that, we have given the developed material for the type 2 diabetic patients as well. So they have gone through it to see whether the contents available in each material is readable, understandable, and whether they can grasp the message very easily. And now I am going to present few of the materials that we have developed. First one is the interactive report card, where they can use it as a type of a medical planner per year. So they can plot all the information that is related with their diabetes management. For example, they can record their weight, their BMI, they can plot their BMI and see whether they are in the proper range of weight and BMI. And not even that, their clinical outcomes can be plotted here, and then we can see the progress. So the clinical measurements like blood pressure, the blood sugar level, the HbA1c, all things can be plotted here, and along with the type of management plan that they are going with, so they can compare and see the progress on their treatments. Second one is a dietary education booklet. So we know that the diabetic patients are worried about the diet, and so there's a necessity for giving the comprehensive type of dietary information for them in a easily understandable manner. So we have developed this booklet to accomplish that. So all the important components essential for the dietary management of type 2 diabetes is given here, including starting from the food groups, how should they modify their diet, what type of a plate that they should go for, how they should manage their carbohydrate intake, what type of carbohydrates are going to work with them, and not only that, how they should manage their salt intake, fat intake, and with some set of sample menus, we have given all those information to the diabetics. So we expect that they could go through these things, individual components, and understand what type of diet that they should adhere to. And further on the booklet, so you can see that the almost all the nutrients, how they should be modified and what should be taken from the diet is listed here with, so in the below part you can see some of the menus are given here. So those are the examples of diets they can follow. The next one is a recipe book. So depending on the dietary information, dietary guidelines that we have given, this special recipe book has developed because there's always a complaint from the diabetic patients that what is offered, what is prescribed for them is bland, not tasty, and not appealing to them. So this is a method of developing certain foods. Still, they can enjoy the foods with some sort of appealing, and they can enjoy the variety. So we have given some foods and the recipes for the foods they can practice and they can enjoy, and they can improve their quality of life as well. The final set of education materials are on the video. So the leftmost one shows the importance of physical activities for the type 2 diabetic patients, where they are being motivated on the different types of physical activity methods that they should go for. And the other two videos are on the dietary management. So one is specifically on selecting the different food groups, and from when they are shopping, what type of food they should take. And the other one is to how to take the foods into your plate, and what type of foods they should select and what quantities that they should take are given in this particular videos. With that, I can conclude that the developed materials were recognized as interactive and effective in the self-management of type 2 diabetic patients, and the developed materials can be effectively used in the self-management of education of the diabetic patients, because the content validity and the face validity was relatively high. So the patients found these things were readily accessible, understandable, readable, and they can take the message out of it. So with that, I am going to wind my presentation, and I would like to acknowledge the healthcare experts of the diabetes management team and the type 2 diabetic patients, and the Wimber University Research Grants team and Department of Applied Nutrition for the support given for this study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gunawardena. So the floor is open for the questions.
So it's a very, very important area, and the diabetes management usually focuses on several aspects, as we know, like changes in lifestyle, meal planning, physical activity, and education, and you seem to have covered all those aspects. So now, after developing this package, did you actually do a pilot run?
Sorry, did
no,
I?
No, after you developed it, now
Yes.
in the process of developing it, you got the opinion of the experts, and you ran it and corrected and all that.
Yes.
So now, after developing it, did you do another pilot? Once a full package is with you.
Yeah. So thank you for the question. And sir, we before developing the content as well as after doing the development, we have used the set of the same set of healthcare experts in the management team, and we have given them the copies of each material, and their comments were also considered, and the contents of the materials were even modified.
Right. And what about the actual patients? Actual cohort of actual patients, did you test on them?
Yeah, so we have used a very small sample, about around 20 patients, to review the contents what is been developed. But now we are in the process of having the study where we are now we are on the process of recruiting the diabetic patients. So we want to give them these materials to them, and want to see how they are progressing on each one, and we want to see how they are achieving their glycemic control and the other clinical outcomes of diabetes management.
Very good. And what are your future plans? Like, are you going to give this to individual patients or in government clinics or in collaboration with the ministry? Are you going to disseminate in the country, or what is the plan?
Yeah. So once, so after completing this study, so it is we are going to have as a clinical trial. So once it is been done, so I hope to extend this one with the hospital authorities and the diabetes, especially with the diabetes management team. So so the couple of people are currently working with me. So I will I expect to work with them, and I would love to. I would like to give these things to the hands of the patients and want to see whether that the patients are doing well with all those materials. That is my final aim.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Great work, Harshi. Now, is it only in Sinhala language, or are you planning to translate it to other languages?
So at the moment we have only Sinhala, but we have the now we have started working on the Tamil version as well, because then we can cater everybody.
Okay, so now are you planning to have this in some online platform, maybe attached to your department or somewhere, so that other people have access?
Yeah. So I am planning to do so, because I want to make the materials as far as possible available. So I will use my university department portals, as well as the whatever the thing that is available in the Sri Lankan context, I will use them.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think with that, we conclude our oral presentations for today. We had 11, total of 11 presentations. I must say that all the presentations are very high quality. So the best presenter will be selected by the 3 panel of judges, and you will be notified that one tomorrow, the winner. And again, I must say that all the presenters, their research work was very high quality. So we invite them to submit their complete papers to the Journal of Nutrition and Food Science. If you can submit it, then we will we will send it through the review process. With that, I must tell you that we were very lucky to have 3 panel of judges who were very experienced academics with the field of nutrition. So they have donated their time to us in this process to be success. So in behalf, even with their very busy schedules, I know that. So therefore, on behalf of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, I must thank all 3 judges, namely Professor Vaidyatilaka, Professor Hettiarachchi, and Professor Indu Vaidyatilaka, and Professor Usha Hettiarachchi, and Dr. Isuru Vijayasekara for their time and their excellent work during this process. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the audience who were there making this event successful, and your feedback is very valuable to us. So with that, I will hand over to this concludes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And my sincere appreciation for all the session chairs and the judges panel. And just as sir mentioned, please note that the winners will be announced at the end of the 2nd day. Congratulations and many thanks to all the presenters. We appreciate your effort that you have put in presenting your hard work at the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, the forum. Now I cordially invite Madam Chandima Vikramatilaka to present the certificates to the session chairs. Thank you, madam. Every beautiful story has its own ending. And as we reach the close of the first day celebrations of the Golden Jubilee of the Nutrition Society, we can now officially call it a day. Kindly note that the second day's proceedings will commence at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. We respectfully invite you all to join with us as you did today. Have a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you.